Scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give an edge for this team fight. The LGD are for the goal, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? Yep. It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed in 5.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade and they all call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spark, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
he's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. And Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom rune, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care, he's gonna throw his life for this. So he needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will, as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose their top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
So Anna is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. He's in. The call, the MP, the cannon, but FY's in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Get it off. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pots the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No Tail. No Tail pops Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jarek's coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the two of them. Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto Xnova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As Xnova will survive. Jarek's back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Bombs the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jarek. Jarek's is gone. Anna as well. Can he really fight back against the Summoners? And Xnova is so low. As the buyback for Jarek's comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on Xnova. The cold snap down onto the Attraction. They find him. Ame, he's out of Anna. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can. OG are still in the game. Ame buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jarex onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill.
Seb,
yeah,
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting Somnus. He's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh, doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Anna, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Anna again with the double gun. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Anna will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Ame. Big Daddy No-Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Ame able to waveform up to the high ground. As Ame should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost right. He's got hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Ame's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
He's back. Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Ame.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead that PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refresher shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is massive. Really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were clutching with their BKBs.
Being spotted out.
He's got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns out, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just what a shadow blade. It just, yeah. As soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so he can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing a huge issue in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these team fights.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well, by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. It's Thompson back in the game.
But they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the primal split out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Arme. The bash is coming through, but the Blade Mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking more Somnus again. The doppelganger. Arme on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jax. Jax with the tether. Arme turns into Rodero. There's the call. Seb, he catches Arme. Arme down for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This Doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disable on the Chalice. Do they have the damage? They got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He's gets Hex. He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice buys back. Straight back into the game. Anna trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time. The Bananas on top of it. Did they have the damage? Seb's got the blade on FY. With the snowball again. Thompson, Jax focusing the Rags. Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova. Seb healed up by Jax. Anna still full health at the moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee Rags. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second set. 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double ganger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, and he needs it now. Jared in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jax gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range rack standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's coming this. There's only 3 racks left in this game, and one of them is a range racks on the side of LGD. Buyback status. I saw X-Nova's buyback, it was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy, but Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback, but 2 in the game left. Io and the PL. PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here in Game 4 of the TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, now leading 9K advantage in net worth. LD able to join us.
I don't believe they actually have any force stabs inside of LG. That's generally how you deal with a Scythe of Ice. And I think they can get a Scythe of Ice on the core, get a blink call, and that hero is likely dead without buyback at this point. So OG, I would say, definitely favored at this point of the game, especially with PL having buyback. LGD, they have a couple minutes to think about what they want to do before this next Roshan.
Yeah, they can't be totally reliant on FY just getting these perfect snowball saves, or even like I saw in the last fight too when it was down bottom, he even tried like Walrus kicking the IO away from when he was tethered from somebody else. They need to find some other ways to be able to save, in particular that Brewmaster, who is just time and time again is the most important hero, it does seem, for LGD.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with the BKB call. The snowball is the only thing, but they have Bloodthorns, they have Scythe of Ice for the Tusk, they have a lot of things available. Maybe Aeon's Disc perhaps for Brewmaster. I'm not exactly sure what the best way for him to deal with it is. It looks like he is going for an Octarine perhaps for almost permanent.
The sentry's down there. They see Thompson, but Thompson, he's already quick with the play. The Tornado into EMP, Cold Snap as well, they've got the Hex, but there won't be any further jumping. They just poke at Arme.
They're trying to make space.
They got the Mega Creeps.
That's the distraction play right there.
Up against the Mega Creeps. PSG LGD, it's what stands between them and the championship title here in Game 4.
And they got it right before that wave, before that 59-minute mark too, so we already have the Mega Creep wave coming in, that momentum pushing onto LGD's side.
And you look at their lineup, can PSG LGD's heroes deal with the Mega Creeps? It's hard. They don't really have that sort of incredible D-push or AoE sort of hard hitters to deal with it.
That's kind of what they've been lacking in a lot of this game, right? That's what we've been talking about with the illusions with the PL. They've got ways to find them if it's, or ways to kill them if they find the exact one, but as for doing that, it's very tough when they don't have just the Dispel from Chalice.
And he does too much damage to ignore at this point with the Bloodthorn. And on top of that, Roshan is going to respawn in about 1 minute's time. LGD, I think their buybacks are going to cool down around that time, but I just don't think they can withstand this onslaught from OG. They really want to be able to defend this Roshan. It's super obvious when there's Mega Creeps. With Mega Creeps, that's the luxury that you have. You can just wait a couple of seconds. You know, the creeps will be hitting at your T4s if you wait.
As Ana commits forward. Has no boots, but a full Eye of Scotty. 3,800 health now on this PL, who hasn't been dying for a very long time. Now he's got easier ways, easier kill opportunity, and much more survivability.
Yeah, he probably has like, what, maybe 7,000, 8,000 HP effective with the Butterfly Evasion and the heal and overcharge and the Hand of God. It's just way too much. And the lifesteal from Shen too. Another ability.
OG clearing out the pit. Very, very soon to be spawning. Roshan and PSG LGD are well aware.
Roshan's up. It looks like only OG knows.
Arme and Ana. He's some illusion action. Arme's gonna get caught out by the Tornado though. They've opened up onto him. Arme trying to get on top of Ana. The BKB pop by Chalice. He'll get the ult out. No-Tail getting got out straight away by F5 with the snowball. No-Tail's dead for 100. They'll get the Chen. Ana in the midst of it trying to lock down onto FY. The rest of his team about to come over to get the Tornado. Out onto X over Seb. Looking for the cool control onto Arme. Has he got it? Arme getting stood up by the cold snap, but he's able to wait for him up the high ground. Thompson blinks in. He gets the Hex out, but F5 with the snowball save. They get the bash out. Soldiers will be able to find the IO, but they're fully low LGD. That Soldiers dead for 2 minutes. They get Thompson. Thompson dead for 2 minutes. Only Ana. Ana, can he do it here? Is it half-out save? Lifetime as 3 dead now on LGD. No buyback. Seb will fall. Ana kept alive off the back of that fight, as that very much looked like PSG LGD were able to tip OG over the edge, but that plus 100 Berserker score, you could see Seb as well being very careful with how he used it, keeping it to that opportune moment after any potential sort of Manta dodges have been done by Thomas Arme, and he gets the call.
9 doppelgangers used just in that area around the Ancients from the PL. Just the constant barrage of illusions giving that distraction to allow Seb to get that call off.
And that's another Roshan for OG.
These fights have to be so hectic for the players. There's like 30 PLs.
There's just both sides. I mean, even the Enchantress is like taking a PL, and then the Morphling turns into PL.
I'm just impressed we haven't had any frame drops. You know?
That's true.
Azana. Down the middle lane.
Just walking down with a DD.
The tier 4s. Anna says he's done with this. He wants to end this game. The buyback will come out from FY. Anna. It's going to be snowballed. Anna. He's in. He's not got any backup on the way. FY will be able to get out with the invis, but this doppelganger. Just over and over again, meaning that Anna could just stand in. Now he's got the backup of Jerax. He gets Hex. Oh, he didn't expect it. He didn't expect the Hex, but he's still fine. Jerax had the Otis, but X-Nova into the snowball. They'll turn towards Jerax. The Hadagon coming out. Jerax has been nullified. They hit doppelganger once again. X-Nova. He will survive for now. But buybacks were forced out by that aggressive play from Anna. At the same time, Seb did buy back himself on the Axe. But LGD are back up as a full 5-man.
Jesus, this is insane.
I mean, I don't know what's super safe there. I'm not exactly sure why Seb bought back, but I mean, he has heart, he has Wiz behind him, he has Aegis, he has everything. His buyback.
And as you can see there, that is the big difference. There are 4 buybacks available on OG. Only 1 available for LGD.
Oh, this momentum pushing in. And an arcane rune up top. If they give that to Ana, oh my god. Even more illusions, even more doppels.
Oh,
Let's go.
that is
2.1 second cooldown.
2.1 second cooldown.
Oh man.
Okay. Azana.
This is it.
He's ready to put it to use. Straight into the base he goes, doubling forward, he gets the jump onto X-Nova, the ghost set to keep an X-Nova fine for now. Anna looking to turn his commitment towards Arme, Toxin comes in with a deafening blast from the side, the EMP finishes X-Nova off, he's dead for 110, Seb, pots the BKB, looks for the cool control onto FY, but FY does get the snowball off in time. Arme looking on top of Jarrus, but Toxin turns, they get the Hex out, onto him, he'll get himself back into the ball, the BKB's out in time as Arme cuts down Roto with a wave for finds the kill. Anna looking to get on top of Arme, the BKB's about to wear off, the Mega Creep speeding down upon the edge of the LG. Seb in again. The call on top of Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. A Chalice. BKB pop. And he's trying to commit, trying to deal with Anna being silenced by the blood right. But the ancient is falling. The Hex is out. They're going to be able to find themselves. Chalice 3 dead on LGD. OG hitting the ancient. Hitting the ancient. Weird guy. Weird. Again, John. FY. He's found himself no tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's no tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for no tail as Arme comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off. And he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Jerax did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm his invis here.
Got to be
Watch
careful
Jerax.
who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Arme to have this invis rune. As Arme will show himself, Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb in as well. Between the 2 of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed, FY, the patience, keeping that control on set, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk.
5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Welcome back. We are here for another day of the BTS Pro Series Season 2. So we are here for Geek Fam vs Fnatic to start us off with. It is MLP, Dota, and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. We had 2 days off. It was a very nice 2 days to have off. How are you feeling now that we're back?
I'm feeling really excited. You know, the groups have shaped up quite a fair bit, and it's a bit surprising to some. I think it's within expectations for others. Of course, Neon right now is sitting at the top, and we've only got, it's the last 2 days of groups, so there's not much room to change. Geek Fam to follow, and match coming up, it's already a pretty important one to kind of balance out that top 4. It's Fnatic versus Geek Fam, both number 2 and number 3. And this one should be fairly close. Like this is probably one of the more competitive matchups left. Historically, though, this has favored Fnatic by a ton. I think they've got a history, like throughout from 2017 up against Geek Fam, of like an 80% win rate by series. So Fnatic understands how Geek Fam plays, but we'll see whether or not that holds, because we've seen Fnatic kind of falter in some series where they've gotten draws where you'd expect them to just win outright. So we'll see if Geek Fam can kind of force them to that kind of situation. Interesting to note, Mike, you see those first ban outs, you don't see anything like the DK, the Queen of Pain, or the Treant ban out. So those are all viable starters for both teams now.
That is true, John. I believe they were really focusing down on the, they got rid of the 23 Savage Morph, of course, and then the rest of the bans were basically a DJ Earthshaker, which makes enough sense. See both the Moon, DP, and Nature's Prophet, which you also kind of need to get rid of up against Fnatic. And Fnatic, of course, respect banning the Raven Lycan. You know, just the standard stuff. It's all just respect bans coming out. And, well, the Ember was still available, so they do go ahead and pick it up first on the side of Fnatic. I imagine, I mean, it's a bit early to say, but I imagine that is probably going to be the Moon Hero in the mid lane. But I can't remember if we've seen DJ play it on support many times.
We have,
right? Okay.
We have multiple times, yeah.
All right.
So it's flexible, and all the heroes they said they didn't ban out her pick. So DK comes out, the Queen of Pain as well for Geek Fam. Flexible picks they love. You know, you could give Cuckoo either hero, you could give Carl either hero. So you could give even Supper the Queen of Pain. So it's really open for Geek Fam. Fnatic as well. Nothing being shown, and it's that balanced drafting we've seen throughout the past 9 days, right? Yeah. Every team wants to start with that flex. Every team has been pretty darn good with that flex, so I don't blame them for going back into that. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta say there's some exciting picks coming out. Like Geek Fam starting off with their favorite opening of DK Quad. Every time those two heroes are available, they will take them without a doubt. But you've left the Ice Timber in there, which is a real concern for me, because we've seen Ice in this hero quite a lot. We know what he can do with it. Geek Fam must have known this was coming once they chose that DK, so now they go into the Monkey King pickup. And I guess the Monkey King is one hero that can deal with the Timber early on, and I'm talking super early on, I'm talking level 2, 3 maybe, but a player like Ice and a hero like Timbersaw, it doesn't really matter who he's up against.
10 seconds.
Once he gets... If that level 5, level 6 mark, I don't think he cares about the Monkey King.
5 seconds remaining.
No, definitely not. And the Monkey, as you mentioned, into Tim early on is nice. I worry about how mobile you can expect your Monkey King to be in this case. You've just got a natural tree chopper, so there might not be a lot of trees to jump around. Hell, you might even be caught out on a tree, so they've got an easy way to punish the Monkey in that sense. And it's surprising because you tend to see, when it comes to bans, that Timbersaw take priority over the NP, but the Geek Fam opted to let it slide through. So we'll find out just how much their draft can deal with it. The magic damage from Queen of Pain is pretty nice until the pipe comes out. So that's a bit of a power spike for Ice. Fnatic do pick up the Mirana, so it starts to get a bit more likely that it's going to be a Moon Ember Spirit, simply because I think we've seen DJ play that Mirana a ton more, of course. So it's starting to shape up here for Fnatic. I think the Ice Timbersaw is going to be a major factor in the early game, just how much harassment you can pump out. Geek Fam do get the Grimstroke out, so you've got the DK Grim, the Queen of Pain, Grimstroke. Even a Monkey King has good distance closing, so that Inkswell is going to be really strong initiation for Geek Fam. It won't take too much setup to get that done.
That it will not. Fnatic now, they might want to have a think about their own draft and just be a little bit wary of that those combinations with the Grimstroke now. It is looking pretty dangerous here from Geek Fam. I'm very curious to see what Fnatic are going to give 23 Savage's game. We do see him switching up certain heroes, and never mind, there it is. They go for the Luna pickup, which has been coming back into favor as of late, that Luna. Now, in all fairness, unless this is a position 5 Mirana or a pos 5 Ember somehow, I don't believe we have the support pickup yet of the position 5.
No.
Unless it's going to be a pos 5 Luna. Right? There could be some really weird things going on here, John. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
but I do not see that support for Jabs.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We have seen Fnatic kind of do this for their drafts before, where they kind of go a bit crazy with the flexibility, and we'll see if that pays off. But I think it is going to be probably a last pick support, unless, it's a pos 5 Mirana. I think that's the only way you could run this support duo of the Ember Mirana if you're last picking the Moon hero. But again, this is Fnatic. They go a bit crazy with their draft sometimes, so we'll see that. I think in that sense, Geek Fam has a bit more stability. Of course, it looks likely that's a separate Queen of Pain. They're saving their last pick core pickup here, so we'll see how it unfolds. Fnatic, they've got to reveal their hand first. So they've got to really show us exactly where they're laning these in their last pick.
Well, Geek Fam seem to agree with what I was saying. They do get rid of the pos 5 Bane, so they seem to think Jabs is still missing his hero here. Fnatic are about to reveal what was the case. They only have 10 seconds of reserve time. And no, it was the case. They do go for that pos 5 Ogre. I don't mind seeing that Ogre, John. It can have some real potency, especially with that Bloodlust on heroes like the Luna. As we know very well, she tends to go a little bit insane with that kind of attack speed. Geekfam now looking to close off their draft, and from what I can tell, they're just missing
10 seconds
a
remaining.
pos 4, right? Unless it's going to be a pos 4 Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's I think with Geekfam's draft style, they do usually, by the time they reach this point, if they can, they just give Zephyr the Queen of Pain and go with something else. So it's a bit more open with what they would want to go for. I think in this case, you might still be looking for the Carl hero down mid. You just give Cuckoo the DK if they are running the support quap. So open. I think they do know their matchup is the Ember Spirit. We've seen the Void Spirit in response. That's something Carl's played a couple of times if they want that down mid. Maybe even something like the Storm might be nice here because you don't have the hardest lockdown for a slippery hero like that. So there's a lot of leeway for Geekfam to build off of a slippery hero, perhaps even a Puck, just to tie in your team fight with a Monkey King. I think that would be pretty effective as well. If they wanted a more fighty lineup, it's really pretty open. I think Fnatic with their draft has some pretty sensitive timings. Savage's itemization on that Luna is going to be really important. Whether or not you opt for the magic build or the physical build, I think in this case, with an Ogre Magi, you get a bit more value from physical. So you should see that build up into maybe the Mansa style, maybe the SNY, and the Mask of Madness just to get quick farm and early fights out. It's going to be really down to the tempo Fnatic set. Ice has to have a good lane on Timbersaw. You know, we've seen Timbersaws that fall behind from having a slow start. Ice is not that kind of player, but it can happen. So we'll see just how far he can push his lane out, and Cam's really digging into that reserve time for their last pick.
But they are. I mean, it's just so flexible with the draft right now. It's kind of hard to know how you want to run this. You can have that pulse for Quap with the Grimstroke Inkswell. We've seen that from Geekfam a couple times. You can also let Carl just play the Queen of Pain and run the Cuckoo off lane, or the other way around, because we've seen Carl also play that mid DK. But no, they're going to go for the Necrophos off lane, I believe. And that should mean the pos for Quap is upon us. So Raven will jump on the Monkey King. That's self-explanatory, but the question is, what are the other two doing?
Yeah, it's still fairly open. No, it's a Zephyr DK? That is not something we've seen much.
I think we've seen it once.
Yeah, just
if
once.
I remember correctly, we saw it once within the last week. Cuckoo is going to go ahead and take that off-lane Quap, so mid Necrophos now for Carl. They've really switched things up here, but I don't mind this. Necro into that Ice Timbersaw, it's one way to just shut him down.
Yeah, that is a really good way of getting the handle on Ice. I think down mid, it's going to be interesting to see how much Carl can get. We've seen Necrophoses go 50-50 up against Ember Spirits before, so it's really down to Carl to get that good start. His level 6 is going to be key, and I think everything else is pretty solid. You've got the potency here for double Reaper's Sight, which is not something you see too often, the Grimstroke Necrophos. So there's a lot of value here for Geekfam in terms of locking in a numbers advantage in a fight.
That there is. This is going to be a very, very interesting start to the day, I'll tell you that, John. When I looked at the list of matchups today, this is the one where I looked at it and I thought this will be the closest match, I believe. Yeah. I mean, Geekfam are ahead of Fnatic in the right now. They're currently sitting in second.
Yeah.
So a lot of people may assume Fnatic should just be able to get a quick 2-0 victory, but I don't think so. Not up against like a team like Geekfam.
Yeah, they have
harder than you'd expect.
Yeah, they've been playing on point. I think the way they run their drafts have been kind of part of that as well. Like this flexibility you see from their draft and the way they got that last pick is kind of how they've been going about it, right? Like they play around with that super open first two picks and then just kind of throw a left fielder for last. So we'll see if that pays off this time around. Again, it's a key of timing for both sides. You can't allow Ice to fall too far behind here. He needs to be able to do ice things by the mid game. At the same time, for Geekfam, you know, the Necrophos has such sharp timings too. The moment you see a pipe come out very early on, his damage is kind of really shortchanged there.
Yeah, you're gonna need to see someone like that Quap on the off lane, maybe, you know, just burst through the pipe before you really get that that Reaper's Scythe out. Can be a bit hard to manage it like that, but that is something they might need to think about here for Cuckoo. To get through any kind of pipe block and allow the full damage of that Reaper Scythe to come through onto Ice. But it's not as easy said as done. It can be quite challenging in the middle of the team fight to make all that happen. We'll have to wait and see exactly what Ice is planning to build this game. He's one of those players. He gets fairly creative with his item builds, to say the least. It's kind of hard to even know what Ice is thinking right now. He does get a bit cheeky with these item builds.
Yeah, that he does. And there was a bit of banter earlier in the lobby, something about accusing 322 on Cuckoo, and some laughs were had. There is some good spirit here between these two teams, right? Like they both love to. They both play against each other a lot. There's a lot of history, so it's always nice seeing two teams that really understand how each side plays start to show that in the match.
I wonder how Geek Fan feel as well, because he did point out that that Fnatic have an 80% win rate up against Geek Fan. Essentially, right? That it's around 80%. So I do wonder how they're feeling in this matchup. You know, whether going up against a team like Fnatic is kind of a little bit nerve-wracking here for Geek Fam, or whether they're ready for it. Which I'm sure they're ready for it this time around, because they've been looking great throughout the Pro Series.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they're going to be too afraid of this team.
No, I think they've found a pretty good spot for themselves. They do lead, as mentioned, so they must be comfy. I think they've forced Fnatic into a bit less of their comfort picks with Savage out of that Morphling, certain key picks for Fnatic not showing up, and they've secured that Pwop and DK. So Geek Fam, they've got heroes they're really familiar with. I think there's a lot of comfort in this kind of draft.
Yeah. We'll have a quick look at the lanes, John. Mid lane, Carl, of course, going to be up against that Moon Ember. We've played Ember many times, and he is quite a devastating kind of Ember player. Can really carry through for his team if he needs to. Of course, down at that bot lane, you'll see Whiteman and Raven there up against DJ and Ice, who's currently going to double stack the creep wave and probably just TP up back to the tier 1 tower, or maybe just even skip it all together. You'll see Cuckoo on that off lane quap up against 23 Savage. Both the support Zephyr and Jab's going at it behind the tier 1 tower at the moment. Jab will have to be a little bit cautious though, as if Cuckoo didn't have this creep wave, he probably would try and go for the Ogre kill, but instead we'll just try and deal with the DK for now. You know, one thing I thought about as well, John, this Quap Arcana, I was thinking about it. Do you think that melee animation, right? The whole whipping animation. Do you think that's kind of a broken feature? Because it feels nicer to last hit with it. Does it not?
Yeah, I think it does still have a projectile though. Like, remember that one time we were in Showcase in the DC? It did still have the dagger with the melee animation. So I think it's a psychological thing, if ever, but should give you an actual practical gameplay advantage in that sense.
No, I don't think it's a pay-to-win feature or anything, obviously, but it just feels so much better.
Oh, yeah, that I can't disagree with. It just must feel nice for anyone with that item to just right-click closer, and we have seen a lot of quad players opt to stick closer because of that.
Really, we really have. It's kind of ridiculous how close they've been getting. They've kind of forgotten that it's a range hero now. I wonder how new players will feel in like a year's time when they assume that Quap might be a melee hero. They have no clue. No clue that she's actually ranged because of the daggers. You know, they just see a whip and they're like, oh, she must be melee, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I think you'd have the same confusion with Monkey King, although Savage is being harassed down a good amount here.
In trouble. Zephyr's got the dragon tail out. Cuckoo. No, he's actually going to back off. Just a bit afraid of where Jabs could be on that Ogre, and now Jabs will show himself, but they won't go all the way for the kill onto that Luna. I think they're more than satisfied to just leave Savage on very low HP, but now DJ's been forced to come in. He's looking for an arrow, but the neutral creeps actually block the path, and so Zephyr will keep running, but the first blood will come out. DJ does still manage to pick it up, and now Cuckoo does get a trade onto 23 Savage, but he may also die. In fact, no, he's going to blink TB. DJ, can you find the arrow? Not in time.
Ooh, yeah, it's still a lot more gold for Fnatic with the first blood coming out, but you do slow down Savage severely. And you force the early rotation out from DJ, so you're freeing up your side lanes, you're still finding a bit more, and I think overall Geek Fam's not going to be too upset about that.
That they shouldn't be. Look down at that bot lane, Ice, he's still just stacking up that creep wave and pulling it back towards his own tier 1 tower. On the Timbersaw, it's really hard to stop this if you are to support Grimstroke. He'll go for the Inkspore now to Ice, but he's got max reactive armor stacks right now. He's gonna have to constantly have them up as well because he's got a double creep wave, so there's just no way to stop him from doing this. In fact, he'll chase down Whiteman for a little bit, but now Raven's gonna rotate over. They are about to hit that 5-minute mark, but he's got a triple stack going now.
This is the point where the Timbersaw just kind of gets out of control. You don't really deal with him. You just focus on your farm. Raven has been finding pretty much equivalents of free farm here, so that's one boon for Geek Fam, that their Monkey King will have that early start. You just have to kind of contend that Ice will pretty much be free to do what he wants come mid-game.
Yeah, I don't think Ice cares about the gold advantage at all. He knows how the hero works like the back of his hand. He's going to be fine with however it goes. Look, Inspawn now coming in with the Boundless Strike. He's going to get stunned up, but he will just chain away. And all that HP he just lost is going to be regened up within a couple seconds. He'll be just fine. In fact, he goes back in after Courier is going to die. Raven now loses his treads. Forgot about Ice and didn't really micro it too well. And it looks like that's his lane now.
Yeah, it's pretty painful for Raven to lose out in those treads. Just makes it a bit harder to find his clean last hits, and surprised that he actually took the bait from Ice. Like, there, you do not chase the Timbersaw at this point. Just focus on that farm, Raven, and try to build an item advantage in that case.
It's the only thing you can do. Mid lane, Jab's going to be chased down, but he'll go for a TP. Kempo read the side. It's going to be there in time for Carl. He just waited for the last second. And that was the first Reaper sight of the game. Just a nice, easy pick up there for Carl. He's also harassed Moon out, but Moon, he's actually on the bot lane now. They do secure the kill onto Ice. In fact, it wasn't Moon, it was DJ that was there.
Yeah, they threw a lot of bodies down bot from Geek Fam to find that kill. DJ's movement just a bit too late to bail Ice out, and they do finally find that kill. That does free the top lane up. You are seeing Savage catch up there.
Good lane, arrow headed perfectly there from DJ. They'll get Carl. That's going to be a big win there for the Ember, as Moon was struggling just a little bit up against that Necrophos, but now that'll give him a chance to catch up.
Yeah, it's a key again for Fnatic to get that timing on Moon. It's an Ember Spirit. You need the early urn into the Spirit Vessel to counteract the DK, to counteract and even the Necrophos, and once that's up and running, Moon should be able to show his presence a lot more in the side lanes.
That is true. Bot lane again, 3 heroes are going to be down there up against Ice. Ice does see a courier there for a second, but he's just going to ignore it. Now they are looking to try and make a play onto him again. Inkspore going to be there. Ice just going to try and chain away. He uses it a bit too early on. And now Boundless Strike comes in once again. Raven should be able to secure the kill and does. A very easy one out there for the Monkey King. I suppose that's key, right? If you could just keep doing it that over to Ice, he's not really going to get to that point where he's out of control.
Yeah, definitely is going to hurt that early farm for the Timbersaw. We have seen Timbersaw in that situation before. The one biggest issue is that you are giving free farm top, and you don't quite have enough in Moon to expect him to pick up that slack.
That's always the thing with Ice. Like, in fact, never mind that for a second. Moon's getting chased down again. Stroke of Fate, Dragon Tail going to be there. Carl does have the Reaper sight. He just needs time, but Moon will rim it out. It looks like they won't bother trying to chase you down, but Moon now going to turn back around. So got to be a little bit careful about his position.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They do have vision on him right now. They ping him out. Remnant up to the high ground again. But nobody's there anymore, and he's just going to go for the outpost still. Now Zephyr, Chakram going to be available, so Zephyr might just be dead. He gets chained up as well, and Ice will happily take the kill for himself. And that's the thing with Ice Size. Like, he'll die a couple times like this, but I think Fnatic love doing this because it always allows Savage to just get a free lane for himself. And, I mean, that Luna, if she free farms for a while, it's going to be problematic. In fact, mid lane, they have found Carl again with that arrow, and Carl is going to die very easily. Savage with that moment that dominated with the follow-up stun, and he's going to be able to just free farm on this Luna.
Yeah, this really hurts the timing of Geek Fam now. I think, again, they've got the lid on Ice, sure, but they have given Savage a lot of leeway just to free farm the jungle. Your Necrophos is off to a bit of a slower start, and you are seeing a lot more from Fnatic to pressure Raven down bot.
Yeah, Ice finds his second kill of the game. Whitemore will die now. He has been left alone top for quite a while now. Jab's going to try and harass him out while he's taking the outpost, and now the arrow does connect from DJ. Raven, though, in there to try and help out. Cuckoo does end up dying, and now Zephyr will also rotate in, and they will take down the Ogre. But they don't get what they came for. They wanted that outpost back. That means both outposts will go the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a really strong strong EXP injection for Fnatic, and this hurts Geek Fam a ton because Zephyr on the support DK needs to hit level 6. So he needs every single tool he can get, and he's stuck at 4. Without any outpost EXP, this is going to slow down the timing of your support DK. It gives Fnatic a lot of room to play. You even see Ice take that tier 1 bot. So Fnatic now are starting to find that early space, starting to find a bit of that early lead. And you can expect pretty soon Moon to be a lot more active. I mean, he's already playing on the opposite side of the map, so he's giving all the space in the world away to Savage, and it has paid off so far for Geek Fam, for Fnatic.
They're looking at that mid lane right now. Moon, he's going to make himself known there, but Carl will eventually just run off. It's like Carl's just trying to rush those guarding greaves at the moment, while top lane, Ice is going to be in trouble again. They're rotating that Necrophos up to get a Reaper Scythe, but oh, that's a lot of damage from Ice. Carl's still waiting, but Moonlight Shadow does kick in now. Stroke of Fate does connect. Looks like they do have the protection underneath that Sentry Ward, and with that Reaper Scythe, that will mean Ice will be dead once again. As Geek Fam will try setting up to try and go after that top tier 1 tower. But Carl looks like he's going to be forced back into the mid lane now. I suppose we'll see if they can actually secure that top tier 1.
Yeah, it's not the worst now that you have level 6 in Zephyr, so the push potential is definitely there. It's not as fast as Fnatic, so I think when you have the threat up a Luna, it is a lot faster for Fnatic's side in that sense, but it does look like Geek Fam should be able to secure that objective without too much of a tussle. Fnatic is a bit too busy across the map to really care about that one.
Top tower has fallen.
Well, they already found the bottom tier 1, it's just no point trying to contest that. They're just going to take this time to farm up a little bit. They are still waiting for that Spirit Vessel on Moon. I think once you've got that Vessel on Moon is the time where you're going to feel comfortable to start trying to go after more kills. Ice as well. It looks like he's just working directly towards a Lotus Orb. Actually bothering for the pipe or anything like that. He just wants straight Lotus. And I don't really see too much of a problem with that, because he's going to be able to purge off quite a lot here from Geek Fam. As well as that, I guess it does make you double think the Reaper side, just in case that Lotus Orb comes out last second from Ice.
Yeah, it's going to
be Fnatic. They've rotated up top to try and help out Ice. Geek Fam are still sticking around there, but Jack's going to show himself. Now Raven jumps down the tree. Looks like they are going to try and kill off Wyman, and they do. Zephyr now falling very, very low. Remnants will be enough from Moon. The only man to get out of there after that top lane was Raven on the Monkey King. But now Fnatic is going to try and start forcing that T1 top tower to go down.
Yeah, it's not the fastest when you don't have your big right-click heroes around, but we've seen Timbersaw just kind of slowly whittle away with her presence. Still not going to commit too hard. They want to play aggressive. They TP out. They're trying to hunt Cuckoo.
Cuckoo, he did spot out an auto attack that was there, although Arrow would have been on point. The TP was just a little too quick there from Cuckoo. Does get himself out. you do now have that best locked on move. So I do believe this is that point where they can actually try and deal with Carl and the Necrophos properly. And they may feel the necessity to do so, as well as Carl has been sitting on the top of the net worth board for quite a while now. So he's going to be worth quite a lot of XP and gold. However, in that Radiant jungle now, they're trying to chase down DJ. DJ on the run for a don't leak away. Now Savage comes in with the Eclipse. Sonic Wave is there from Cuckoo but does nothing. Meanwhile, Wukong's command out from Raven, but he lets it go. As Moon was on the chase. Cuckoo eventually killing off DJ on that Mirana, but now they go after Zephyr on the DK. Does go down. I see if he can even spot out anything else. He does get a Courier, but doesn't quite get the final auto attack. Now Wyman going to try and turn around there with Carl, but this could be dangerous as Moon does jump in. Reaper side this out. Ice still alive though. It wasn't enough. The Ghost Form is there from Carl, but it's not going to mean anything. Not while you've got Moon around on that Ember. And with that, they go off that tier 1 mid tower.
That's really not how Geek Fam wanted that fight to unfold. I don't think they expected Savage to be that active early on, willing to fight with his Eclipse, but that's a danger you take up against Luna. They can dish the damage out. And Fuku with just level 1 Blink is very vulnerable when he overextends like that without the information. So Savage makes use of that Eclipse, Cuckoo gets punished, and it fell apart from there. Geek Fam, they've got to be a bit careful in taking those fights. They need to be clumped up. They can't afford to overextend with their Queen of Pain. They have to stick fairly close to spread the damage out amongst themselves.
It seems problematic though for the Geek Fam right now, because you can't really not fight right up against the Luna, who is just going to outscale you eventually. But they need to continue trying to apply that pressure. But the past couple team fights just haven't been working out their way. Even now, Raven gonna go down up that top lane. DJ and Moon just take him out by themselves. The Zephyr on the support DK just had to TP out of there. But now you're losing this Monkey King in these team fights, and it's just, how are you going to deal with this Fnatic side mid to late game if you're not beating them right now?
Yeah, they've got to find their early power spikes. I think the slowdown you're seeing on Zephyr is hurting them a ton. Needs the Blink to be able to follow up with Cuckoo. That's their best initiation right now, and they haven't been able to get that. So they're trying to give Zephyr some space to farm, and once that blinks up, I think you fix some of that initiation problem you have. They do smoke up though. They really want to find some pick-offs.
Well, they spotted out Jabs, but Jabs already got the observer. Now Raven's gonna go after him. Ice gonna show up there with DJ. Arrow does connect onto Zephyr, and Ice is bursting out the DK very fast. They do not for the full-scale team fight. Reaper side does go out into Jabs. He does finally die. Now the Sonic Wave is out. But with the Eclipse there from Savage, he just took down so many people. Wyman even still getting chased by Moon will also end up dying. Now Cuckoo trying to TP away, but DJ, he got the Yules off. He has the arrow. He'll wait out the change and now gets the arrow off. It's going to be a triple kill out for Savage. And it's a 4-for-1 trade.
All of that for an Ogre. Not a worthwhile kill for Geek Fam. Again, they're just being forced to play aggressive up against Fnatic when they throw everything they have out on heroes they don't really want dead in the first place. So Fnatic building up a solid lead, still finding a lot of farm on their course. Like, you look at Savage, he's #1 in that port now. He was at #3 a few moments ago. So Luna's definitely starting to take control. Geek Fam, they need certain items to be done. They need the BKBs to be ready to stop that damage coming out from the Timbersaw, from the Luna. And you look at Raven, it's coming out, it's just not coming out fast enough. This is delaying his damage output. Trade-off you take, survivability for damage, and this is gonna hurt them if they don't manage to overcome this deficit anytime soon.
It's the problem as well with the Monkey King. You kind of depend on fighting to get gold. You don't really flash farm very well on that MK. Like, Primal Spring is quite nice to farm with, but that's really all he's got. So he's going to try and get back to it and just secure that BKB you talked about. See if he's allowed to do so. As Fnatic, they may just get quite aggressive once they spot him out. At least for now, they're going to start pressuring that bottom tier 2 tower. Geek Fam will threaten the same, but they're not really there yet. Moon is already defending on the Ember. Geek Fam, they're having to think about jumping onto Moon, but I don't believe they'll be able to kill him off. Not without Carl there on that Necrophos. Even he may not be very interested right now, but he is slowly making the walk up. That bottom tier 2 tower, however, does now fall. Fnatic do claim it for themselves, and with that tower being taken, if they so wish, they can go ahead and defend. In fact, they're going to Moonlight Shadow off, go on to Cuckoo, who does get also caught by the arrow, and it's going to be a very easy +3 kickoff. In fact, they fight over the kill. And now Fnatic, straight up towards the north, up to that top lane, where they try to chase down Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they aren't TPing yet. They're just waiting in the tree line, seeing if they can wait this out. Fnatic won't really bring everyone up. They only bring DJ, so they may go for this Mirana kill. Balance strike, but he just leaps away. Zephyr could not get in range for the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, it's again, the DK without the blink isn't the best way to start these fights. Geek Fam, they need to land our other combinations for that Grimstroke. It's just unable to consistently enough. And you see Fnatic again pulling away. You look at Ice Ice Ice. He's building into that Put of Defiance, more than likely into the pipe if he feels the need. And at that point, a lot of this early damage coming out from Geek Fam is mitigated. Like, you are not going to be able to burst that Timbersaw anymore. The timing issue comes into play. And you look at the build-up and say, even Carl, he's actually saving up for the Radiance, which I don't mind for a long game. It's just that when you are playing the long game against Fnatic's draft, that Luna most certainly has a lot more scalability than a Monkey.
Oh, Zephyr, top lane, getting caught out. He tries to survive, but the damage there from Ice 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 is just way too high. Whirling Death up against the DK just melts that Dragon Knight. They found another. Raven has been caught out of this Monkey King. Chained up, Shabs is there, the arrow connects, Moon will take the kill. And immediately the smoke will come out now from Fnatic. They're just not going to let up with this draft. They'll keep running down the side of Geek Fam. Well, we will see the side of Geek Fam just trying to back off for a little bit, but Cuckoo could be in trouble again. In fact, never mind Cuckoo. Look at Carl and that Necrophos. Moon does not spot him out. He goes for another. Instead, they'll go on to the easy kill for Wyman. They'll get the Grimstroke. Now they'll see Carl mid. Carl not really backing off yet. Savage will go. Now Moon does jump in. Zephyr does go to the Dragon Form, but a great dodge on that Dragon Tail front from Moon. Now with the Elemental Arrow being blocked up by that Dragon Knife, but it doesn't matter. The Sonic Wave, the Eclipse, all being thrown out. The Sonic Wave was decent, but Ice 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 still on top of Carl. He will eventually just back up, go back after that tier 2 tower mid. And although they don't really find the Necrophos, who cares? They're just finding all the objectives.
Yeah, there's nothing Geek Fam can do to stop this. Like, they have to find a lot more farm on their heroes. You are nearing the BKB timing for Raven. That's going to be a nice little spike for the Monkey King. The blink from Zephyr is just constantly delayed. I think that's what's hurting them the most. You need the DK to get up in there, get the Dragon Tail off, get the control on one. And as long as Zephyr doesn't have that item, I think Geek Fam's just going to constantly struggle as you see Fnatic really pull ahead. They've got the Hood of Defiance on ice, so this Timbersaw is just pretty much unkillable now with all the armor and resist he has. You're gonna have to kind of just try to survive through his damage, but we're still at the point where Timbersaw dishes a lot of punishment out.
Have you seen the difference in levels right now between these heroes? Like, the DJ's possible Mirana is 14, and Zephyr's DK is still level 8. Just hits 9 now. But it's just kind of ridiculous how far apart they are. You look at Cuckoo, he's been playing with that level 1 Sonic Wave for I don't even know how long now. He's still not level 12. He needs one more creep for that. It's just such a... Moon is literally 6 levels ahead of Cuckoo right now. The only saving grace is going to be Carl and that Necrophos, who's sitting at level 16. But even he's still behind. He's almost on par with the possible Mirana.
Yeah, it's been rough. Fnatic has shut down the map. They've snowballed hard with their kills, and they've kept constant control over their outpost for about the 10 and 20 minute mark. So Geek Fam has not been finding the EXP there. they haven't really gone, and I mean, they've tried to fight around those areas. It's been messy, to say the least, so they haven't been able to catch up in EXP. All these factors are really hurting them. But that said, because of how far behind they are, if they find a pickoff, you could see a massive swing, at least in EXP, and that could help the cause, or no. Oh boy.
Shadow, they're gonna find a big one. Carl, arrowed up, really can't sustain this much damage and move. There's the bounty being placed. They do all get the bounty. They place so many beforehand. And now Zephyr's well going down on the DK. And he was getting closer and closer to that blink dagger. I believe he was about 200-300 gold off, but he does end up dying again. And now Fnatic, knowing that there's no way that Geekfam can fight back, will go for an easy Roshan play.
Yeah, I think one thing for Carl there, like he was just farming the creep wave with Death Pulse. He was farming the camp. I think when he saw it fly out to something that wasn't there, he must have felt so bad. Like that's just like a horror movie, man. You're just farming the creep wave and suddenly it flies out here. Oh god, I'm dead.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a fight there for our poor Necro. Raven doing the only thing he can right now, the Monkey King, and that's just split pushing the top lane, just not allowing the creep wave to go near their tier 2 top tower. Which is the only tier 2 they have left, by the way, on the side of Geek Fan. Meanwhile, Fnatic have only lost one tier 1 tower. That's just how badly this game is going for Geek Fan at the moment. With a 15k net worth lead on Fnatic, you know, I said that the games were going to be close, John. So Fnatic obviously trying to prove me wrong. This is a complete, I don't know if you call it an outplay, but it does seem that way. I don't think it was a pure outdraft. Just, they're just really playing on right now, Fnatic.
They really are. I mean, they're up, they're ready to go. There was a bit of a slow start, like Moon's lane wasn't quite clean. You were seeing Carl pull ahead. Savage wasn't finding free farm early on. It was a bit better for Raven, but they just managed to carry it out. I think Geek Fam, if you recall early in this match, they were trying to catch out Ice, but that really wasn't the hero to watch out for. We've seen a lot of teams do this towards the Ice hero. Invest so much movement to lock down that off lane. You give so much space to the safe lane and even the mid laners to find their space in their farm. Those rotations hurt Zephyr so much. Like you look at this support DK, you talked about the levels, it's not getting any better. The farm is slowly progressing, but you're talking about the naked DK with 2 bracers, brown boots, and blink. He is literally just there to stun, maybe get the breed fire off. You can't expect Zephyr to get anything else in these fights, and because of that, you're losing the potency of this DK. They haven't been able to pressure towers because they haven't been able to fight near objectives for a very long time.
Kind of crazy. Zephyr just holding the Philosopher's Stone right now, just trying to get the rest of the gold that way. So that's how rough things are. Cuckoo just Spirit Vessel Blade Mail, no charges on the Spirit Vessel. And I mean, look, on the brighter side of things, I think it's kind of good that Carl switched his item build now. He's not going for that Radiance anymore, he's just going for a Lotus Orb. I don't know where they were going to fit in a Radiance.
Yeah.
Maybe he felt like he needed to just have that much damage output over time for his team through this game, because Raven's Monkey King probably going to start dropping off quite hard now. I mean, nobody else is really able to farm or get XP, so they are depending a bit on Carl. But I don't think Radiance was going to be the play of this game.
No.
I don't really know what the play is, though, in all fairness. It's just like, defend high ground for as long as you possibly can, and maybe Fnatic might make some mistakes, or maybe outplay them, and after a team fight or 2 of winning, you could probably push it back towards the Fnatic side of things, and just, you know, Geek Fam could pull ahead, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's just the timer starts to get really, really rough. I think when you ditch that Radiance, you do opt for that earlier pace, right? Like, the issue is you're just not seeing damage. Like Raven, with his build, he had to go for the BKB. So that early cliff you were talking about in the Monkey King, I think it's approaching a bit faster. It's Desolator coming out for Raven. I don't think that's going to amplify their damage enough. Maybe the supports get a bit squishier. I guess you could tear through DJ. You most definitely don't want to try Jabs. He is fairly tanky with the dragon skill on. It's a bit hard to deal with, but you could pin down DJ if you had a control. So maybe they build off that way once they have these defensive items up. Beyond that, I think you are still seeing some issues there, despite this item switch out. Still, just a bit more of a weight. TeamSpeak issues. See that, Mike? TeamSpeak still being used.
Hey, you fix TeamSpeak issues, John? You download Discord and use that.
Oh man.
Oh, TeamSpeak. What a program.
It's legacy stuff, Mike, okay? It was big once, and it still kinda is big.
I used TeamSpeak once in my life. One time.
Oh, I remember that one time.
That was when I had to cast an NA tournament, and they insisted I use TeamSpeak rather than Discord for some reason. That was, it was tough, John, let me tell you. There was some connection issues, to say the least.
It's something, but you know, it doesn't help the fact that Geek Fam eventually unpause and have to deal with the issues they have in game as well. So problems outside, problems inside. There's a smoke from Fnatic. It's not like there's any vision from Geek Fam left besides that lane ward still.
DJ can just land a nice blind arrow or something, or just scout out with that arrow in general. Yeah, I've got that double damage rune down bot lane, but nobody's really noticed it yet. There's no vision on that rune. Savage gonna start moving into that tier 3, of course, with the Bloodlust on the Siege Creep as well as Savage. It's gonna be a lot of damage coming into that tier 3 tower. They need to take that Siege Creep down ASAP. The jump in, Zephyr going after that Luna. A lot of damage being dealt here. Savage does have the Aegis. We'll pop the Mantra, we'll lose the Aegis. Arrow. Barely missing up there on the Necrophos. If they kill anyone right now on Geek Fam, none of them have buyback. So they could theoretically end the game if they actually took a big team fight and won Fnatic, and they may understand this. Sometimes you just have to guess. Zephyr gonna jump in with the Blink Dagger, Soulmine there as well as Zephyr, he does fall. Loon jumping in as well. They're trying to get that Loon around there. Savage will not die. Now Raven's trying to fight back up against the Ember. He will just run it out, and the Sonic Wave doesn't really connect. It only really got jabs on the Ogre. And so now with the Wukong's down, the Sonic Wave down, you just go back in. Ice just planting those branches down. Arrow beautifully connecting there on the Carl. Nice does get the kill regardless of missing the chain on that tree. And now, secondary rats. They've just got everything for them.
Yeah, there's nothing left from Geek Fam for defense. No ults up. They can't punch this.
Arrow being taken there from Zephyr just to protect Carl, but that will cost him his life. They give him the tip as well, just to rub it in. Obviously, he didn't really have a choice. Carl was probably going to get dived on and die if he didn't take that arrow. And on the brighter side for Geek Fam, they did still have that tier 2 top tower, so there's no way to claim Megas, and Fnatic are unwilling to go for tier 4s. So it's back up to the top lane for Fnatic.
Yeah, buys Geek Fam some time. Question is if that time's enough. You look at Savage, he finished up his butterfly. So the physical damage you might be seeing from Raven, that's not going to be doing as much anymore to our Luna. And I think with that, they're just going to take the tier 2. They're going to keep going. I think even without the Aegis, they're probably feeling very confident about their lineup. And they know Geek Fam is just tied up in their base. They can't quite go out the farm as much, and they're constrained in how much they can grow. So Fnatic basically have a bit of a lid on this game. Geek Fam need to find a miracle pickoff to really turn it around. They need multiple pickoffs to really bounce back here.
Yeah, I mean, with a 23k net worth lead, Fnatic not going to be feeling too afraid. Geek Fam, they do still have a chance at this, but they need to win this team fight. I don't believe they can defend against Megas with this draft either. It's not going to be the easiest defense. It's going to be very hard to play back if you have to. Never mind though, they just did with that blink. Inksaw there as well. DJ falling low does get reached for start and die. In fact, it was Savage. Savage does end up going down to Luna. And now Eyesight Sight's going to be in trouble. He'll go down as well, it looks like. They do get that Janu Mastery. They go for more now with the Ink Swap Primal springing up from Raven. He doesn't connect on anyone, but they'll keep going. Jabs, however, does put around onto Cuckoo, but now Raven, he does go down as well. They just kite him out, going back in. Wiseman, he's in big trouble. He has no friends left, but he is probably just going to die anyway. A double kill out for Moon. And there's the GG call. So it looked kind of amazing to start, but they did find the Luna kill. And they also got the Timber Sword, but they just turned around and killed Raven.
Yeah, that's a really far push forward from Geek Fam. I understand he needed a lot more kills to bounce back. Fnatic, they played it.
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm his ninjas here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax is going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this invis rune. And Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He's no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He is toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed, FY, the patience, keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees, he's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level 50 out.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Crates. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his champ, giving him the Aghanim, so. as Thompson. See, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the age to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's putting in FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel them. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tails coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG, LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that time will split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for this team fight. The LGD are been gold, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
We've got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. They give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in all. DD did spawn, however, it was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X-Blade Mail Call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spike, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But it's
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shivas covered, Anna's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive, Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, as Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this racks on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana as the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if need speed.
5 seconds remaining.
As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory. And
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Dire team ban.
welcome. We are back for Fnatic vs Geek.
10
This is
seconds
MLP. Hi, John. We've been moved over BTS 1 once again. That means, sir, that we are to greet our
Turn to ban.
comrades, I guess. Hello, Americans. How are you all today? Pleasure to see you all. They get to tune into some quality SEA Dota, John. It must be a great time for them.
It should be, as they're in for a treat. Game 1, the way it was pretty explosive. Fnatic, they were bleeding some ground early, arguably not much. Geek Fam, they were focusing on the wrong hero. They were focusing on Ice, on his Timbersaw, which we've seen a lot of teams kind of try to punish, which just gives them space for Savage. So didn't quite play out Geek Fam's way. Ended 10-30 if I recall right, and it's pretty dominant from Fnatic. So we'll find out whether or not Geek Fam will be able to fix that. They do ban out the Timbersaw, so that helps the cause. At least they take out that pesky Ice hero off the bat. So there's that.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't make that mistake of letting that Timbersaw through. It's a bit challenging with Fnatic though, right? Because you've got so many heroes to think about. If you don't ban out Ice's heroes, you've got to worry about Savage. There's Moon as well, which people, tend to underestimate how good Moon can be if you give him those particular heroes. He can really step up and carry the team himself if he needs to. Geek Fam, however, with their draft last game, they had the opening they love to go for. They had that Quap DK. They had a great draft in my opinion, but they just never could take off up against a team like Fnatic, which kind of concerns me for this next game. If you had that kind of opening that we've seen Geek Fam dominate with every single time they get,
Turn to pick.
how are they going to do without him?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit different. I think the biggest standout from game 1 was the fact that they did go with a Zephyr DK, which is not so common. I think they've done it only once before. Really didn't pay off then. Went off to a too slow start. So we'll see whether or not that's something they're going to toss Zephyr into. I think you might look for different Zephyr heroes here. The Quap would be a bit better still. Openings from both sides. Geek Fam start with the Ember, which we've seen a couple of times. Fnatic with an opening we've seen once before, right? The Witch Doctor Jug, with the sustain you get, is actually really hard to deal with. You banned out the AA on Geek Fam side as well, so you're going to have to look for another way to stop that sustain, because this is a lot of sustain coming out from Fnatic.
Remaining.
I wonder as well, right? I was going to bring this up earlier on, but is this the point where Fnatic, they have a really easy game 1 and they start memeing? Right? Because we've seen this every single time from Fnatic. They dominate game 1 and then game 2, they decide we're going to have a bit of a memeier draft. They start drafting things that aren't so meta. And I'm not saying Witch Doctor Juggernaut is bad by any sense, but we don't exactly see that being an opening duo from any team, let alone Fnatic. So I'm asking the question now, John, are they beginning to meme again?
Perhaps. I mean, you look at their bans, they ban out their own heroes.
Yourself, John, or something's happened. Very, very quiet.
Ooh.
Oh, hello,
Hello.
John.
All right.
I can hear you again.
Okay, it's my internet. I just saw Discord flash red, so you know how it is still. Whether or not they'll meme, I mean, you look at the bans, Mike, they ban out the Shaker Morph themselves, which they like to run. So I think that says a lot about the confidence they have. Still, Geek Fam, you can't meme against them, and they are number 2 right now. They did start with a Grimstroke to follow up that Ember. So you've got the Grim Ember combination, very potent if you can get the combos off. I think it's a lot more solid with the Ember Spirit. So there's a little bit more leeway there for Geek Fam. Not too off the mark for whatever they run. It still leaves me a bit worried for what might come out. Like Fnatic, the Chen's not banned out, and that's either an Ice or Jabs hero that plays into the sustain. I think at this point, it seems like a fairly straightforward pick if they wanted to go all in on just staying alive.
They're gonna have a very long think about it. They do go for the Nyx Assassin. We've seen that many times into the Ember, even into the Grimstroke with the Inkswell. It can be quite a devastating kind of hero to have. We've seen DJ play this as a pulse for many times, and he does a very good job of it. Geek Fam now, the world is still your oyster with this draft. Like, they've got so many options available to them. It's just a matter of what you want to go for. They have the DK, they have the Quap, they they could go back for those if they want. They can have a think about it now. I think there's just too many options.
Yeah, I think the Quap, it's a bit harder with the Knicks in the pool, although they still take it. It leaves me a bit worried. It's really easy for the Knicks to break up that combo with Spike Carapace, and really easy to punish with your Mana Burn, so you have to watch out for how far you toss that. Quap still leaves it a bit open for Geek, as we have again seen either the Ember or the Quap played by Carl, Cuckoo, and Zephyr. So you've got 3 positions to throw any of these heroes to. It's still fairly open for Geek Fam. Fnatic a bit more locked in. It's again likely that we see the Knicks Witch Doctor support, which isn't the most common, but isn't too off the mark. Still have to find out what exactly Fnatic wants from this Jug Witch. If it is for that sustain, I think you'll maybe look for either the Dazzle or the Chen coming out to get that done, or if you're looking for push, maybe the Enigma, you know, just to give you a lot of push for the heal you have. Those are going to be solid options here. Even the Beastmaster isn't actually banned out, so that's surprising that both teams have let that slide through without picking it up. That's been a priority ban for a lot of teams.
Well, Fnatic take the DK. Now, whether that's going to be an Ice DK, whether they're going to throw that mid, we don't know yet. We have no clue what they're up to here. But they do go for that DK pickup, maybe just not wanting to give it away to Geek Fam again. They don't have the Timber this time, so you haven't got the easiest way to deal with that Dragon Knight, even in the support role.
10 seconds remaining.
And not to mention, you could have run the mid DK and made the Ember plays a pulse 4. We've seen Zephyr do that before as well. So they won't give that combo away to Geek Fam. You did point out, though, there are still other heroes there. Like, you've got the Beastmaster if you want that kind of push potential. Not that I think it does particularly amazing up against the Jug Witch Doctor, but still a great pick. Just a matter of how they want to run that Quap. Cuckoo himself may not be feeling very good about his last performance on the Quap, so he may just ask to try and play something else this game. Just a matter of what now, because you've got this Dragon Knight to worry about. Maybe you pick the Necrophos yourself and just run that off.
Yeah, it's a possibility there. I think the Necrophos would give them some sustain on top. I just really worry about the impact of this Nyx. It makes it really easy to punish any hero with any form of AoE, Necrophos included. So if they do opt for that, you have to worry about the impact this Nyx can have in your combos. They go with the Luna, so a bit of a shake-up. They exchange heroes here. The Luna comes out, and I think there's potency here. For that Luna, they need to get early farm onto Raven for that, and kind of build the same pace you saw Savage have in game 1. So try to have a disruptive offlane there, give your Luna space to farm, be aggressive without your Luna, and by 15 to 20 minutes, the Luna should be ready. So takes a bit of cooking, but once it's done, it can play, and it's just, I think what Fnatic has can play a lot faster. We've seen Jugs not take too much time to farm up, and just join in, either with the SNY build, or the Manta build, or the Diffusal build, or the Mask of Madness. All of them not really the slowest build up, so we'll see if Geek Fam is given that space. They most certainly would like that space. I love the ban from Fnatic. They take the Venge, so the aura stacking's not going to be there with this Geek Fam draft, and makes it a little bit harder to maximize that Luna early.
I still do prefer this Luna, though, over, say, the Monkey King for a player like Raven. Because Raven does... when you see Raven being the most successful is when he's playing a hero where you can just escalate and farm on. And in fact, they do go for the Ogre as well straight afterwards. So they really do take a page out of Fnatic's book from that last game and just kind of go with the finishing they had. Whether it works out for Geek Fam is an entirely different story, but only time will tell. Fnatic, meanwhile, they have one last pick left. 3 seconds reserve time to make this pick.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's either going to be a mid hero or an offlane hero. It's either Moon or Einstein Science that's missing. And okay, we go for a Shadow Demon. It's going to be a mid Shadow Demon. No, it's an offlane. I saw Einstein on his stream has this game. I don't know what it is, but basically he just has random heroes he has to play in the offlane. I was watching this the other day. And I know he does some strange things in games. Shadow Demon offlane's a new one for me.
I feel like we've seen that once, very early on in groups, like way back. I think they've done this once, but it's still not very common, you know. They always do this, Fnatic. It looks like they're going with that route. Still, I think Shadow Demon as a core, you get the early farm, you rush the Ags, it's pretty darn good. That control you get, the damage you get out, so... And lots of value, Mike. You've got the Luna to clone. The Luna illusions just do so much more for you. So I think that's actually a really solid last pick for Fnatic. I don't think they're kidding around. They can just run this.
Okay. I mean, it makes enough sense when you put it that way. That is very true. You already have the Luna to take clones of. Obviously, the Ags, we've seen it before. You can literally spam the Purge 3 times on one hero if you just want to blow one hero up. Once you do have the Ags, especially during those, you've hit level 18, the damage is kind of insane. I believe it's something like you can deal 2.4k in total with 3 purges or something like that. It's somewhat ridiculous, but SS can really make this work because it's not going to be as easy as it looks. It's still going to be a bit of a hard matchup here up against that Luna Ogre. So they are going to run the Pos 4 Grimstroke on Geekfam. So they're going to run that in the off lane there with Cuckoo. But I do think this is going to be a bit more of a challenging off lane to say the least for Fnatic.
Yeah,
you never know.
That's
I guess you can really spam Shadow Poison quite effectively as a core Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that early progression is going to help. The early levels help. Again, just rushing levels to that disruption for the higher level clones is always really nice when you're playing against a Luna. It's really just down to ensuring that you keep that up early on. I think one thing to watch out for as well is you've got this really strong combination with the Nyx. Like, you can't possibly miss the Impale with that disruption setup. So you can look to that combo in the offlane, really take control early on if Fnatic do want to play aggressive.
So you can't possibly miss with that disruption setup, John? I don't know if you've played any pubs before, but it tends to happen quite a lot. I assure you it's very possible to miss with the disruption regardless of how easy it may be. We do see DJ, he does try to score himself a goal up against Ice. Successfully do so. Geekfam, of course, looking to really try and dominate this game too after that horrendous game 1 they had. It was quite a stomping from Fnatic, to say the least. Raven's actually rotating down to the bot lane as that Luna for now as well. So they may choose to run the off-lane Luna, maybe in an aggressive tri-lane. That could be very, very effective with an Ogre Grimstroke support lineup.
See you later, nerds.
Yeah, I think that also takes away any issues you might have with going up against that Shadow Demon early, so they're just trying to give Raven a pretty good lane to start off with as well, so he can get that early farm to start snowballing.
This is gonna leave Cuckoo a little bit susceptible here after that top lane, though, is it not? Like, I understand he'll have the blink when he does hit level 2, but it's going to be a bit rough. Like, you've got the Shadow Poison that Ice can spam out. You're going to have DJ there with the Impale. They may eventually just force DJ to come down bot to help out with this aggressive tri-lane, but he'll miss the first Impale of the game. I still worry about how Cuckoo deals with the Shadow Poison spam.
Yeah, he's not quite set up for it. Doesn't have a wand for the early spam, so Ice is just going to build up those stacks and get some really nice early damage on to Cuckoo. It's
bot lane, though. Savage taking a lot of damage, but Jabs was there with the paralyzing cast to make sure they couldn't actually keep going. But that was just a level 1 combo coming out from Geekfam. They can easily just go again if they wish, and they will. There'll be the Stroke of Fame with the Fire Blast, and Jabs, no, he'll still survive. Eventually, Zephyr does get the final auto attack to secure the kill. But if this keeps up, Savage is going to find no form of farm on this job.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow start for Savage, considering how much pressure Geekfam is putting down bot. I think the one thing is that Geekfam's slowing up their EXP progression. So Savage is still going to hit 6 at a good time. And as long as he can get that done, in certain key moments, you can still find a nice kill for yourself.
Of course, in the mid lane, you also see Moon there up against Carl. They're actually going at it right now. Carl might be pushing a bit too far. He does very far up, and Moon getting blocked by his own creep wave, but now will turn around. He has the Dragon's Breath in just a few seconds. Chains comes out now from Carl, but Moon is trying to bait him back in. No, he misses the breath. It was a nice attempt.
Tower is under attack.
Does just not work out for him, and that was completely blind out from Moon as well. But Carl's completely out of region, and Moon already has this inbuilt region, so he doesn't really need to worry. They do end up killing off Jabs down the pot lane, and now Moon does go down the mid lane. Carl finds him anyway.
Yeah, Moon walked right into the T1 range, so he caught a couple of right clicks, and Carl gets to live on, not punished for just staying here with no region. That's still a reset for Moon, I suppose, when he's back in. Gotta watch out for that Breathe Fire.
Maybe do it. Looking back up to that top lane, Cuckoo is not actually having as much of a struggle as you would once assume. He's actually leading in terms of last hits, or was, now Ice is, but he's doing just fine if he's solo up against the Shadow Demon. Bot lane DJ has rotated down to try and help out, and now Zephyr is going to be in trouble. That Grimstroke about to die, but he's winning the very fire. Now the Inkswell will come back out. Raven will turn around now, but they've got to be careful. Savage is doing a lot of damage with that spin. They do connect the Impale as well, but now they'll turn back around onto the Lucent Beam, but it won't be quite enough. And now the cast comes back out, bouncing towards Whiteman. He won't die. Savage will salve up, and somehow everyone down that bot lane does survive.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth there, and I mean, it looks like they really just want these cores to have that early farm. I think the only time you'll see Fnatic to maybe start pulling ahead in region is when you do have Jabs hit tree. So if he opts for a 1-1-1 build, that we see often, I think you've got a bit more space there for Fnatic to try to draw out those engagements.
Mid lane again, Moon's going at it here up against Carl. Does get the Dragon Tail off, and doesn't actually have enough damage with the Breathe Fire. Carl will just pop the Flame Guard, pop some bottle charges, and turn back around now. Very back and forth in this mid lane as continuous attempts to try and kill each other off, and it's not something you see too often with an Ember versus DK matchup. Usually they stagnate quite a bit in this mid lane, but Carl and Moon has really been at each other's throats. Back bot lane, Whiteman does end up killing off Savage.
Yeah, that's really important for GQM. They're investing a lot on this tri-lane, a lot more than Fnatic is, and they need every single kill they can find. So just slowing Savage down is great. Gives them a little bit more EXP to sustain the tri-lane. The progression of all of the supports in this game, though, are really slowed down. Jabs, you look at DJ, Whitemon, and Zephyr, it's not very fast, and this is going to hurt that progression. You do have your offlaners having a better time, like Ice is at 5, Cuckoo's just about to hit that point. So that's an early start for those heroes at the cost of these supports.
A very easy kill down a bot lane onto Whiteman. Yeah, they just chased him down while he was trying to contest that neutral pool that was going on the side. Zephyr and Raven weren't really able to help him out at all, as they were just trying to farm by that tier 1 tower. To allow Savage to try and get himself back into this lane. Raven is still dominating though, at 29-6. Rising cast, DJ is going to be there with the Impale on. Savage is out with the spin. Raven just trying to run away, but the Melodic may just pop him out. Still trying to run, but he should be dead here. They will get DJ, or maybe they won't. He's still running, but eventually does go down. Now the idea is if they can get Jabs on this Witch Doctor, be a positive trade, somewhat. Stroke of Fate, Fire Blast will be there, but the Healing Ward and Tier 1 Tower will protect Jabs on that Witch Doctor. They just can't secure the support kill.
Yeah, just trying to salvage that entire engagement for losing their Luna. I think with that kill, you balance out Savage's early loss as well. So it's just purely on CS now that you have Raven ahead. This should be the case as the game goes forward, because the Luna can clear camps a lot nicer. But the Jug does have ways, although...
Bot lane again. Wyman gonna go down. It's at that point now where once you go into the cask and impale, it's just a very, very easy setup for Savage. And that's just the level 2 spin. He's about to get that level 3 spin going as well in this jug. And, well, that's basically when you start guaranteeing kills in this lane.
Yeah, it gets a lot easier to pump that damage out. I think now you might have some more leeway to get rotations out in your supports as well. Does look like Geek Fam is the one to get that done first. They want to apply some pressure onto Moon, but he just kind of spots it and walks away.
I'll take that.
Trying to keep Carl protected on that Ember. He's just a little bit in terms of farm. But it's like Moon has decided he's going to TP down bot. Does have that dragon form up, and he wants to try and commit it ASAP. Of course, Geek Fam may try and just push in that mid wave a little bit onto that tier 1 tower, but they may not have much time. Top lane, however, Ice is going to die thanks to the rotation there from Whiteman and, of course, from Zephyr. But they are going to lose a tier 1 in the process if they don't react. They did use their TPs, so they've got to run all the way back down if they want to try and defend this. And it looks like they aren't even going to bother. They'll run down the mid lane instead. But I believe Fnatic will have plenty of time to make their way back into that mid lane and defend the tier 1 tower if necessary. So Fnatic will find themselves a very, very free tier 1.
Yeah, this sets them up quite nicely to get a bit more farm. Where Savage just freeing him up to go into the jungle for safe farm now. He needs to play a bit of catch up. He is slightly ahead of our Luna in terms of last hits and is actually top of net worth. But you want to maintain that. You want to build into your first big item, which looks to be in this case the Maelstrom build. Not something we've seen too often from Jugs now, but still, you know, something they can opt for and should allow Savage to ramp up his own farm.
Mid lane, DJ getting dive. Carl doesn't really have the chain. Remnants almost take him out. But now Moon's there with the Dragon Tail, and Carl, he used all of his remnants to try and go after that Nyx assassin kill. So now with the Malefic on top of him, he's probably going to die, but the Flame Guard will protect for now. Savage, meanwhile, chasing Zephyr with a spin. Doesn't have Omni Slash yet, but with the phase boots, it should be enough to just chase him down. Meanwhile, Carl is still in trouble, and they will eventually get the kill. Pick it up, and now mid lane, Cuckoo does come in and secure the jump kill. But here comes Jabs, paralyzing cast, does bounce back towards the pot, but DJ misses the impale again. So Cuckoo gonna keep running, but ultimately with the raindrops blocking out some of that magic damage from the Melodic is just gonna be fine. Now they can't get the trade.
Yeah, rather unfortunate for Fnatic. Losing Savage like that is a bit of a blow. Do see Geek Fam with Raven start to pull just a bit ahead with that kill. And this is definitely helping Geek Fam a lot. They just want their Luna to be up and running ahead of the Jug. Fnatic, they've got to be a bit careful with how far forward they put Savage, but if they find trades, it should be okay.
Oh, the DK going to be in trouble now, but Ice does go for disruption. Moon's still in huge trouble. Does get chased down and killed off. Ice trying to fight back by himself. He's got a lot of shadow poison stacks going out on everyone. Now the Death Lord will fly out. Jabs should secure the kill onto Zephyr though. No, he doesn't die quite yet. Wyvern, however, runs back in with the Ink Sword. Should be enough, but now Savage does come in with the Omni Slash. And Cuckoo, he's just trying to run away, but the spin gonna be there, but the blink will also be out from the clock. So ultimately, that will be a positive trade out from Geek Fam. They do get a 2 for 3.
Yeah, it's a lot to throw out, and losing Ice like that isn't the best, but you still find a better trade. Savage carries those kills on his back, and does give him a bit of an injection. So you're seeing Savage still keep up pace with Raven. While the Raven is getting a lot of free space now, uncontested. This might hurt Fnatic down the line if they leave Raven alone for too long, but it looks like for now, Fnatic does just want some early objectives on the map.
That they do. I mean, you've got a Dragon Knight after all, that's kind of what he does. But they haven't brought that DK up here, Moon. He's still in the mid lane. He is trying to set up onto Carl, but he's going to be just fine. Run back into the mid lane and meet up with his team. Geek Fam, they've smoked up his 3 as well. Going to run into DJ, who will break the smoke. They'll place the sentry, and that should mean DJ dies. Sonic Wave will be out, however. Spike Carapace will protect for a little bit. but ultimately they do secure the kill. However, they don't defend that T1 top tower.
Yeah, I think that's a bigger win for Fnatic. They break the smoke, they use it on a support, and they're in a prime position to fight back if they wanted to, although they don't have Omni, so probably not the best idea to jump into that, and they're just going to be happy to find that free objective.
With that as well, Savage should be getting very close to picking up that Maelstrom now. He is bringing out a Mithril Hammer for himself on that jump. He's going to need some kind of farming tool like that to be able to keep up with the Luna, of course, because she does have the inbuilt glaives. Raven actually opting to go for a Dragon Lance himself on that Luna. Well, we don't really know what... No, we do know what else he's going for. He is going to go into the Manta build now. So, fairly standard stuff. You did mention he should go physical build on this Luna this game, and that's exactly what he does intend to do. It's going to be a matter of whether the Savage can keep up.
Yeah, it's a lot more value for Geek Fam as they do have the Ogre, so I think you don't want this to drag on too long still. DJ trying to scout out.
He does, but Whiteman will get a stun off onto the jump. Savage going to lose a lot of HP, so he's just going to spin TP away. That'll mean Fnatic just are going to have to back everyone out. They're just trying to get control of that Geek Fam jungle and try to take it away from Raven. But Geek Fam, of course, are refusing to let that go. Seems as though Fnatic are going to at least need that mid-tier 1 tower before they have full control of that jungle. Boone already looking to try and set that up now in the DK.
Yeah, it's been slow going for that mid. They've been focused on the side lanes a lot more. Once that's out, your rotation should be a bit more successful. This is giving some space to Fnatic as well to try to farm up. You look at Ice, does have the Necronomicon 1, so his farm is starting to kick into gear. It's just going to finish his Arcane Boots next. Really down to him how to itemize whether he goes for durability for his team or just more damage for the Ags. Going to be important.
Been caught out here. Trying to go on to Zephyr there with Disruption, but he will ultimately die. Make matters worse, Carl did end up picking up the regen room. Now jumps in. Still has the regen active, by the way. Carl will keep going, but now he's been stunned up. Soulbind will be there, however. Carl took a lot of damage, but it won't matter. Raven still secures the kill off the jabs, and Carl looks like he will to get to the Melodic unless he gets the Slide of Fist off, and he won't. He will die, and now Savage goes to the Omni. It is up to Raven, but he's not taking that much damage. Cuckoo will also jump in on that Queen of Pain, and this jump just can't finish off the kill, so Cuckoo will chase him down, understanding spin is not available. They don't have a way to cancel the TP. Nevertheless, though, mid lane Sonic Wave does come through. Moon will die as well as DJ on that Nyx Assassin. And these two teams are just going at it. Constant team fights going on. In fact, it's not even over. Cuckoo jumps in on the high side. Disruption will come out. Jab's trying to follow up, and now Whiteman will stun him up with the Fire Blast. Zephyr back in there with Carl on the Ember. They'll go back onto Jab rather than try and kill off Cuckoo. The clock does die, but Ice will also die. Now Jab's does finally go down, but Savage he's gonna make a run for it. He doesn't have spin or TP right now, so all he could possibly do is fight back. But Geek Fam afraid of the rotations to come in from Fnatic to back off.
From that exchange, Geek Fam is really starting to pull ahead. Not a massive lead yet. 2K 9-17 at 15 minutes in. It's still the start, and you are seeing Raven widen that gap between him and Savage. So our Luna is building up, just one part away from the Manta. This is going to be a big timing for Geek Fam. I think Fnatic, they've got to be really careful with whether or not they sacrifice Savage in exchange. You need your Jug to be up as well, and just with a Maelstrom, it's not quite enough. He is going for the SNY, so he just wants to bulk up and keep that aggression, which I think is perfectly fine. It's just that he needs those items up more at first, and Fnatic needs to tighten up how they initiate. They've been kind of scattered out when they force these fights. They need to be able to disable a couple of these slippery heroes first and ensure their supports have some space to channel, especially Jabs. You need him alive with a Death Ward to really help you with the damage here.
Yeah, that you do. Of course, Cuckoo's actually going to go for a Necro Springboard Rush on that Quap, which is something we don't really see every day on those Queen of Pain, but that's what he wants. Bot lane, Jabs is going to get caught out of the Witch Doctor and should just die. will use the Death Ward, but he does get tipped for it. However, Fnatic, mid lane, do start forcing that Tier 1 tower. So I'm not sure if that's really a Geek Fam win. They're missing out on a lot of objectives here. They do get the bottom Tier 1 at least. Their mid Tier 1 on its last legs will just be denied off there from Whiten.
Yeah.
So now all Tier 1's down for Geek Fam, and to make matters worse, Moon does have that blink up now. It's just coming on the courier.
That should really help Fnatic out with their issue in starting these fights. So they've got a solid, dependable stun to start off with. Not just DJ walking around and getting spotted, which, you know, Geek Fam has been very disciplined about. They've got so many sentries on the map to ensure that this Nyx doesn't get maximized. So you're going to have to rely on Moon to jump in if you want to force fights. There you go.
Does jump in. It's going to be an easy plus 5 kill there onto Whiteman. He will just die. Gonna need a bit more than that though, I guess, for Fnatic. Like, you still want to really kill off Raven, who is sitting at almost 10k net worth now on that Luna. I believe he just needs that ultimate orb to finish off the Manta, and that's basically done after this ancient wave though. So Mine can come out mid lane. Carl gonna be able to rip it out, but the Melodic will tick him out anyway. In fact, it was Ice there with the Shadow Poison that did secure the kill onto that Ember Spirit. They do invade that dire side triangle, trying to find out Raven, but he's already left. Now Moon looking to just deal with these Necromonicon units from Cuckoo. Those are level 3, by the way, now.
Yeah, it's a good amount of gold going the way of Fnatic. You do have the Necronomicon level 3 from Cuckoo up and running. So there is more coming out from those books now. Potency for the push as well. You think you've got to be a bit careful there.
Never mind. Savage will just spin TP. They didn't quite get the Fire Blast off in time, so he had plenty of time to get out of there. Overall though, do you think Geek Fam's winning this game? Like, in terms of net worth, obviously they are, but 3 Tier 1 towers already. They've only taken one back themselves. I'm not sure if you call this a win. In fact, hold that thought, because they are going to smoke up now, but Moon will blink out in time, so now smoke has been broken. They're going to try go through the mid lane and maybe get DJ on this Nyx assassin, but he's also out of it. So I suppose the only option left is to maybe set up that Tier 1 mid tower, but they don't have a creep wave.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame without smoke. You mentioned Geek Fam, if they're winning or not. It's 11 to 18 with just a 2k advantage. That means all of your gold is going to the Luna, so it's really down to Raven to try and carry that. Luna can overtake quite nicely, but you also worry about the potency of those disruption illusions. We've seen a lot of Lunas not deal with those well. So it's an issue of a back and forth timing there still. Savage a bit too far forward.
Okay, but top lane Savage is going to go for the spin away. He had TP off cooldown in a few seconds, but now, while that spin's gone, he is just going to die. This jump pick just hasn't really seemingly worked out at all quite yet for Fnatic. They're still trying to get that farm up onto Savage. He's got the Yard Shot, but it just hasn't got the Sarge. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, Moon, Dragon Tail up onto Carl. He will also get impaled, and Moon will just try and TP away, but Whiteman had the Fire Blast. He was right underneath Vision as well, so it was a very, very easy stun out for the Ogre. There was just no way that DK was getting out of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam has been really disciplined about their warding. They've had a lot of sentries. They've had some pretty good obs wards as well, and with that, they go straight to the pit. That is spotted out by Fnatic though, so they know what's going on.
They know DJ's there on the staircase as well, so DJ might have to back off for a little bit, but Geek Fam feel the same way. Shadow Poison's coming up from Ice. Can't let them stack up too high. This Roshan attempt will be nullified, at least for now. They're not going to go back for a bit, I don't think.
Yeah, that should give Fnatic some breathing room before forcing a fight there. They would want Savage around to maybe follow up still. A lot more Fnatic has to work on. It's not too bad. 11 to 22, 4k disparity from that is workable. it does tell you that, again, a lot of this farm on GeekFam is on and no one else. So there are some issues spreading the wealth to Cuckoo and to Carl. It's just that there's still progression there despite that. Like, Carl has the Spirit Vessel, so he's mitigating the heals coming out from Fnatic. Fnatic haven't really maximized this DJ Nyx. It just hasn't had as much pickoffs and setups as you'd expect it to. So I think Fnatic has to try and build off of the control they do have, but they're much more interested in just trying to keep Savage safe, which is equally as important, but you are giving space away doing that.
He is basically in the same position that the Zephyr was in last game. He's just trying to go for a Blink Dagger on that Nyx, but he just can't quite get there. We are getting quite late into this mid game now, where he really does need that up if that's what he wants to go for. He's running really low in terms of gold. Fnatic just desperately trying to hold on to this tier 1 tower. You have the Guiding Greaves now up on Eyesight's side, so there's a lot more sustaining durability there on the Shadow Demon, and his whole team for that matter. And are they going to try and sneak a Roshan? I don't think they get away with this. They won't. Savage is still farming the top lane and does take out the tier 2 top tower while they were taking that tier 1 mid. That'll give him enough gold to have the full Mjolnir up. So with that, perhaps you've got enough damage output now from this jump to try and go for another team fight if you are the side of Fnatic. However, you would be fighting to Raven's 10-second BKB charge. GeekFam getting smoked up. Jumping onto Jam, they'll go for the chains onto that Shadow Demon with the Sonic Wave now. Eyesight's going to fall very low. Jam does go down, the Sleep takes Eyesight's come down. The Omni does fly out, really killing off no one yet. Cuckoo does eventually fall on the clock, and now Carl also will go down on the Ember. Wyman trying to turn around and kill Ice, but he'll be just fine. And so the one time GeekFam actually try and smoke up and make that big team fight happen, unfortunately for them, it was without Raven. And they do end up losing a 3-1 trade, and Fnatic can easily go for the Roshan play now.
Yeah, this is the scary thing about Fnatic. You give them an opening like that, they will take a lot more. So that lead GeekFam have, it's still pretty nice. You are seeing Fnatic's core start to pull ahead, especially Ice. He's just so hard to kill off with what he's built up. He's building up an EXP, he's grabbing that blink as well to get his own easy distance closing for the pickoffs, and with its Aegis coming out here for Savage, it becomes a bit harder to commit on killing the Jug as long as Savage spaces out his spell usage on those 2 lives.
Well, what point do you think you'll see Raven starting to join in on these team fights on this Luna? Like, that last one we just saw, it felt like if he was involved with that 10-second BKB charge, that would have been an entirely different story. He was not there, however, and even now he is still just prioritizing farm over actually fighting with his team. It kind of begs the question, like, does he outscale the Jug later on in the game?
It's a bit awkward as you go into the late game. Like, her right clicks are nice with the glaives, but Jug, when you reach that point where you do have that mini slash with the Ags, I think there's a lot more openings for the Jug. So you don't want to drag it too late. Again, you always worry.
Look at Savage up in that top lane. It just forced down half the HP of that tier 3 tower now. They'll put the Bloodlust on it, but there's nothing there to try and protect the tier 3 from. I guess the creep wave's coming in. But you're at that point where Savage is going to keep split pushing that top lane, trying to force GeekFam back. Now they can go on to Cuckoo in that mid lane with a nice intel out from deep. He does also have the blink in Cuckoo. We're trying to blink away, but no, it was following him down. It cancels the TP. Cuckoo is definitely dead. The Purge got placed there by Ice, and Jabs had enough damage with the Melodic. That paralyzing cast just followed him down with the blink. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not nice of the Cascan. GeekFam from a 4K lead down to just 1K. So Fnatic is building up a lot more. You go back to the point with that Luna. I think Raven, when he went for that BKB, he should fight. Like, there's no other point in early BKB. It doesn't accelerate your farm. So he's missing out on that item, and just like that, Savage takes the tier 3.
That he does. Onto the rats. Soulbine's gonna fly out. Now, he's while they're onto Wyman, but they're not really going in. They're being very, very hesitant about this. Of course, the healing ward is going to be there from the Savage, just healing up all the damage they pumped out onto Moon. So he's just fine with taking all this damage. Now the healing ward does die, but they found the Millie Racks up at the top lane, and Geek Fan taking too long. Einstein Science, he jumps into the disruption. Now Cuckoo is going to try and get in there. Oh, he does connect on 2, but the Omni will kill him off. They just can't win this. The Dragons up there onto Raven. They clear them out. And Fnatic back into that Rax now, secure the top lane. There'll be a buyback out from Whiteland, but they're out there.
Yeah, all of that without having to expend the Aegis as well, so Savage is still good to go, and you're seeing that sustain kick in here, Mike. You've got 2 levels now on Jabs with a Voodoo, so every time they have the Voodoo and Healing Ward up, man, you just can't kill these guys off. They just stay alive for too long.
Oh, Whiteman, he got jumped on. He can't die like this. He just fought that. He doesn't yet, but Impel does come in from DJ, and that's going to be enough. Off the 70. And Fnatic, I mean, they're full HP and basically full mana. Feel like they can keep going through that mid lane. You've also still got the Aegis on Savage, and he wants to go. Raven also has the Eclipse. DJ jumps in, gets the stun off with the stroke of fate. Now Cuckoo will try and protect. Soulbind just fly out. Moon, he blinked in to try and get a stun off. But they're not really going to follow up on that Soulbind. It's very, very defensive. And it looks like they are just going to try and wait out Whiteman. But you've got so much sustain here with the Guardian Greaves Healing Ward and the healing from Jabs. And now Raven getting taken out by his own illusion. Can't come in from the back, from the behind, but it doesn't really work out. He has to run the back forward. Now Einstein Science being coached up. They do BKB. He will die. Cuckoo jumps in onto Jabs. The Dragon Tower does come out from Moon. He does die now. Savage, however, is in trouble. He still holds on to the Aegis and will lose it. Jabs, Deathward with the cast. DJ unable to get a stun off. Fnatic, do you want to keep going? They still have plenty of time on that Dragon form. And now Cuckoo's dead. And so they say, yes, we'll keep going. Omni Clutch is back up in about 10 seconds.
They just finish up the Scotty while that was happening as well for Savage. So he has more stats and more damage.
Getting jumped on, Disruption going to save him. He'll be fine to blink out of there. Now with the Dragon form illusions, they can just keep pushing in that rat. Savage goes for the big Omni. Wyman's going to drop very, very quick. Cuckoo, or rather Carl, does manage to render it away. The Savage doesn't mind that. He'll go back into that mid lane rats. And we still have a Pitstone on Raven. He has not been able to commit it. Another Soulbind flies out, but they've already lost that mid rats. Sonic Wave, no, Moon takes no damage. He had the BKB up. They just can't kill it. And now Fnatic's back in. They've moved up Raven. He BKB's popped the Eclipse. The Savage is taking hardly any damage. Raven's dying too quick. He will go down. Cuckoo needs to run, but Einstein Science is on the chase with the Shadow Poison spam. They get him as well. It's looking bad. This is looking real bad for Geek Fam as they are onto the tier 4 towers now. They can't push the final lane of rats, but it doesn't matter. They just don't respect the side of Geek Fam with this draft at all right now. As Carl's trying to run, but he's been stunned up and there's too much damage coming in. He will bounce and he will rim it through the fountain, but they're just camping the fountain down. That's a full stun from Jabs. Who forced after me? How dare they? It was Defa on the Grimstroke that managed to get that done. Savage, however, is just concentrating on the tier 4 towers. They're still trying to defend this, but Savage is pushing way too fast. There's so many heals coming in, they can't get through the HP pools. They never have to back off. Now Carl, he ends up going down the end, but no buyback available on him. They jump back in with Cuckoo, but Cuckoo just blinked. He must be dead. Yeah, he's gone. The GG's been called. Oh, Fnatic, what a way to finish this series off. They just play for one rats and they never go back.
That is really one way to do it. Yeah, that's one way to do it. And Fnatic, well, game 1 was highly dominant. Game 2, Geek Fam,
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off. And he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlane.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're gonna struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because of his rupture. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm as this here.
Got to be
Watch
careful
Jerax.
who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this invis rune. Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees, he's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level up the L.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Crates. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Claws as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save, he's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out, Seb goes for the TP, they've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now, Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. Is he ready to push in? Look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of Rack. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already gone, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head for this team fight. The LGD are for gold, but no blood taken with 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled.
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Ana's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult set, jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will will survive. Seb pots the BKB. He'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. And Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon Disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Port Spirits. On the bottom rune, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding onto that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Ana, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split, of course, up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Ana up in the skies. As this Rax on the top lane will fall, the melee Rax gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top Rax, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
Check, Ana is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. Oh, he's in. The call, the MP, the counter, but FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Get it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pots the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball. The snowball over to Thompson. The self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No Tail. No Tail puts the hand of God, but No Tail beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Ana. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jarex coming in, keeping Ana alive. Ana with a doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the 2 of them. Ana trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Ana again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jarex back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Boss the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jarex. Jarex is gone. Ana as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus? And X-Nova are so low. As the buyback for Jarex comes in, he's healing Ana back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the attraction. They find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without 2 of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jarex onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh, doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Ana, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Ana again with the doppelganger. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Ana will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
No, back. Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time, too, for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead that PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25 is now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taking down these guys. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refreshing shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. But just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
Being spotted out.
Got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns up. The blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just with a shadow blade. As soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Fancy Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing huge issues in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these teams.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rex left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jerax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Can they save the hand of God comes through? Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the Primal Split out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Arme. The bash is coming through, but the Blade Mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY bites back straight away. Anna looking towards Somnus again. The doppelganger. Arme on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jerax. Jerax with the tether. Arme turns into Roger. There's the call. Seb, he catches Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the beat, into the call. Seb, he's got the disabling Chalice to them. The damage they got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He gets hexed. He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice buys back. Straight back into the game. Anna trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow-up. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time. The Bananas on top of it. Now it's Seb's got the blade on FY.
Okay.
With the snowball again. Thompson, Jarax focusing the rags. Thompson gets the hex up onto X-Nova. Seb healed up by Jarax. Anna still full health at the moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee racks. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second set. 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're going to keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double gagger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jared in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jared gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range rack standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's coming. This is only 3 racks left in this game. What are the range racks on the side of LGD? Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback. It was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy. But Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback. But 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. The PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
Keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here in Game 4, the TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, now leading 9K advantage in net worth. LD able to join us.
I don't believe they actually have any 4 stabs on the side of LG. That's generally how you deal with a scythe of ice. And I think they can get a scythe of ice on the core, get a blink call, and that hero is likely dead without buyback at this point. So OG, I would say, definitely favored at this point of the game, especially with PL having buyback. LGD, they have a couple minutes to think about what they want to do before this second Roshan.
Yeah, they can't be totally reliant on FY just getting these perfect snowball saves. Or even, like, I saw in the last fight too when it was down bottom, he even tried like Walrus kicking the IO away from when he was tethered from somebody else. They need to find some other ways to be able to save, in particular that Brewmaster, who is just time and time again is the most important hero, it does seem, for LGD.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with the BKB call. The snowball is the only thing, but they have Bloodthorns, they have Scythe of Ice for the Tusk, they have a lot of things available. Maybe Aeon's is perhaps for Brewmaster. I'm not exactly sure what the best way for him to deal with it is. It looks like he is going for an Octarine perhaps for almost permanent.
The sentry's down there. They see Thompson, but Thompson, he's already quick with the play. The Tornado into EMP, Cold Snap as well, they've got the Hex, but there won't be any further jumping. They just poke at Arme.
They're trying to make space.
They got the Mega Creeps.
That's the distraction play right there.
Up against the Mega Creeps. PSG LGD, it's what stands between them and the championship title here in Game 4.
And they got it right before that wave, before that 59-minute mark too, so we already have the Mega Creep wave coming in, that momentum pushing onto LGD's side.
And you look at their lineup, can PSG LGD's heroes deal with the Mega Creeps? it's hard. They don't really have that sort of incredible D-push or AoE sort of hard hitters to deal with it.
That's kind of what they've been lacking in a lot of this game, right? That's what we've been talking about with the illusions, with the PL. They've got ways to find them or ways to kill them if they find the exact one, but as for doing that, it's very tough when they don't have just the Dispel from Chalice.
And he does too much damage to ignore at this point with the Bloodthorn. And on top of that, Roshan is going to respawn in about 1 minute's time. LGD, I think their buybacks are going to cool down around that time, but I just don't think they can withstand this onslaught from OG. They really want to be able to defend this Roshan. It's super obvious when there's Mega Creeps. Mega Creeps, that's the luck thing that you have. You can just wait a couple of seconds. You know, the creeps will be hitting at your T4s if you wait.
As Ana commits forward. Has no boots, but a full Eye of Scotty. 3,800 health now on this PL, who hasn't been dying for a very long time. Now he's got easier ways, easier kill opportunity, and much more survivability.
Yeah, he probably has like maybe 7,000, 8,000 HP effective with the Butterfly evasion and the heal and overcharge, and the Hand of God is just way too much. And the lifesteal from Shen too.
OG. Clearing out the pit. Very, very soon to be spawning. Roshan and PSG LGD are well aware.
Roshan's up. Looks like only OG knows.
Arme and Ana. He's losing action. Arme's gonna get caught out by the tornado though.
10
They've opened up onto him. Arme trying to get on top of Ana. The BKB pop by challenge. He'll get the ult out. No Tail getting got out straight away by a fight with the snowball. No Tail's dead for 100. They'll get the Chen. Ana in the midst of it, trying to lock down onto FY. The rest of his team about to come over to get the tornado. Out onto number 7. Looking for the cool control onto Arme. Has he got it? Arme getting stunned up by the call set, but he's able to wait for him up the high ground. Thompson blinks in. He gets the hex up with FY with the snowball save. They get the bash out. Soldiers will be able to find the IO, but they're fully low OGD. That Soldiers dead for 2 minutes. They get Thompson. Thompson dead for 2 minutes. Only Ana. Ana, can he do it here? Is it half out save? Kept alive off the back of that fight, as that very much looked like PSG LGD were able to tip OG over the edge, but that plus 100 Berserker score, you could see Seb as well being very careful with how he used it, keeping it to that opportune moment after any potential sort of Manta dodges have been done by Thomas Arme, and he gets the call.
9 doppelgangers using it just in that area around the Ancients from the PL. Just the constant barrage of illusions giving that distraction to allow Seb to get that call off.
And that's another Roshan for OG.
These fights have to be so hectic for the players. There's like 30 PLs.
There's just both sides. I mean, even the Enchantress is like taking a PL, and then the Morphling turns into PL.
I'm just impressed we haven't had any frame drops.
10 seconds remaining.
Azana. Down the middle lane.
Just walking down with a DD.
The tier 4s. Ana says he's done with this. He wants to end this game. The buyback will come out from FY. Ana. It's going to be snowballed. Ana. He's in. He's not got any backup on the way. FY will be able to get out with the Invis, but this doppelganger just over and over again, meaning that Ana could just stand in. Now he's got the backup of Jarex. He gets Hex. Oh, he didn't expect it. He didn't expect the Hex, but he's still fine. Jarex had the Odis, but X-Nova into the snowball. They'll turn towards Jarex. The Hanagon coming out. Jarex has been nullified. They hit doppelganger once again. X-Nova. He will survive for now. But buybacks were forced out by that aggressive play from Ana. At the same time, Seb did buyback himself on the Axe. But LGD are back up as a full 5-man.
Jesus, this is insane.
I mean, Ana was super safe there. I'm not exactly sure why I said buyback, but I mean, he has Heart, he has Wiz behind him, he has Aegis, he has everything. His buyback.
And as you can see there, that is the big difference. There are 4 buybacks available on OG. Only 1 available for LGD.
Oh, this momentum pushing in. And an arcane rune up top. If they give that to Ana, oh my god. Even more illusions, even more doppels.
Oh,
Let's go.
that is
2.1 second cooldown.
2.1 second cooldown.
Oh man.
Okay. Azana,
This is it.
he's ready to put it to use. Straight into the base he goes, doubling forward, he gets the jump onto X-Nova, the ghost set to keep an X-Nova fine for now. Anna looking to turn his commitment towards Arme, Thompson comes in with a deafening blast from the side, the EMP finishes X-Nova off, he's dead for 110 Seb, pots the BKB, looks for the cool control onto F5, and F5 does get the snowball off in time. Arme looking on top of Jarrus, but Thompson turns, they get the hex out onto him, he'll get himself back into the ball, the BKB's out in time as Arme cuts down Rotel with a wave forward, finds the kill. Anna looking to get on top of Arme, the BKB's about to wear off. The Mega Crease beating down upon the edge of the G. Seb in again. The call on top of Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. Chalice, BKB pop. He's trying to commit, trying to deal with Anna being silenced by the blood right. But the ancient is falling. The Hex is out. They're going to be able to find themselves. Chalice 3 dead on LGD. OG hitting the ancient. Hitting the ancient. Again, John, FY, he's found himself no-tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's no-tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for no-tail as Arme comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
10 seconds remaining.
Too much. We have to find out what else they build around that.
Sure.
5 seconds.
But now those Signal Ultra, they're going to make their third pick.
Entirely just to be like, Anna, I'm joining
It's
you.
a very
I got
interesting. Strong right now. Basically always has been, in all fairness.
Yeah.
It hasn't really been weak at any stage. Just its kit altogether is amazing. Just needs a few kind of maybe an item or two to be relevant enough to be able to actually cast Fiend's Grip from a distance without getting caught out. But overall, it's even without, it's still pretty darn good. Signal Ultra, 50 seconds reserve time left. They're still thinking. By the way, I did see someone was asking who would win in a fight between you and I, John. I was about to chime in, but, you know, hopefully that never has to happen. You know, I don't want to get my nails out and scratch you, John. You know, you better watch out. I've been in a few cat fights myself, so.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I would say on paper it would be pretty even. I think the physical output's fine. The biggest issue is I'm asthmatic, so I'd die after 1 round. I would actually I would faint after 1 round. That's the way it happens in the ring as well. Still, you see Signal, it's a favorite of yours, Mike. 2 favorites now, the Bane and the Earth Spirit coming out. I think you really like this combination, and it's solid, right? It's solid control, great team fight, not quite locked into anything just yet, and boom, they take this chance to pick the Venge. This opens a lot for Boom. We've seen this before, but the Venge leads into a Medusa for them. They're the only team to really be successful with that. I wouldn't be too surprised if they went for it.
My automatic thought was the Luna, but then I realized once you pointed it out, wait, this is Boom Esports. They do love running those unkillable kind of POS ones, and
5 seconds
well,
remaining.
you mentioned it. We've seen the Medusa Venge out from them before. They are very dominant with that combination. Nobody seems to be able to actually stop Dreamersoft from farming every game he's in. And for now, Signal Ultra, they do take the Kunkka, so they've got some great team fight. A very early to mid-game round kind of draft for themselves thus far. Boom Esports, their draft hasn't changed either. They are also very, very good at fighting in that mid-game. It's just going to be a matter of what they pick up now for those last 2 calls, and they are going to get the Lone Druid pickup to start off with, which is... it's great. I guess we weren't thinking of that when we thought of Venge, though, right? Like, it was a bit more of an unorthodox pick to go for with the Venge.
Yeah, it's not common with Avenge, but this is also something Boom picks up multiple times. They're one of the 2-3 teams to pick up that Lone Druid to great success. So I expect Dreamosol to get that early farm in the bear. You do have to be really careful with where you put that bear in this case. There is a lot of good damage from Signal to find it. and build off gold advantage from picking that off. So micromanagement going to be important, but Boom has set themselves up for a really fast push. NPLD, it's just really a lot to deal with. Even with the Venge Aura, just makes it a lot easier to take away those early towers. So Signal have to delay that off. I think they do have the draft to do that. The Kunkka gives them a lot more durability in these fights and gives them good control to follow up from their Quap. So it's shaping up nicely. I think both traps are pretty balanced. I will give an edge to Boom just because of how they've been performing. I've got to see what Signal does with their Queen of Pain, because we've seen them play that 4 games in a row last time, or at least 2 out of 4 games, and it wasn't the most successful execution of that hero.
Remind me, do they have the Arcana? Was this the team that I was getting slightly annoyed about because the first day the Arcana came out, they kept taking the Quap and they didn't have the Arcana?
Yeah.
Them?
I think it is Signal. Yeah, I believe it is. Like, I don't think anyone has a levels except James. He has level 200. Yeah. But no shaming there. It's just, you know, it's not a priority for Signal Ultra right now, I don't think.
I suppose not. Boom Esports, their final ban out now. They did get rid of the TA on Signal Ultra side. So Boom, looking to make their final ban. Seems as though Signal Ultra are still, of course, missing that position 1 for themselves. Again, I do believe they're going to want something kind of early here. I don't think they want something to go into the late game if you are Signal Ultra. You can afford to, but the Earth Spirit in particular does tend to drop off quite a bit once you get into those later stages. He's a god amongst men when we're talking about the first 10-15 minutes, and then after that, he can still be good, but, you know, it's... Like, if we're talking about Jerax, sure, I believe, you know, he can make it work, but there's only a few plays out there that can really stretch this hero to that point where he's just a monster even in the later stages of the game. Boom Esports, well, they'll still think about this last ban out now. They already got rid of the Spectre from their 5th ban. I mean, what don't you want up against that lone druid? Like, maybe the Ricky? The Ricky would probably be a decent ban here.
That's a response we've seen a lot of into that LD. I think that would be pretty solid. I think other heroes for a bot that are in the pool might not be the best, but are kind of options for Signal. Something like the Troll could make an appearance again. We've seen a bot play that multiple times. I think he's been very fond of the Jug as well, just going off of what they've drafted before. So those are probably what they've been looking at. I think ban out the best. Like the Spectre is something a bot's played a couple of times to success, and a Ricky as well for the LD, but you don't have those options now. Still, we'll find out as I accidentally dropped my cam, so I'm just gonna reconnect there, and the LC does appear for Boom. So they've got the offlane they're looking for. It gives them solid control. I think in this case, you are giving yourself a pretty nice offlane there for FBZ.
Mike, John, for the love of
yeah, that happens. Yeah, still, we're back. Sorry about that. And it's the Troll. So not the best. I don't think that's the most confidence in inspiring pause 1, but it's what we've seen about play. You know, it's a comfort pick for him. So it's there. I think the response for the LC is pretty darn good. The timing from Boom is a bit more solid. Signal, they need to give a bot a lot of space, and they really need to maximize those 2 supports. That's key for them to find their momentum here.
Okay, I like it. I do like this from both teams. Could be a very, very interesting game. Of course, Dreamer Soul and that lone druid's going to be a problem. We all know this. Every game we've seen Boom Esports in, they just kind of tend to let Dreamer Soul have as much space as the man wants. He gets to some ridiculous point in the farm game and eventually just carries the game for Boom Esports. They love playing this 4 Protect 1 kind of draft. The Signal Ultra will kind of need to do the same. About maybe forced to try and join in early on in these team fights. Is with the lone druid, you can kind of drag him along, as he does tend to be quite strong even in the early stages with that Spirit Bear. I guess, you know, having 2 heroes is a pretty strong thing to have when you're playing lone druid. And if he farms fast enough, gets that Mask of Madness, the Deso build, maybe goes into the MKB build, doesn't really matter either way. He's going to be online so darn quick. I just wonder if the back can kind of keep up on this Troll.
Yeah, it's going to be important for him to try And again, it's down to that early game. It's down to the supports to try to make that happen, which kind of brings another question in mind. Like we talked about this earlier, but the scalability of these supports are kind of up in the air. Like Hyde has so much room to grow on that Shaker compared to Bane Earthspirit. There's just not much progress. I guess the Bane's control gets a bit more, but you mentioned the shortcomings of the Earthspirit, and that's something Signal will have to factor in as the game drags on.
Yeah. Well, we'll go with it. Boom Esports up against the side of Signal Ultra. Game number 1. Put some lovely HUDs up as well. To Signal Ultra, Bat, he's of course going to run down to the bot lane on the patrol. He'll be there with Grims on the Bane. You'll have James in there in the mid on that Conker. It should be up against... In fact, they're running Dream Assault mid on that lone Druid up against the Conker, which I don't mind too much. I actually don't mind the idea of Makoto just being in the safe lane as that Prophet, because up against the Conker, he can't really win the lane. The lone Druid might just have a better time.
Yeah, I don't see this being a major issue because you can play around with a bear. You could argue that the bear is going to be copying some damage early. It's still a very tanky bear at level 1. You know, it's not like you're going to have the burst damage to deal with it, so there is still a lot of options there for Dreamosol. It does mean that Boom cannot allow their side lanes to bleed out. Like, the presence you're getting from an NP up top compared to the LD is not as strong, I want to argue, and that does leave Signal with some openings for their early aggression to work out.
Be a bit of a rough lane down the spot lane for Signal as well. Like, up against the LC, Legion Commander doesn't really lose many lanes. So,
Battle begins.
actually, Grim's going to go ahead and just swipe a boundary in for himself there. Nice little play, but leave, no, that will be a 3, no, it will be a 2 for 2 anyway. FBZ, Kesfu did manage to find 2 boundaries themselves, so it ends up 2 for 2. But what I was trying to say is this bot lane for this troll may not be as easy as you'd hope up against the LC.
Yeah, it's a trickier lane. We've seen the LCs really balance that out. It's really going to be down to Grims to try to get that zoning out. But even then, I mean, you've got Hyde around, you can play around with Fissure, you've already got these early blocks working against you, so there's a lot there for Abat to work against in order to find that snowball start of his own.
Hyde, maybe go for an early pull. He'll try and block that small camp, but Grim's is going to be there to try and harass him out. Hyde trying to do it the sneakier way, but doesn't really work out. Grim's still going to chase him down, but Hyde does get the block off anyway. It's a very nice block to make up against the Bane, as he doesn't necessarily want to be harassing out the LC in this safe lane. Rather would just pull and allow a bat to farm underneath that tier 1 tower. As long as Hyde keeps stopping him from doing so, that makes things even harder for him.
Yeah, he's not going to be off to that good start. He's already kind of being kept in check, and again, this just takes away from that early presence you want from Bane. He should be trading a bit better after pulls, but now he's just kind of forced to hang in there and soak from Abat as well.
Yep. Mid lane, Dream Assault, of course, up against Jamesy. Now, Jamesy shouldn't have suffered too much. But in terms of slowing down Dream Assault, I kind of question how much you can slow this man down on the lone Druid. But obviously the Tide Thing is going to be quite nice in chipping away at the Spirit Bear, chipping away at that lone Druid. But you just saw one of the big problems is that Entangle from Dream Assault can be a little obnoxious to play against. And in terms of trying to CS up against the lone Druid as well, you might just evenly trade, but you're not really going to slow him down.
No. Definitely not, and being down mid means Dreamosol has easy access to some of his camps as well, so you can find additional farm down the line if given space to do so, and that can really build up for someone like the LD, so that's something Signal might want to correct with a rotation from perhaps their Earth Spirit. Something we really need to watch out for from this game is that presence of Eris can be a lot more important across all lanes.
That it will be. And Eris is actually up at the top lane, going for a roll that misses on Makoto. He does have the Orb of Venom, but you don't have the Shadow Strike. Well, that's an interesting build. Man actually hasn't gone for Shadow Strike. He's going for the max screen on that Queen of Pain and hasn't actually used his second skill point yet, just thinking as to whether he's going to need the blink or whether he will need the Shadow Strike. And I understand why you go for the Scream up against the Nature's Prophet, because obviously you can clear out the treants. And it will escalate Van's farm quite a bit. But at the same time, the Shadow Strike is just such a broken ability right now with the amount of slow it provides that it's kind of hard not to see it being leveled up here.
Yeah, it opens a lot for Mikado. This allows him to actually stay in that lane, and you do see First Blood already coming out from Dreamosol with a good rotation from Hyde. This is something Signal cannot allow. This good start for the LD, man, you're going to see a snowball start in that bear very, very fast if they don't mitigate this.
It's problematic as well, right? Because you bring Grims into the mid lane as the Bane, but then you leave a Bat by himself up against FBZ. Who again, like, he may not necessarily harass out the troll very hard, but LC does have some great CS and drive potential. And if that doesn't necessarily want to trade evenly with this LC either in his own safe lane, while he still will be okay, I don't think this is necessarily what you want. However, they do get the kill onto Hyde now. So Grims does secure a kill for himself on that Bane. So he'll take that time to get some deeper Observer wards down and maybe just make a rotation back in to that bot lane.
Yeah, he really needs to help keep a bot up. FBZ's been having a bit too much of a good time keeping up. This is in stark contrast to how Van's off lane is going. You look at Van up top, he's stuck at 13-2. So it's a runaway start for Mikado in that sense, and you really want to keep this as balanced as possible for Signal on both ends.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Eris looks like he might make a rotation now. He is level 2 on that ES. So just waiting for the 5-minute bannerings at this point. Should be able to secure at least one. Kesky was running towards the other, but decides better of it. You do see Jamesy suffering a bit on this Kunkka in terms of HP tool. He does have the double braces up, does have a set of tangos for himself, and is leading in last hits. But as time goes on, Dreamosol is slowly hitting harder now with those base boots up on the bear. I guess we'll see. As Kescute has also rotated in on the bench, but does kind of show himself. Meanwhile, Koda doesn't have killed Van. Eris?
Oh no.
Getting blocked by the Sprout. Now the tree's blocking him up as well, and he will eat a Fairy Fire. Still trying to run away, but oh, nice salve usage, but no, it wasn't a nice salve usage. He does die anyway to the trees of Makoto. That is not a great sign. 2 kills going away from the Nature's Prophet, and that was him doing that by himself.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough start for Signal. Their lanes are really not going out as we'd expect. Biggest issue, I think, is Eris. You need to set up with this guy. Even if you throw 2 supports in for the kill, it's worthwhile, and they do find Dreamosol down mid, so that makes up for it just a bit. But your side lanes are still not doing well, yeah.
Yeah, he's in huge trouble. So it's essentially an even trade between the two teams, right? Because you find both those position 1s. Now those Signal are going to also get high. That might give them the slight edge here in this little trade. Hyde will end up dying. A nice pick up there from Signal. Great setup from Grims.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like Eris now looks to get a lot more active on this ES. I do get slightly concerned about his level timing though. He is still sitting at level 2 at almost 7 minutes.
Are fortified.
Just an ES, you really want to get to that 6 mark, because once you've got Magnetize up,
under attack.
you can practically kill anyone on the map right now if you are Eris. But it looks like that 6 time is going to be a bit late.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story for Boom. It's been a slower start for Hyde, who's also stuck at 2, so there is that still up top.
Yeah, it's not playing a bat trying to go here. Sonic Wave committed. It's not enough to kill off FBZ yet. Now Van doesn't actually have any mana left and can't blink yet either. He does have the mana for blink now, but it will be too late. Makoto does secure the kill. Meanwhile, the bat at least does get out of there on the troll. But they won't be able to really secure that tier 1 tower that they wanted after the LC kill. And speaking of the LC, she never died. FBZ is still farming that top lane just fine.
Yeah, it's just kind of crumbling apart early for Signal. The rotation's not quite paying off in the way they'd want to. I think the key thing right now is have a bot farm up. Just don't expose him to that danger. They don't have the best push outside of the troll, but that's something you have to accept. It's either you risk a bot getting caught out, or you find the objectives. You can't have it both ways, and Signal, they've got to think about how much they clump up because their supports, they're still stuck at low levels. Grims is at 4, Eris is at 3, the 10-minute mark where both of these supports are just not finding too much early XP.
Well, Signal now, they're going to rotate up with Jamesy. He does have a double damage rune active. He was spotted out picking that up though. There was a nice observer ward by that rune spot. So everyone up at that top lane does back off. They aren't going to be able to secure a pick off, but they may still try and go for that T1 tower. But just look at Jamesy. He's just being so patient, not realizing they got spotted out in the first place. And now the only play is you push in that top T1. But Boom Esports look to be trying to set up for either a bot T1 push or a mid T1 push, as FBZ is going to rotate in onto Grims. He has that dual lock. Grims should have enough time to react to this. He does have the Nightmare, and in fact they won't even be able to keep up with him. So he does get away, but now you start applying that T1 pressure.
You do see Signal take the top tier 1 at last, so they rotate in for the defense. They might be able to catch FBZ if he straggles on a bit too long, but this goes the right way, so not finding the punishment here just yet from Signal. This is giving more time for Dreamwhistle to just farm. Conversely, you give time for Abat to farm, so both sides are building up. There's a lot more ground for Abat to cover though, as he's about 700 behind still. Signal, they do smoke up.
They have. Down to the bot lane where they'll try to go onto maybe just hide. FBZ, no, they'll leave him be. Will be down the Earthshaker. He does fish up, but he will be called back into the boat. Now Nightmare is being placed on DLC. Still Makoto was around as well, but all he could do was sprout. So FBZ, he's going to make a run for it. They will just go back for the bounties and be fine. Signal Ultra, they do find a nice little pick off there onto that ES. But, well, it's an ES, right? Like he's about to hit that level 6 now. He just ate the tomb. It's going to be a while off his blink. That's probably what he's going to do, is just farm up that Blink Dagger while he can.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good kill for Signal. I think slowing down Hyde's Blink is a pretty good way of tempering Boom's tempo. Slow down just a touch, you're going to see Hyde maybe stay in the jungle, try to farm up, or stay in a side lane that's pretty safe to get that farm. Before that, the fight potential of Boom is still there, but it's not so much in team fights. It's really all down to the Shaker to give them that wide AoE control. So as long as Hyde's not ready, then Signal can play a bit faster as 5 without worrying about too much punishment there.
You have the Mask of Madness up as well now on the Spirit Bear, so Dream Assault can really dish out a lot more damage to bot lane Makoto. As he's stuck around too long, he will commit the ulti. No, never mind, FBZ's here, that. Tries to commit the Sonic Wave. Treant's blocking FBZ's way right now. They've got to move them out of there. They do finally get it, but Jewel will be there. However, Jamesy does get a trade onto the Prophet, and now FBZ, because it took so much time, is going to be chased down by Jamesy and Eris, though no. They are low on mana. They won't bother trying to secure this LC kill. They'll just leave him be. And they may need to try and react to this T1 mid-tower push coming up from Dream Assault. Because that Spirit Bear is taking it quite fast, and he does get it. No defense.
Yeah, it's a bit late on the TP there from a bot. You don't really want to drag that troll out for the defense though. So Boom, with that objective, do get a lot more map control with the tier 1 mid and bot gone. They can play around the jungle a bit more. They do have more space to farm up and build a slight advantage for themselves. Not too big, less than 1k. Signal, they're still finding farm here. You're still seeing progression for Jamesy. He pockets 2.5k in the bank. We'll see whether or not he opts for the armlet or the, I believe the Shadow Blade's been pretty popular for Kunkas as well. Or even the Urin if no one else is picking it up. So those are options available. And I think as long as you're keeping up in farm here, you've still got pretty good timings for Abat. So you just put a lot of hope in that troll to itemize early and hopefully be online faster than Dreamosal. That's the key thing for Signal. There's just not punishing Dreamosal so much, even as they do the same thing. So Dreamosal's just in the jungle as well. is going straight for the MKB on the bear, and that's when it really kicks in, the damage. And you don't really want to see that damage come out.
No, you don't if you Signal Ultra, that's for sure. Kind of intrigued as well. In fact, never mind. I was about to ask what Abat was going to go for with his item build. He is indeed going for the Sergeant Yasha into a Satanic. Just going for that very early style fight build on the troll. Mid lane Dreamer's boat was flying in, but a nice swap out from Kessu. Now they will go back onto Eris. Jewel is going to be successful. Sonic Wave out from Van. It really doesn't do so much damage though. Van, he does barely blink out in time, but Jamesy is still going to be in a bit of trouble as another swap does come in from Kessu. And that means that Jamesy is going to be the second to die. And the worst part of all that was they don't actually get the kill.
Oh yeah, it's difficult, especially since you've got that 6 up and running on Kescute, so the swaps are in play, and just a small play like that is enough to buy them time to regroup, to get the damage out. Boom's response has been a lot faster on those objectives, so they've been able to get that punishment out at a smoother pace. And with those kills, you look at Hyde, he's just about 300 gold off from the blink, although...
Yeah, that's going to come in. He may as well just pop the battle trance and just get the kill, and that's what he'll do. Although, stunned up, there was a TP coming in from Makoto on the Prophet, but eventually he will just cancel that as there was just no hope of helping out that ES. So nice kill there from Abat.
Oh, Jamesy.
Getting jeweled up. The jewel will not be a win, but it won't matter. Nice pick off there onto that mid conqueror, and now Grimm's looking for a beach rip. Does commit onto the LC, so there's no way to purge that off. And that will be an easy kill secure there from the side of Signal. In fact, they want more. So try from Makoto, he gets ensnared up. That does get lucky. And with that, Signal Ultra, they still do find a positive trade.
Yeah, they turn it around, they get a bit more. They are starting to really reach into that potency of Abat, and he's just about done with the SMY. So it's going to be up and running. Oh.
He was being chased, but now he gets an entangle onto that swamp and Van. He might just be dead.
Oh man.
That's the thing. One entangle with a Mask of Madness active, and it's very, very hard to survive if you aren't the Kunkka. Everybody else just basically dies to that.
Yeah, and man, Dreamocell, we talked about him being punished. That would have been a good chance, but he's gonna hit that MKB timing really early. So the bear is just gonna be that much harder to deal with. The damage is gonna kick into gear. Signal, they've got to be a bit faster with their target prioritization. Like, yeah, finding Mikado, finding FBZ is nice, but they're not the problem. And Boom do smoke up.
That they do. Run straight into Abat. This will be a huge pick-off if they can find it. Then no, Abat will kind of dodge them out. Now the mid T1 trying to get that defense going, but Makoto will die straight off Abat and Signal Ultra. Just a nice pick-off. I believe they found the double damage as well, so Van will put that in the bottle. Although they haven't gotten that tower yet, they could just try and reset and go back into it with that double damage now. In fact, they might even get Kesku. Roll does not connect. FBZ might just go for a duel attempt and does. There's no way to stop this. So he just wins the duel. Kesku's going to try and run. FBZ's still just man fighting up against Jamesy, who can't actually win this fight. Kesku does at least secure the kill rather Grimm's not secured the kill, but now Dreamocell is going to come in. James will die. Now the Echo is committed. Abat is by himself. He does use the battle trance, but they do have the stuns out, so Hyde should be able to run away, and Abat will ultimately just die to Kescute of all people.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. That was the blink reveal from Hyde. Pretty nice reveal, not the biggest slam, but it was on the target they wanted to kill off. And Signal, not only do they lose out in those kills and in the trade, but the Roche is being taken out by Boom as well.
Yep. There's that MKB. Now on Dreamocell, Eris is going to go for the classic EF Roshan Aegis. You've got to try for this. On the fall behind, and Eris, how do you roll into it? How do you know? He doesn't. He gets Vision, FBZ. Looks like he may get a duel, though no. A great roll away from Eris. Not actually getting blocked there from Hyde. Problem is he had no way to really get Vision in the Roshan pit to go for a steal. he was just gonna try and guess. Well, he was gonna be late, just judging by the fact that he was still standing there at the time. Now Abat could be in trouble. He is farming way too far out of his side of the map, and we're now seeing the souls here, gets the fear off, and Abat is just gonna die.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the risk you take, and I think at this point you really have to reel Abat in. You have to give him safe places to farm. They tried to go for the tier 1, but the punishment's here.
Yeah, Hyde doesn't have Echo though. Kensuke's gonna get a bone placed on him straight away. Now the Magnetize is out. FBD does have Jewel, but he doesn't have a way to close the gap, or maybe he does. Eris, he's getting close. He'll go on to Van instead. Nature's Wrath goes through it. A nice nightmare. Will save the bomb, but now that no Van is still in trouble. He will go down. Now Eris gonna be chased down as well. He can't roll away this time, FBZ. He does block the way. Grim's even being forced to TP out of the Bane. He will barely make it out, in fact, but Eris does not.
Next time, come back and die.
And Signal Ultra, they are now finding themselves 3k gold behind on Boom Esports.
Has been killed.
Yeah, it's starting to build up here for Boom. They are really widening that gap. You are seeing some ways for Jamesy to slip around. I think that Shadowblade is becoming a slight issue in catching the Kunkka. So it's time for Boom to carry that detection. But beyond that, Boom has been able to control up Signal fairly straightforward. Abat is still saving up for a Satanic. The SNY alone is not enough. And Boom, they still have that right click on the towers with their LD, so they can just take these objectives.
That they can. Dream Assault will just take care of it, and FBZ will just wait for a dual target. James, you're gonna try and go for the knife, but now he gets stunned off. He does go to the Shadow Blade. Hyde will have the Echo, but they don't need it with the Entangles. So a nice nightmare out onto Makoto, but still, they just perma-stunning up Jamesy. Just have no way out of that situation. He thought he could just try and go for the deny and run with the Shadow Blade, but it just wasn't good enough. And now Burst is going to go high ground.
Yep, 20 minutes in, you've got the LD, you've got the Aegis, but nothing's stopping you here.
Absolutely nothing. Swap out, who they get? It is gonna be the Clock Van. Will die again to FBZ. And that Spirit Bear is taking down that tower pretty darn quick. They don't have anything like a Deso, just even the Blightstone from Makoto will help. And that'll be the first racks of the game, going down in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a clean take from Boom. Signal, they can't really react. Yeah, I mean, you've got Abat at least shoving in top. They did melt the tier 2 at some point. So there's some pressure to pull back, and they still have a tier 2 mid, a tier 1 top to stop any further high ground progression. So Signal has some breathing room here. Still starting to fall behind. 7k advantage for Boom. We're starting to risk the point where Eris's impact on the Earth Spirit may dwindle. Really a turning point. Yeah, it's like
I can guarantee by this point his impact is not going to be big impact. Goes for plus 50 damage.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Really interesting.
I guess if they get the Nightmare off, I mean the Fiend's Grip, you can right-click a bit more. Just maybe they don't expect too much value from the distance anymore, simply because of that limitation. So they opt for just burst, and that's fine in some cases. Still, Boom, they smoke up. They know where Signal is.
Yeah, they'll go for the swap, and that, of course, is going to be the priority target. He does battle trance, but it may not matter if he's being caught out. Does go down. Now Jamesy, a great boat, great sonic wave from Van, but he's killed nobody off, and Hyde just turns around with the Echo, stunning up Van. He does manage to blink away, but now Grim's going to be in trouble. They will just chase him down. Eris also being caught out, I believe, on that Earth Spirit. In fact, it's the Conquer Jamesy that got caught out by Makoto and does die. The only person to get out of there is Van. He's still being chased by this creep wave. Does get the invis. Doesn't have the jewel anyway. Yeah. So he's just going to try and skip the creep wave and push, but well, he was underneath the sentry. Won't matter now. And he'll just keep pulling that creep wave away. That'll mean Boom Esports, they just go up to the top lane where they still have 2 towers to take anyway. It's not too big of a loss for them.
Yeah, so you would rather mid, but yeah, you take what you can get. Pretty decent timing to stall out as well for Signal. Dreamo Salt's Aegis does expire, so you don't have to worry about now in the next set of defensive fights does give Signal a slight opening, but a lot more to work towards. An 80k advantage at this point, still quite the challenge to overcome.
They're gonna smoke up Signal. Jamesy gonna catch up Regasol. Could be a huge pick off. Both gonna fly in. Two is already committed. Regasol now the Fiend catches him out. FBZ. He used press the attack. He can't purge it off. Shot is there to try and protect FBZ, but this is going to be huge for the side of Signal Ultra. FBZ still trying to run, but they roll in again. Eris helping secure more. They get Kenscube. Now the chase is on behind. He's still trying to make a run for it. Do you want to keep chasing? No. Eris pulls again. Hyde still going to be caught out of that. Really wants the kill. Hyde should have no way out, and he doesn't. Signal Ultra
Dire's middle tower.
getting a ball for nothing trade. And that is going to be a lot of golden XP going the way of the Radiant.
Yeah, it really helps out Abat massively. Like, he got about 1,000 gold from that entire exchange. So Troll's in a bit of a better spot. He's not as far behind. They take a key tower out as well. So they're starting to claw their way back in the map. You still have to be worried about that top lane constantly shoving in, but beyond that, there's a little bit more room to farm up in. Boom has to be careful about giving away kills like that. It is just really good timing from Signal. Again, they knew the Aegis was down. They knew that was the time to play. They took massive advantage of that timer. Boom. They just need to stay together. It looks like they will wait for Dreamosol to finish the Abyssal. It's almost up and running, and at that point, the bear just becomes a lot harder to deal with. You could probably just cancel off that Fiend's Grip by yourself if you know where that Bane is.
Right. Smoke now from Boom. Top lane, Abat is going to be hiding in that tree line, and nice scan out from Signal Ultra. They do actually know exactly where the smokes happen. This should be easily avoided now, but Grimm might just take the gank that wasn't coming. I don't think it was really necessary for him to die like that. In fact, Eris is also still here. Gets silenced up, Makoto will be there from behind. And, well, James, he's going to be a decent boat into a Sonic Wave, but it doesn't make a difference. That was scanned out.
Yeah, it's a bit more than you'd want to lose, but it is just supports, so you're not going to be too upset for Signal. That is still a tower going away here. Boom's just going to take it very fast.
Well, that's the problem. If you lose a couple heroes like this, you're going to lose an objective straight away. You know, Ultra really can't afford to lose any kind of heroes when the side of Boom are this close to their tier 2s. Dreamosol now will go ahead and try to secure the other tier 2 tower. They have the Solar Crest and the Trusty attack, by the way, so Dreamosol is going to have a crazy fast kind of attacking bear. Especially when you activate the Master Madness on top of all that. And with that, it looks like they want to try and make a Roshan play, but that's going to be up in about 2 minutes from now. So instead, Boom, they will try and just take over this Radiant side jungle. Signal Ultra, unfortunately for them, the map has gotten a lot smaller.
That really has. They don't really have the best places to farm up. We can scout around with the X, so they have that going for them, but it's not a good situation. They're clumping up fairly tight. They take control back of the triangle, but Boom is just farming elsewhere. Mikado is saving up for a full Desolator now. So his physical damage kicks up. It's going to kick everyone's damage up, along with Venge with a Wave of Terror. And of course that medallion or the crest up just means that you're going to be able to melt literally anyone that steps up here.
See? Bishop is going to be there to connect on the Bane. Greens. This should be a very easy pick-off. Take it. Back to that Roshan pit. No, never mind. Now the Torrent both going to fly in. However, press the attack will save. No. Sonic Wave, Kenscube does die. Now, though, they do jump onto James. He's still he will survive it. They do get the duel off onto Eris. And Eris does go down. Now James is being sprouted up. About to run in there with Bam. The Echo has been committed now by Hyde. And that means Jamesy will die. They're still trying to do with the Bat, who has committed battle traps. But now it is about to wear off and is over. They just wiped them. They just wiped them out. And there's the GG call. They've had enough.
Yeah, I can't blame Signal. 17 to 30, they just bled out from the start. There is maybe an opportunity or two to try and fight, but if they couldn't win that last fight, catching out the Venge, then it was going to be very hard regardless. So I can't really fault Signal there. Still strong.
FY, he's found himself No Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No Tail as Arme comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for like the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm as good ninjas here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Arme to have this invis rune. As Arme will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He is toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees, he's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level 50 out.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Pigs. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Liquid Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Claws as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the Shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. I mean, X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wards that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Armin. The triple buyback's now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for that in this team fight. The LGD are been gold, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. They give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spot, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees. They're on the high ground. They've got the vision with the Shivas covered. Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down. There's the counterplay. Seb jumps in. He's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB. He'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom route, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. So he needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this racks on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers. He's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roach fake out.
Check. Anna is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Head's going to be the set. He's in. The call, the EMP, the cannonball, and FY's in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But he's got it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pots the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. They've got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No Tail. No Tail puts the hand of God, but No Tail beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Anna. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The Deafening Blast comes out onto the 2 of them. Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
We are here for game number 2 between Signal Ultra and Boom Esports. It is an LP Dota, and of course the lovely John X5. John, welcome back, sir. I was doing a bit of casual reading on Twitter in our break time, and I've got to ask you something, because you are our expert on cultural studies in the Southeast Asian region. What is Blackpink? I keep seeing these. Please explain it to me.
5 seconds remaining.
It's K-pop.
Okay.
It's I believe that's a K-pop group, and I believe they just maybe launched a new album or something. I'm not aware. You should have asked some guys from Boom. You know, I think Boom or Signal might have a couple of guys who are into it. I'm not into it, unfortunately.
Sure, John?
I'm 100% sure. Mike, I love jazz. I'm a weeb, not creep. We have clarified this multiple times. You can tell by my body pillow, of course. yeah, so I wouldn't know it. They're a K-pop group, as far as I know. That's as much info as I have to clarify for you. So that's
I
it.
appreciate it. You can appreciate the fact that I'm getting old. You know, I don't know all these new groups and trends anymore. I'm what they call am I a boomer, John? I don't know. I don't. There's too many terms out there now.
No, I think they call our generation Zoomers. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I just see that on like Reddit a couple of times. I don't know where we'd fit. We're not quite old enough, but we're not young.
Okay.
So we're just kind of washed up, I think, is what we are.
Fair enough. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Always a pleasure to hear your take on things. We are still waiting on the banning stage between Signal Ultra and Boom Esports. They're both taking quite a bit of reserve time on their final ban outs. Boom opting to ban out that PL as their final ban. Signal Ultra going to have a bit more of a think about this. So I wonder what they're really considering here. They'll get rid of the QOP. Okay, that's fair enough. So plenty of very, very popular meta heroes being removed. We don't see any kind of respect ban coming out for that Remusol LD. But in all fairness, I don't think that's really the signature hero of Remusol at all.
No.
They just give him whatever. It's just, what do you feel like playing today? All right, well, here you go. Enjoy. It's just
pretty much. It's been varied for Dreamosol. I think what's really interesting is that they left a Shaker. So you have the potential here for Boom to just pick Shaker first, pick Morphling after if they want to play that way. They're not the kind of team to do so, but you know, if they want to make it simple, they could. Instead, they start with ENP. We saw FBZ, well actually we saw Mikado do a lot with that hero on the safe lane. You know, he bought a lot of space there. This is very open start for Boom because of that flexibility the hero gives. So they're not tying themselves into anything, they just want to keep their options open.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't mind the Nature's Prophet. It's been extremely popular as of late, and it has been making a lot of work happen in the games we've been seeing. It's really hard up against a Prophet as well, because if you lose a team fight, you're losing a tower without a doubt. It's just spawns treants start hitting tower, everyone else hits tower, your tower is now dead. Signal Ultra will have to consider how they're going to deal with that. And, well, they go back into the reserve time for this first pick. 48 seconds left. They go into the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Of course, that hero was still available after the ban stage, so why not just take it?
Yeah, I don't mind this. It's a good way to punish the NP. It's one of the classic picks you used to see against NP. You know, you'd go in, you'd slam with all the treants around, get your damage out that way. Good follow-up here from Signal as well with Mars. That's a hero we've seen really fade out. So it makes its appearance back. You can draft around this kind of team fight. Maybe look to the Snapfire, maybe look to the Puck. Even Phoenix could be really good here, depending on what Signal wants to go for to build on this base. It's looking potent for Signal, just kind of constrained to cooldowns if they play around that a lot. Boom can kind of still deal with this. Like, they do have maybe the chance to pick up a Hyde Rubik if they want to just have a Rubik into Shaker on hand, you know, just take that fissure away, play it against Signal. We have seen Boom Esports do that a couple of times, so wouldn't be surprised if they went that route. They go with a clock instead. Now that's something you love to talk about against a Shaker. You just can't cast when you're being battery assault.
Not only that, John, the Mars doesn't enjoy it either, right? Because you get that arena off, he hooks in, or if he's already in there, you just cogs in the middle of the arena. Yeah, you can still get the spear off, but ultimately it does become rather concerning because you've got this huge circle that is the cogs now in the middle of your arena, making it so you can't actually do much, right? But against that Earthshaker for sure, it's just hellish to try and do anything. Not to mention the scoutability of that clock and with the rocket flare. But Signal Ultra, they go into the Disruptor now, which is a very, very interesting pick. I guess it does work nicely up against the Prophet. Glimpse him back straight after a TP. Boom Esports don't care. They will take the Ricky.
That's a really good response at Mars. You don't care for Bulwark in that hero, so you're getting a lot of value there. He can fight inside the arena as well. Ricky does not care for the arena at all, as long as he's not speared up. So it's a pretty great pick here for Boom. I think Signal, they've got to be on point with the arena into Static Storm. You cannot stagger that. It has to be in play every single time. You have to maximize their 2 spells to win these fights. If you can do that, then your team fight is a lot better. So you can make that work out for you, for Signal. They just have to be on point with the execution. I think Boom, with what they have, is pretty open. Biggest thing to worry about is maybe the Mikado hero down mid. You want to see something that enables them to pick off the backline if possible, and Signal is going to make that hard. Beastmaster there means that easy way to catch out Ricky, easy way to catch out any sort of slippery mid that might come out. So
sorry about that barking, by the way, John. I'm not sure what my dog's going off about, but apologies for that. Go on. What were you saying? If she's intends to stop anytime soon.
It's fine. Yeah, it's just the Beastmaster here does make it trickier for Boom to maybe get a high mobility hero. You don't have a lot of the meta mids here. They were banned out first, but you've got options for maybe the Storm. It's a bit risky, but it can be nice to pick off the Disruptor immediately if you're fast. It does make it a bit simpler when to take that Disruptor out of the equation. It's just against a Beastmaster, you risk all that control, so it makes you really wonder what Boom wants to pick up. Like, you don't want something that will be extremely hurt by the lockdown. At the same time, you still need additional sort of a playmaker here because you don't really have the best control in the big 5v5.
Right. Alright, well, their 4th pickup now, Boom Esports, they do go into the Kunkka, so great team fight coming out, and it's quite hard to get through the HP pools now of Boom Esports because you're going to have that boat run coming in. I see this pick a lot up against things like the Beastmaster as well. Because you do like to just get that roar out, and you like to just try and secure a quick, easy, clean pick off. But it's never really that easy if you have the Conqueror around. It's just going to throw that boat out, and suddenly they're taking half the damage. Even the Mars will have quite a rough time into that boat as well, right? Because you just, again, want to burst somebody down, but it may not pan out that way. And I do like the Conqueror into the Ricky, because he kind of needs that little buff during a big team fight.
Yeah, it's giving a lot of Boom what they were missing. So that buff you're talking about can be in play. I think the additional AoE control is going to be key for Boom as well. So the Kunkka is a really good pick. I believe that does mean that we've got our 3 cores in line. So it's the Kunkka Riki NP or the Kunkka Riki clock cores. Still some flexibility there. But it looks like we will close out with a support for Boom. So that gives Signal a little bit of leeway to maybe find what kind of matchups they want now. They have that kind of advantage with closing out this draft.
Okay, they go for the Witch Doctor. We've seen this before. Witch Doctor becoming ever so popular as a POS 5 as time goes on. And has been doing some decent work. Does do well up against the Mars as well. Again, you drop that arena, but you've got a Death Ward where you're done. And pass can be a bit annoying during the arena, to say the least. Ultra,
5 seconds.
their final pick. They'll have a think about it. They still need that POS 1.
There's
Does look.
something with
This
his
does
draft.
mean that it's going to be a mid-beast
Yeah.
master or Mars, right? Yeah.
Yeah, mid beast up against Kunkka is not a good time. Like, you're gonna have to go Axis or feed the Boars to the Kunkka. So there's that to consider for Signal. They tied up with the Faceless Void. I don't know how I feel about that one. It's a lot of team fight, but it's a lot of cooldowns for Signal. So there's a lot of downtime where Boom can just run up at you, keep fighting, keep finding the advantage. And if Signal's not on point with centering themselves around a Bat's Chrono, it can kind of fall apart. They might not find that momentum, so they have to play perfectly with their timing or risk slipping this game.
That they do. We'll find out how it all pans out. Of course, Signal Ultra at least would love to get a draw here up against Boom Esports, and Boom are playing to try and get to that upper bracket in the group stage if they can. We'll see if they can get a 2-0 victory over Signal Ultra. They are halfway there thus far. Gotta say, by the way, I do love the clockwork set there from Hyde.
Yeah.
That's literally the only good clockwork set right now, I'd say. The rest of them kind of look a bit lackluster, but that one really just takes the cake.
Oh, I don't know. I like the older ones. I think there's some old sets that just look like... There's one that looks like an Iron Man helmet. I think that's the one
No,
I
I
used.
don't
It's
like
pretty
that
slick.
one. It's just the helmet though.
Yeah, the rest of the set's kind of... Nah, it's a mix and match for me with Clock. You're alright though. As a full set, this is pretty neat. I want to point out Mikado's as well. That Inquisitor set from... I believe that was the Warhammer collab. It's one of the nicer ones. He looks like he's about to slay some heathens, like he is in Warhammer.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Why does Screamosaur have a fish biting his dagger again? I don't understand that one. Like, there's a fish on his tail and there's a fish on his dagger.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he wanted to play Slark instead, so he went for something with fish on his cosmetics. Just whenever he's forced to play it, right? Yeah. It's one way to get around that. Still, Signal, again, they've got a lot to try to pull out here. Big thing as well, they have to prevent Dreamosel from finding that farm. Because we've seen what happens when he gets that farm on any hero. Just starts playing aggressive, starts joining his team, and it becomes very hard to control. So that's going to be important for Signal to really control up as the game starts.
I just don't know if you can though. Like, it's just going to be a little bit difficult to try and control that Riki. He really just needs a couple Wraith Bands into the treads to get aggressive with his team. They do have somewhat of a global lineup on Boom Esports this time as well, with the Clock and Nature's Prophet. Essentially have 2 extra heroes there in a blink from this Dire side, and Signal will have to be very, very cautious about how they play this. Of course, they will have Eris and Van in that off lane with the Beastmaster ES, so they're not going to run the BM mid, actually putting Jamesy on that Mars, which makes a lot more sense. I don't necessarily think this is still going to be a very easy lane for the Beastmaster. Like, it shouldn't be too bad into the Riki, but you're still up against that Witch Doctor, who can stun up your balls for a very, very long time with those casts.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a risk. I think even for our Mars, like getting this shift out for the BM, it's not amazing for Mars. Like, Mikado has ways of playing around that. His cleave is a lot further reaching, so yeah, you really just have to be aware of how much Mikado can get done down mid.
Matt going to FBZ. He does not get the bounty. Still does get some damage onto that. Makes profit. However, Grimm's taking way more damage right now on that disruptor. Hyde wanted to keep chasing, but Bat will turn around, make sure his pos 5 does stay protected. I believe I just saw Grimm's buying more regen for himself anyway. Be just fine. This mid matchup with the Conker Mars though is the one I'm a little bit intrigued about. Seems like the Mars shouldn't have that big of an issue here up against that Conker.
It's not too hard for Jamesy, and he has his own way of clearing out the waves with Rebuke, but Mikado has an easier time shoving it out from afar. So I'd say it's still a better time for the Kunkka, but it's not complete wash like it would be with, say, a Beastmaster. So it's a better time overall, and I can't believe we're at the second to last day of groups and you're still getting internet issues here for well, basically every team.
What do you mean you can't believe? You live in the region. You remind me all the time. I'm sure you can believe it of all people.
Yeah, but it's been so long that it's been like this. Like at some point, it usually like stabilizes to less than a pause every game. But yeah, we haven't really been able to avoid that.
It's true. Uh-oh. Bounty has already been placed. This time it is going to be Grimm's. Now this is the first bounty being placed of the whole series, I believe. So Boom Esports must be feeling quite confident with themselves now that they've gone into the second game with a 1-0 victory. And I wonder if they'll get Grimm's in time. With Hyde, even at level 1, just with that battery assault, you can dish out a hell of a lot of damage, but the problem is Grimm's is providing a lot of damage back the way of FBZ. With that Thunder Strike alone, and it's quite hard for FBZ to actually feel comfortable in this lane as the Prophet if things keep up like this. Grimm's now at that level 2 mark as well, the Disruptor, so should be able to provide more harassment, but here comes Hyde. That battery assault. Hard to trade when that battery assault's right on top of you, so you do have to kind of just kite him out. Eventually Hyde's going to go for the side pull anyway. Now, going in, never mind that though. Top lane, Van does die. Kescute securing the kill there on the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, it's just the bounce issues you talk about. Like a lot of control can fly out on the Beastmaster if he's not careful. And when you have the boar build, you just isolate him just right. You can get those perfect bounces. So have to be a bit careful then. Don't want to give the Ricky and Witch Doctor too good of a start. But Boom can be very pleased with just finding that first blood already.
No other feeling like playing Pulse 5 and getting first blood. I mean, it's just the best feeling in the world, knowing that you actually got gold. You know, that you don't have to give away to your cause for once. And Kescute will take the time to buy some brown boots for himself. So he's not walking barefooted anymore. Very, very nice indeed. Not every Pulse 5 has that luxury jump. You should know.
Oh?
Mid lane, I've got to say though, Jamesy's not having a great time on that Mars. Like, you look at his HP, he's really got no regen left. Makoto's just constantly threatening now with the X. No, Torrent just going to be thrown out. No, he'll cancel that as well. He just keeps Jamesy on very, very low HP in the mid lane. There's just nothing he can do about this.
Yeah, I think that's actually a bigger win. Look, Jamesy has to walk home. You don't find the kill, but you really take away his EXP gain. And Mikado, if he hits a fast 6, you can look to him to try to make a play, find some kills of his own down mid.
You don't want to buy any regen. He was saving for the bottle, and now he does have the bottle. It's just a matter of whether it was worth saving that much gold for that bottle. Whereas you look at Makoto, he's got the double braces up already, working towards his phase boots, and well, that bottle's not necessarily gonna save this lane for you, but we'll see what he intends to do with it. Of course, Eris is already there on the Earthshaker, trying to protect that power rune up at the top lane, just in case. Don't think Makoto really cares though. He's just going to stack his own neutral camp for himself. Fun fact, by the way, I believe you can still perma stack the neutral camp through Torrent. Makoto doesn't really bother doing that. I don't believe they've actually fixed that though. You can actually permanently just keep stacking one neutral camp with Torrent if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think they haven't taken out that vertical box limit, so should still be able to get that done. That's something they could abuse, but so far, I don't think there's any pressure just yet. Like, Mikado's still having a good time mid. They find a kill bot on the Disruptor, and the lanes for Boom are going fantastically well. Like, you are perhaps getting a bit too much farm on a bat. You could argue that, but overall, everyone else is still finding pretty decent farm here from Boom as well.
I don't think they mind the Void farming too well because, you know, the Void's not going to be that strong until he gets a few core items. Top lane, however, they try to make a jump on Ken's-Cute. Van is going to jump in there on Van, or rather Dream Assault's going to jump in on Van, but won't be able to secure the kill. However, Courier does go down, never mind. Ken's-Cute gets the kill onto Van with the Melody.
Yeah, it's the last tick is always the one that burst it down, and he lost a lot. So they rotated heroes there to try to get that done. Doesn't pay off in the mid.
They're rotating in, Dakota got the boat up. Bishop Lock is there with the speed to come in, though the X-Boat did still connect Jamesy. Torrent as well, be there with the Tidebringer here. And you had a couple rotations just in case from Ken's-Cute and Hyde. He didn't need it, he did it himself.
Yeah, this is really bad for Signal. They're throwing supports down mid to try to help out Jamesy, but to turn anything around, and now you've got Eris caught out by Hyde as well.
Yeah, Hyde's got that level 2 or level 3 now, so he's got the level 2 battery assault. Sprout gonna be there, FBZ. We'll let Hyde take the kill. Thing with that Earthshaker, John, I'm telling you just can't run away with that Crocs on top. You can't do anything. Now, Makoto, Ken's-Cute gonna go onto Grims. The poor Disruptor has absolutely zero chance of surviving this. Jamesy, though, does throw the arena down onto Ken's-Cute. He could secure a killing spree and does. Look at a fair bit of out of that Witch Doctor, but now it's not really worth your life. And Hyde with the battery assault, Makoto with the Tidebringer hit. Once again, gonna kill off that Mars.
Yeah, it's one trade after the other, but Boom still leads at 1-7, 2k advantage. They are leaving their side lanes a bit, so a bot does get, again, more free farm, but it looks like Boom really just doesn't care about that Void. They're still finding more farm across the map despite that, and they're applying that pressure. So this delay on Jamesy means our Mars is not going to be ready to fight early, and that is going to hurt the presence of Signal. They need to be ready to play around the back, but they just can't with this kind of deficit so far.
No, that they can't. You're going to have this Ricky farming pretty well as well. Like, Dream Assault's second in their worth only to his own Kunkka at the moment. So I just don't think they care about the Void. In fact, bot lane, Aaron's being jumped on again. Swings back on Hyde, but it won't matter. The Torrent connected, and Makoto does get the kill once again with a Tidebringer hit. He's just hitting so hard right now. He was just farming a neutral camp and just swung his sword.
Yeah, it's this point where the Kunkka does get a bit out of control. They do jump top though.
And do they have protection?
What?
Oh, you can't. Oh, the Dream, so he drops an item in front of him as well. Are you kidding?
Oh man, he was
with no dust.
Ah, yeah, that's a huge. They had a sentry. I think they were banking on that. It was in the wrong spot. Wait, what?
Eris has dust. Was it cooldown?
I think he was out of range. I think he walked up there, like to the side, so he wasn't not close enough. It's just a huge waste. That was the first chrono. They could have found Dreamo Cell. Now they're going to be pushing in, but the TPs are coming out.
Yeah, Makoto, he would love an X. And he wants that. Perfect from Makoto. He hits everything. Just throws the boat in as well, and Van just won't survive this. Makoto taking another kill. He's really playing on point this Kunkka this game, John. 4-0 with 1 assist thus far. We're only 8.5 minutes in. Finding a kill every 2 minutes so far. Well, mid lane now. Benedict and Coconut being thrown out of Grims, and there's no way out. FBZ will take the kill with the Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, it's just a slow dismantling here. Oh no.
Finds the TP, Makoto has the X.
What just happened?
And I'm not sure about farming Radiant Jungle right now. If you are Signal Ultra, Eris is also there. Doesn't really have any wards to place down. It looks like he's just kind of stuck as to what to do. Shaper at the moment. No, I don't know where it is safe. FBZ just gonna kind of run into him. Eris will TP up. Bot lane, they're going after a harder target. They want Van again. And Nice Fisher is there, but Van is probably still gonna die. Hyde with the battery assault. Kescue with the final auto attack does get the kill.
We're at 1-12 at sub 10 minutes. This is a lot of blood being spilled with not much to show for it for Signal. Boom. At a 5k lead now. They have a lot more going for them. This slow start from Signal is going to hurt. You're not seeing progression in JMC. You're not seeing great progression on Van. And
FBZ, that's a nice kill. JMZ sitting up there with the arena. FBZ does die. They've just got to find more of those. They can't take team fights at the moment. They just need to get solo pickoffs, it seems.
yeah, it's all about finding those pickoffs. And if Signal can kind of punish Boom's highly aggressive play,
yeah, this is another nice one. Great play from Jamesy.
yeah,
It has been a bit rough on Signal, right? Because your Mars had such a bad lane stage that he could really never take off. But I suppose now he's caught up a little bit. He can actually afford to join in.
Yeah, he's not really farmed up, but I think you're at the EXP spike where you can get more done. So they are starting to punish. It's still a lot to work against, though. And we're still talking about 4k in the bank going against you. And again, Signal needs to get some EXP up, particularly Grims just needs to level in Static Storm, has his 6. Just need that up, and you can play around with a Void now.
So, hookshot gonna be there. Grims, no chance of survival here on that disruptor. Believe, I mean, he had glimpse, but it wasn't gonna be in time anyway. You could try glimpsing the clock way after the hook, but it's just, if you're that low, you're probably gonna die. Just doesn't waste any time.
It's not the worst losses for Signal, though, right? Like, at least recently it has just been supports being sacrificed, so you're giving space to Bat to farm. He is inching closer.
That death ward, Kescue will take it. Such a simple combination, but it just is so effective here from Boom Esports.
Yeah, and they're, again, pumping out that early aggression. This is Signal really just buying space for a bot. He is saving up for a Mask of Madness into BKB. So they just want to fight around that, but... Oh, Kescue.
He's gonna die. Nice pick up here from, or maybe not. Torrent comes in. Kescue, no, he does go down. Again, a nice setup there from Jamesy. You're just taking any kill you can get, and that's what's important. But now that the arena is down high, great hook shot again onto that disruptor. Grims has Static Storm but doesn't know where to commit. He does commit onto high, but he'll be fine to run out of there. The rest of Signal are joining in. Back, he has Roar up. No great from a back, catching 2. They take down 1. Now with the Roar, don't tell me that no dust there is. This time Eris will commit the Echo and will secure the kill. Dakota will run away. And Signal Ultra, they're making their way back in now.
Yeah, they've got certain tools coming out as well. You see the blink up and running on Jamesy, so he can set up for his team. And he has been doing a bang-up job of buying that space, buying the openings for Signal. If they ride off the back of Jamesy's initiation, I think they can find a lot more valuable pickoffs. You've got the Mask of Madness flying out for a bot, so his farm kicks up into gear, and his damage as well can start to build up in that chrono. But boom, if they understand these timings, they smoke up, they know they can play while the chrono's down.
They can. And for some reason, it's always bad they go after. Poor old man is gonna die a very slow and painful death. While top lane, they tried to make a chase onto FBZ, but FBZ actually has an Orchid up. They does silence Jamesy, but now he gets a spear off, and this will be an important one. Although Makoto is coming in, getting the X and both off FBZ. He just man fights. Grims goes down, Fisher up, but do they have an Echo? No, they do not. Jamesy does commit arena. Now a bat comes in, also silenced up. Just man fighting up against FBZ, does win that one out. Makoto, however, may prove to be too tanky. So it'll be a 2-for-1 trade. That'll be enough. Both sides is back out of there.
Yeah, it's a much more favorable trade for Boom, and they did find 2 heroes. They did also kill off Jamesy, who was carrying that momentum. So, a favorable trade for Boom. You do force Abat to try to jump in, skip some farm time as well. Just a bit of time being taken away from her Void, and Boom, and they've still got room to grow. Like, Dreamocel's been joining these fights, but he doesn't actually have any items up despite his farm. I believe that is his Diffusal flying in now, though. So the damage from our Ricky should kick up. His control should kick up as well, and that might be enough to give Boom a bit of a spike here as they continue to play aggressive.
Well, this is that point now where you do want to play aggressive as that Ricky with that Diffusal. Basically, anyone dies if he gets the Blink Diffusal into the actually great hook shot in from Hyde. Took the barrier and off with Eris as well. Up at that top lane, poor Eris was just trying to secure it with the Fisher, knowing he would probably die for taking that bounty, and he doesn't even get that.
Yeah, it's time for us. Eris, this hurts the blink timing of her Shaker. So you're taking away some potency of the team fights of Signal as well, and it just makes them much more reliant on their Void and on the Mars. Signal right now, they do have the Chronosphere ready to go from a bot. They don't quite have the mana, and I think they're just going to slow it down a bit. They don't want to force the big 5v5s. They'll just wait for an opening. Before that, just kind of farm up.
Signal Ultra will just stick together for now as well down that bot lanes. Man, he's going to TP up towards that top. They're going to go after FBZ again. Van has the roar, but FBZ understanding something's wrong. He's back off for a bit, and now thinking about going back in because Hyde did get onto Van. Roar will be committed, but Van may still be dead. The coconut flies out, and he will die to FBZ. Now Eris just going to make a run for it. Hook shot in Hyde. Doesn't connect on the Earthshaker, and that'll mean Eris can run out of there. I say that though, Makoto and Kesku are looking around. No, there's no way out. There is no way out. They are not giving any openings. Zoom Esports will find him as well. And that top lane, the tier 2 tower, is easily going to be taken out here by Boom.
Yeah, there's no defense coming out. Signal, they're trying to trade a tier 1 bot. They should be able to find that objective, but it's not an important one for Boom to hold on to.
No.
So the map for Signal, it's just going to shrink, and that means the area you have to farm does shrink as well. You're not going to be able to safely build up in a bot. This is going to hurt that progression you need on that Faceless Void. And Boom just continue to widen that lead. 9k advantage, 7-22 at 17 minutes in. It's getting harder and harder for Signal to find that opening they need.
That does. How's the bat doing in farm now? He's got the BKB up soon. It's just so necessary up against the Witch Doctor Kunkka. Even the clock can be quite infuriating if you don't have that BKB up, but the hook shot will still be able to go through that BKB. So you're going to be a bit concerned about that. Now Bat would love the BKB to be up, but X, no, I can't with that X. Does just try and walk away. He was just trying to time it perfectly, and they couldn't get the Orchid off from FBZ in time.
That's a missed opportunity. Still, Signal can be very happy about that escape, as that does waste Boom's time this time around. And they don't lose the farm in the bot, so still gonna have control there, but I don't think Boom's gonna let go. They still want to force something out.
Yeah, X is on the back, and he can't get this one off. No, Orchid is there. They missed the turret, but it won't matter. Hook shot, trying to go into Grims, but he will barely just juke it out. Now Arena. James, he does drop it straight on top of Kesku. He will die immediately. Now the team fight begins. Hyde, he'll go into Van. Tyrant will connect. Van is in huge, huge trouble. Spirit Vessel there as well, and they just kill him off. Fat Grims gets a glimpse off onto Makoto, but they got the X on Grims. Dreamousel to pick up another kill for himself now, that Ricky. And we've had another. Yeah, we have James getting caught in the comms there by the possible clock. Really has no way out of this situation. Will also die, and we might have a full team like John. Eris also getting caught out now in the Earthshaker, just one by one.
Yeah, they just keep melting individually, and the Signal's never able to get off that big chrono with the Static Storm, with the Arena to follow up. And when they can't get that team fight as they want, this draft falls apart. There's just not much it does when you don't chain that. So Signal, a lot of pressure from them to try to get that perfect team fight out, but with that opening, boom, straight to the pit.
Why not? Very, very easy. Now those screens to tank. But even if you're not hitting that hard yet, that medallion of courage, it's really not that hard to take this one shot out. So, first rush of the game will go to Boom Esports. They do currently have a 13k that were played at almost 20 minutes in. Just grow if they find more bounty rooms than the side of Signal Ultra do. In fact, they are TPing down, so there could be another big team fight coming out here. Van has to be so careful. He's running up to that high ground, but he is getting punished. So James jumps in, does get a nice arena, but now the smoke screen is there, and it's very hard to capitalize. Van is still dropping. Still, Raw is on FBZ there. He'll get a trade for now, Jamesy. He's going to try and fight back. Static Storm really locking nobody in. They'll go off the hive, but Dream Assault comes back to the Mars. Now Chrono is going to be pretty deep. However, he's been disarmed. Both guys in as well. The Chrono is wasted. Oh, that. He didn't see the halberd there on Makoto. He just got it. Now, Eris will go down as the fourth. The only man to walk out is Grims and Hyde. He was in the chase, but he didn't get a chance to get the hook shot off. So at least it's not a full team wipe, but it may as well be.
Oh yeah, it's not looking great for Signal. That was probably one of the cleaner kind of initiations they did, except, you know, it wasn't even clean. You mentioned it. No one in the Static Storm. Disarm and Chrono. Not quite what you'd want here, Signal. So they still have that potency. They just need to really clean that execution up. Boom, they widen lead 9 to 32. 17k advantage, and they might find Van.
They love going after Space Master. That's going to be his 9th death of the game. Makoto is just... Makoto is 7-0-17 on this Conquer. He is just destroying it. Bot lane, hook shot in. Looks like they have got the Void as well. Back is trying to farm up while he's still alive. And Jamesy will also die. Dream is still now with a double. In fact, it'll be another. Grims, he got away last time, but not this time. Coconut comes out. He is very happy apparently. Static Storm being dropped. That'll really do nothing. He just dropped it. After that high ground.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop this. They've got the heals up.
GG.
That's it. Yep. Ooh, Signal.
Poor Eris, he just couldn't even get the blink jump.
No, he was completely kept in check, and boom, they really dominated both games. Signal, that's the continuation of a really rough time here in the BTS Pro Series.
FY, he's found himself No Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm just going to this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this invis rune. And Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, will find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He is toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Freaks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage with these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Claws as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Centaur creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The Blood Bright Silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Armin. The triple buyback's now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks the back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for this team fight. The LGD are up in goal, but no Bloodseeker for 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
We've got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. They give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7, same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed in 5.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But it's
Ana, he's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered. Ana's on his way over. They've got the snowball down. There's the counterblade. Seb jumps in. He's able to find the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB. He'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No-Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No-Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Ana, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split a course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Ana up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to deward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
So Ana is on on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to the other set. He's in. The call, the EMP, the cannonball, and FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Get it off. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pause the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No-Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No-Tail. No-Tail puts the hand of God, but No-Tail beaten down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the private split off as Anna. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the two of them. Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo, meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Bombs the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Anna as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus, and X-Nova is so low? As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the charge, and they find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Anna, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Anna again with the double gun. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Anna will be able to force him away. They've got the head. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No-Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. As Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, so he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this? He's back.
Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead the PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refresher shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now. At all.
The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is
massive.
really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
Thompson's spotted out.
He's got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns out, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY, just what a shadow
smash.
play. It just, as soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing a huge issue in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in this team.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call, there's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that you can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He's a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes.
Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Oh, shoot.
5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban.
Go. They're all fixed up now. We are back, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, it's been a pretty fast day, which feels less than we usually spend the past week, but it has been getting a bit faster as we approach the end of groups, and we've got a pretty big matchup. TNC up against RR. You mentioned it before, but there is a chance, I believe, for either team to climb up a bit, depending on circumstance around the remaining matches. So a 2-0 victory for either side is really important here, and you know, you don't really expect either side to pull any stops. They're just going to go all in. We'll see how far it goes. Historically, this has been a better matchup for TNC. They've kind of had RR's number in the past 6 series they've played. They've won 4, they drew 1, and they've only lost 1. So it's been a better time for TNC. We'll see if that holds up in this day.
Can I just ask you, John, because I was having a chat with some of the viewers in the chat, of course, the Twitch chat, and they asked me in particular with TNC, like what's causing the struggle to happen? Because there clearly is some kind of struggle going on from what once was the top SEA team by an easy stretch, right? Like Fnatic was close enough, but you get my point. What do you think's happened?
10 seconds remaining.
What's up with the team?
I think there's several factors. Part of it is meta, although I wouldn't say it's been too bad for TNC. Like, they've been allowed to go into Morph Shaker multiple times, And that is still effective. Like, that's not just a TNC thing. We've seen a lot of teams go there and it still works. I think it's a mix of not exactly getting the kind of aggression you'd see from other teams. I think it's another thing as well where KP, this is not on him. We know where he is. We know he's in Australia. We know no one can travel in Southeast Asia. So he is kind of stuck there. That's 200 ping on a good day. That's on a good day.
On a good
so
day. Sometimes it gets way worse than that, I can guarantee you.
Yeah. And we tried. We tried. We tried playing.
I can confirm KP does live, like, his Australian house is probably about an hour away from where I live.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you the ping is not great from where we're like, there are parts of Australia where you can get 50 ping, but we're talking across the country kind of parts of Australia. So I would agree that there are some struggles there. Nevertheless, we should talk about the draft run. The draft's begun. Of course, RR, they go for Beastmaster Earthshaker. TNC Predator, Chen Kunka are the pickups, so pretty decent openings from both sides. TNC prioritizing that Chen pickup rather than anything else. Chen has been allowed through much more often than it was before, I've got to say. It just seems like there's so many more bans to make now that you just kind of have to let that Chen through, and TNC will just take it themselves happily.
Yeah, I think there is potency there. We've seen a lot of teams play around with the aggression and sustain the Chen can bring. Combine that with the Kunkka, and you're going to have a hard time here from RR to find those kills. I think the Kunkka gives you a lot of value against a Beastmaster as well, because when you first pick it, a lot of teams look for the flexibility. I think when you have to consider a potential Kunkka mid lane matchup, that kind of takes away the potency of that hero. So TNC are keeping RR in pretty good check. With a Shaker pick though, RR might be able to sneak into the Morphling. I don't think they've shied away from that concept as well. So we'll see whether or not TNC feels like that's something they need to ban out, but RR has banned out that PA. We've seen TNC last pick that a few times for Gappy, and it has been pretty effective when they pick it up.
Well, TNC, they'll go into that Mirana for Tims as well. We've seen him being very, very effective on that kind of pos 4. Extremely disruptive on the Mirana, and of course up against the Beastmaster, you love to just have a lot of units. That arrow can put a quick stop to any form of push the Beastmaster wants to go for. So I do love that, especially if the Beastmaster does opt to go Helm of the Dominator. Easy 200 gold for yourself every single time you can afford to throw an arrow out and connect. RR, their third pickup now, they're going to start using reserve time for this.
TNC Predators.
And it will be the Jakira coming up.
I don't mind it here. I think you've got a lot of potential to de-push the wave, clear out those Chen creeps, which looked like a bit of an issue because they didn't have the best wave clear. So you have that now with the Jack. You can build up on your push potential with a Beastmaster. And you have pretty good teamfight control here as long as you land your spells properly with a Shaker and Jack. So it's looking pretty nice for RR. I think it's a pretty open draft as well in terms of picking your mid and picking your safe lane. It's not too explosive, but at the same time, it's pretty stable. So I think they've got some answers for what TNC wants to bring out. And you look to RR with the Jack to play a bit more aggressive in the lane. Try to match the pace of that Chen with him dragging his creeps out.
Okay. Well, TNC now, their fourth pickup to come up. Did I ever brush over what's going on with the group stage with TNC? I said I would kind of recap what's going on. So, luckily, one of the well, he's not really meant to be modding, I guess, but part of the BTS crew and the mod up there luckily explained it to me, John, because I'm not a very smart person, all right? We've established that over our years, John. So TNC, basically the only way they make it up to the upper bracket is Boom Esports basically need to lose 0-2 tomorrow. They need to win this matchup 2-0 right now, and their next matchup 2-0 tomorrow for TNC. Up against, who is it even?
T1?
T1, yeah. So they need to win both their series 2-0. Boom Esports needs to lose their final series tomorrow 0-2 up against Reality Rift. And I believe that would make it so they would Boom. So it's just a matter of whether they can do that. That may kind of... Well, if Boom lose 0-2, there's no tiebreaker going on between them and a droid. So basically the only chance here at the TNC is if they can just get 2 2-0s in a row and Boom loses 0-2 tomorrow. Which it's Boom, which it makes it kind of hard to imagine them losing 0-2, especially considering the series we just watched. But they are going to be playing up against... no, they are playing Reality with priorities. So I guess we'll see how well RR's playing today. And depending on that, we could kind of make some kind of, I guess, on tomorrow's matchup, but that's what they're sort of relying on.
Yeah, it's a lot, but, you know, that makes a lot of pressure on this match. So TNC, they're not pulling any stops. We see the Legion Commander come out for KP. He plays that really well. Like, this is not something that's very ping sensitive, so he has a lot of leeway in just being effective early on. I think we've seen him play this as well, so I like it here. With the Kunkka, with the Mirana, it's going to be hard to lose a duel. And even with the Chen, as long as you have 6 available, the heal ensures that KP should be able to freely throw out duels when he wants. RR, they've got to find something that deals with this kind of early draft, as it's pretty fast and pretty potent, so maybe something that helps build off from the duel. They do get the morph at what's left. They've got the shaker. You know, a lot of teams just pick it up in that case.
Well, if there's any team that knows how to play against morph shaker, it must be TNC. They were the ones that originally really made this kind of work. They should be very well aware of how to deal with this. I think with any kind of Chen lineup anyway, the general idea is you just run over the other team, you know, in 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes if it goes that long. Not that Chen can't be effective later on anyway, but you get my point. You just want to try and put on a pace that they can't keep up with, get a net worth advantage, take map control and finish the game. It's just a matter of whether RR are going to have the time to get that Morphling online to be a real powerhouse, which they should, but it will depend on how the game goes after that 10-minute mark. We'll see the Monkey King being banned out now from TNC. And RR are looking for some kind of mid-laner that can set the tempo for the team, right? Because you do need to buy the Morphling space.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think that's going to be a beast mid at all. Again, the matchup against Kunkka is just not good. So you're looking for something else there. For RR, Alacrity has some options here. TA is very hard up against Kunkka. Like early on, that's fine, but as the game goes on, the torrent just blows up your refraction. So your mid to late game durability is not kind of there until the BKB. SF is an option as well for RR. These are just Alacrity spectacles, and these are stable mids that they tend to rely on. So they're left in the pool. They want one of those two options.
There you go.
10 seconds
Alright.
remaining.
20 seconds reserve time to have a think about this final pickup now for this Dire's side. I wouldn't mind the TA. I think the TA could be a nice fit here for RR. Continue to just have a think about it.
TNC Predators turn.
And it'll be the other side. So maybe a mid Morphling perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking for. Mid Ursa is also a thing. I just don't know about the matchup against Kunkka. That doesn't sound very safe. It's also a bit risky for Morph, but you can juggle a bit better. So it looks to be Alacrity Morph, which I believe we've seen once from RR, so not too strange, but it's most definitely not a special. You know, it's not the TA, it's not the SF, so it's less explosive and less fast, which is really where we see Alacrity shine. We'll see if he hits that timing here on Morph. And TNC now looking for a closer. Well, it is going to be Gabby's hero. I'm not sure about this one, but you could maybe make an argument for Void. Now they go with Spec, so they want to play the long game too. If you want to stall with your Morph, we're going to stall with a Spectre.
Okay, all right. I don't mind. I really did think the side of TNC was going to really keep going with that very fast-paced sort of lineup. But I suppose with the Spec, you don't need to be there. Just keep farming, let your team start the fight, you'll haunt in afterwards. You know, that should be the case for the side of TNC, though RR definitely do have the place to deal with this draft from TNC. It should be a very fun matchup to watch, and it is our series of the night. I look forward to having an exciting matchup here between these two.
Oh yeah, it's always a treat for me when we see RML's Kunkka. I think he's really just very flashy in that hero. So we'll see how much he brings out. The one worry I have for TNC is Gabby's timing. He's gonna have to face the potential onslaught of RR playing fast. The key thing here is RR cannot afford to wait too long for the Ags combination. Install it to late game, but that Ursa has such an early advantage over the spec. Stalling this game out will kind of compromise that really strong start RR wants to build up. They really have to play a bit faster here, clear the map out, don't allow Gabby to farm if they do want that win.
Okay. See how it all pans out. It's going to be game number 1, of course. This is a best of 2 series between TNC and RR. What they can make happen. I'm just going to wait to get into the game.
Yeah, it's sometimes feels a bit longer in this strategy phase for whatever reason. Like sometimes it's kind of snappy, but sometimes it just draws out for whatever. I can't tell why that happens. No one's disconnected or paused. So
I believe what it is if a player takes too long to pick the hero, like if they wait to the last second to pick that hero, then the timer will only start from here to the loading screen.
Right.
Up until like every single person's got their hero, right? So
right. Okay.
I don't know. That's my best guess, John.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd believe it, even if that might not be it, but I will accept that as what's happening. Yeah. Dota is a very mysterious game, Mike. As long as it explains it, that's fine. Still, it's gonna be rather explosive from both sides. Mid lane's gonna be where it really shines. Armel and the Kunkka just always forces the opposing mid to play on the edge, and Morphling is a hero that you really have to juggle on the edge. So we'll see how much Alacrity can get out and whether or not Armel can punish.
March could be in trouble early on. He does now get spotted out by Nuts. Hustler is being very patient with the Fisher. They're trying to just set up to see if they can actually wrap around March on that Chen, but ultimately he will now back off. The ball will still keep eyes on him, but he'll take it for himself. It'll expire now as well. March just takes it. Doesn't last very long. That's a bit unfortunate for March. Run into Nuts now. No, Gabby and March, can they move forward? Maybe just thinking they can try to fight over this bounty. They have got both the top bounties already secured, so Drew now is going to run onto Gabby, trying to get some early harassment out. He doesn't have the Fury swipes, but even just with the Earthstrip, he can do a fair bit, but Hustler misses the Fisher, or rather connected, but got it kind of wrong. Wrong way around. Well, Drew, still going to be pretty satisfied with how much harass he got out. But Gabby's he's not going to run all the way back to the fountain, is he?
I think they might be looking at a lane swap, perhaps.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. You don't.
Down bot.
Yeah, it's not a favorable lane. Ursa spec. They just want to give Gabby a bit of a better start. This is unfortunate because you don't have the Divine Favor teleport, so it is slower, but you can still kind of play around that here.
KP will have a much better time. I'm just kind of wondering whether Drew probably won't even bother. I mean, you already mentioned the Chen teleport. You're always going to win that lane swapping when it comes to it if you have a Chen on your side of things. They will swap out the supports though. It looks like Hustler does make his way down the bot lane. They do send Nuts up to the top. I suppose if you are Nuts on the Jakira, you are going to deal much better with the Mirana than say the Earthshaker is.
Yeah, it's already a pretty good trade despite being a level behind. That's just the DOT damage is a lot, and this will force Tims to eat through that early regen.
Arrow?
Oh,
No, won't connect. Nice little dodge out there from Nuts. Gabby's still not going to have an easy time up the top lane either though on that spec, I've got to say. Like, Jakiro Beastmaster, easier than Ursa, for sure, but still not that easy once you've got those balls up at a higher level.
No. And the issue is you went for the Chen, but you don't have the Chen to steal the boars. So that combination, that counter pick, isn't really going to be a factor up top, which means, you know, you get a lot more presence coming out from KYXY.
I guess you've still got the arrows though from Tim's, but that's, yeah, it's really all you've got. You just got to try and connect the arrows off onto the boars. The best option now. As long as Gabby's farming, I don't think they really care which way around it's going to be. Gabby is currently sitting at 5-3 though. I mean, in terms of CS, he's not exactly pulling very far ahead at the moment, but you could kind of say it was due to the fact that he did miss the first creep wave anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when you do that. They do actually rotate March. So he's up there. He has Divine Favor up. They do actually want to keep controlling that BM anyway.
Arrow does connect Tim's now with the Spectral Dagger flying in from Gabby. They want to go for this and Nuts. He's been blocked up by his own creep wave. Oh, what a way to give first blood to TNC.
Ooh.
That double creep wave coming towards that T1 tower, working against the Jakiro. And now Gabby's going to be able to walk away with all those creeps and just reset the lane equilibrium, and it's going to make it a lot harder for RR now.
Yeah, it's a great start for TNC. It did cost a rotation for support, so you isolate KP, and he does get cleaned up, but doesn't really matter as much. The Spectre is the key to the game here for TNC. I'm sure KP understands that as well. He's just going to have to ride through this rough lane a bit longer.
That he will.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Alacrity mid lane as well, up against that Conker. So far hasn't been very great for him, I've got to say. Like, Alacrity's sitting at 12-2. Armel sitting at 23-5 CS. Just completely dominating the lane, and poor old Alacrity keeps having to, I mean, look at his damage right now. He's got so much strength on this Morphling. Just trying to survive through the creep wave, but there's just no way for him to secure those creep blast hits underneath the T1 tower with 47 damage.
Yeah, it's really tricky for the Morph, and again, it's the threat of the Kunkka's damage. It just does way too much, and Alacrity's just gonna have to accept that he can only soak here and hopefully transition to the jungle.
X is there from Armel. He just wants to man-fight Alacrity, not even bothering with the torrent. Alacrity will eventually just have to waveform away. Brings out a Mango for himself and a Furry Fire, but that's all he has in terms of regen. And we're getting close to that point again where Alacrity's just going to have to strength more all the way to be able to survive this. In fact, Armel saw the anti-morphing going on, so he went for a blind torrent play, and it almost connected, but Alacrity realized it was happening. Afraid this lane's not going to get easier though. Alacrity does waveform in aggressively. Doesn't really lead to anything, and
Is under attack.
on the brighter side, Armel won't find a power room for himself.
Yeah, it's one consolation there still. You take a look at that top lane. RR has actually just left Nuts alone, so he's soaking up EXP. Our Beastmaster is just gone into the jungle this early. Yeah, just eating. It's really early for him to dip in, but I don't think he wants that lane. I just think it's hard against a Chen. You don't want to give the boars away. You are opening yourself up to pick off potentials with all the slows being stacked with a Spectre. So the safe play is just a jungle, but this means you're starving out your other cores once they start to look for jungle farm.
Armel going to get jumped on. Arrow flying through. Nice dodge out by Alacrity. They do get the kill on Armel. It was a good rotation out from Hustler. Try and turn this mid lane around. The top lane, you look at Nuts. Still alone. And he does die alone. You start to wonder now with RR, should they start really swapping lanes around? Like, maybe for Alacrity in this mid lane Morphling, although it's starting to slowly turn around for him, you might sort of consider maybe I should just go to the top lane and just take that safer farm. That would mean someone else has to take the mid lane though, but I don't necessarily think leaving Nuts here by himself is the greatest idea.
No, this is not optimal for RR. Again, they're just trying to minimize their losses early, but I mean, look, March just chases down KY. XY grabs the boar again, and you still have this issue.
Kill the other boar? He does not get it in time. Those boars are really good XP, so it's March would have loved to just pick that up for himself. Tim's gonna find Nuts on this Jakiro. They look at each other for a second. Now Spectral Dagger's gonna fly out. Arrow, not yet. Tim's just holding. Misses the arrow just barely. But you've got the dagger plus the boar slow. There's no way out. And it's one thing to be able to soak XP as a Jakiro, but if it's gonna mean giving more gold to Gabby without him missing CS, you may as well just leave the lane empty.
Yeah, they should, because Gabby's off to a spectacularly good start. Top of net worth, finding kills, and down bot, Drew is diving KP, but you know, it's not the same when a Spectre is getting that kind of farm.
No, it is not. I think it's at that point now where, although you still can dish a lot of damage out onto KB, he's okay to be able to survive here.
Dire's middle tower.
And the idea, of course, for TNC would just be to make sure they don't lose those towers early on. Keep defending that T1 bot tower, don't give any space away to RR. We'll see Armel actually make quite an interesting rotation now. He pops a haste strip, but they spotted him out with that observer ward. So Armel, he's going to keep running. He is going to find Nuts. Nuts is definitely going to die here. Unless a miracle happens, but no, there's the 5-second arrow into the turret, and Armel will take the free kill away. On the brighter side though for RR, this has allowed Alacrity to really take over in terms of CS. Sitting at 54 CS right now on the Morph, and he's actually only about 30 gold behind Armel.
Yeah, it's not too bad for him, considering how his lane started, but you look up top, you know, all these rotations out, Gabby's left with a free lane. He took the tier 1, he has his Necronomicon, so his farm shoots up. And if you don't punish this Spectre soon enough, it's going to come out with a really good timing on whatever they go for.
What do you think he'll go for, by the way, on that Spectre? Like,
I wouldn't mind a Radiance this game still, but we have seen a tendency for Manta Diffusal, or SNY even, if you want to fight earlier. I still think if you stall this game out, you're really not under any threat, unless Alacrity really gets the plays going. But that's a lot of pressure on him.
I think I'd agree with your Radiance idea though. Especially if he's getting free farm like this. There's no real reason not to do it. He does miss the pull on the creep wave. Try and help him out with this this triple stack that he's trying to take, but he should be okay to do it just with the Necromonicon units. And of course you're going to see some decent neutral items popping out there. But bot lane, a fight has broken out. There's going to be a boat thrown out from Armel, but it doesn't connect on anyone. And now they try to take the outpost away, and they do.
They got both.
They got both outposts. RR just getting aggressive at the last few seconds as a full team, and there was no way to cancel it.
Yeah, it's a nice take for them. Helps them play catch-up. Helps them rush that level 6 on Hustler. So it gives them options, and they look to want to go for that tier 1 bot as well.
Nice Bishop. KP's locked in the tree line now. He's going to try and run out of there with the press the attack. Still trying to run. There's going to be a buyback there on Tim, who did die immediately. March getting pretty low, though still surviving. And now the horn from Gabby. They do get KYXY. Now Alacrity going to be in trouble. Still trying to run away. He does waveform out of there. Still being chased down, however. Do they have any form of stun? It's really only Tim's, and he's waiting for his arrow to be back up and online. It's going to be a blind arrow, it looks like, as well, as everyone's just getting out of vision now. He doesn't even bother with it. He'll just save it for the siege creep. Try and slow down that T1 bot tower push. Ultimately, a 3-for-1 trade for RR plus a buyback from Tim's. Suppose Reality should probably feel okay about that trade.
Definitely. They got a lot more. They force out the hot usage under controlled circumstances as well, so they mitigate their losses, and they do keep it a bit even. You still worry about the progression on Gabby, actually rushing at Radiance. So our Spectre's probably going to be out of these fights unless he has Haunt, which gives RR big windows to fight, big windows to play aggressively. Again, they've got the Ursa, they've got the Morph, there is opportunity there to play a bit faster, and they really will have to. They don't want to have to drag it out to late game. TNC, you know, they've kind of struggled in the past few fights just finding their opening.
KYXY, mid lane, has the roar up now. KP going to be in the spot of bomber as Liquipedia does wait for him as well. He will be able to press the attack, so no, he'll just make a run now, does heal, and he does make it out. They just don't have the damage output. Oh no, now with that Moonlight Shadow going to rush in to try and get KYXY, gets the X with the boat flying in. There's some nice units to take out there as well, and KP comes in with the overall nods and takes the kill for himself.
Yeah, just a bit of a secure for himself, just showing that he's helping out, and once more, seeing this draft from TNC kick in. It's that regeneration they have. It's the sustain Chen brings. You can't really go for these easy pickoffs because that global heal is there. Now that it's used though, RR, they could try for something. It's a pretty long cooldown. It's just, they kind of blew everything they had as well to try to find that.
Yeah, you need the roar. Nothing's going to happen without that roar, not at this stage of the game. They're going to try and set up that mid tier 1 again. The bot tier 1 again. This time around, I believe they should find it. In fact, they're going to try and go onto Tim's, but Tim's will just leap away. But they've been trying to get this tier 1 tower for so long now. That's all they want. They don't care about the hero kills. Now they'll contest this ancient stack as well that KP and Tim's are trying to take. Liquipedia will be there to try and just take all that for himself. Looks like the only thing TNC are willing to do right now is just let Armel push that mid tier 1 in. Of course, we haven't talked about it for a few minutes, but Gabby is still free farming and building into that Radiance. And being at the top of the net worth board, it's not going to take him too long to just have that up. Especially if they get this mid tier 1 tower, which they are.
Yeah, the RR, I mean, sure they got the stacks, but you lose a mid objective like that, opens up the map a lot more for TNC. Makes it harder to jump onto Gabby if you were looking to punish at some point. So this really just helps TNC out. This gives them more space. You've got the Spirit Vessel now on Armel, so that's an immediate smoke. They want to try and maximize that first charge.
March. X gonna be there on KYXY, both coming in as well. KYXY just stands there like a man and takes it. Now the arrow and the jewel, of course, will allow them to secure the kill. TNC not going to even try and bother. No, they will. I was about to say they're not going to bother for the outpost, but March will go and do the responsible thing. Everyone else is running back into the mid lane to see if they could get nuts on that Jakiro, but he has backed off in time. It looks like RR is still just trying to get their own farm up. Like, you look at Drew on that Ursa. It's about to hit that level 10 mark, trying to go for the Basher after picking up the Yasha. Of course, Liquipedia on the Morphling, he is getting closer and closer to the Ethereal Blade, almost has the Eagle Song. It's not the fastest process for a Morphling, but he's getting there.
Yeah, it's a steady build-up, and that's something RR can look at. Hold on.
Yeah, March. Oh, Moonlight Shadow's going to save him. They don't have... Oh, March,
no.
He went into the Sentry Ward. Don't walk that way, March. Go the other way.
Wait, no, he's out good.
Hand of God. Mel, meanwhile, fills up Hostler up at that top lane. And March actually got out of there.
Oh, that's just silly. That should not have happened. But again, TNC finding the better end of those trades. They force out ult usages from RR. So this is downtime for both sides. And this is just farming time for both Gabby and Liquipedia. You look at Liquipedia, he does have that Eagle Song. So he just lacks the Ghost Scepter. That's a big spike for a Morph. Once he has it, I just worry that it's not enough. I'm not sure who he can really burst down with all the sustain on TNC.
Good. Arrow gonna fly in. He's gonna try and make a run for it with Enrage. He might be able to get out of this, but KP's gonna chase for that jewel and they get the X off. Now the both are flying as well. KP just waiting for his free damage and he'll take it. Mel securing the kill. And Drew just kind of jumped behind the Tier 2 tower, but then ignored Tim's. Maybe realizing he jumped too far, and even nuts now on the Jakiro.
Oh boy.
An easy kill onto that Jakiro, and I guess it buys time for Hustler to get that blink up, which he does now have. But that's going to be a 10-5 now, 2K net worth lead for TNC.
Yeah, it's not a very wide net worth lead for TNC. So RR is keeping up with Alacrity and to a certain extent with Drew. But, you know, Gabby's hitting his timing as well. Just lacks that recipe on the Spectre. Once that's up, his damage output shoots an incredible amount. You will still need a lot of stat padding to increase that durability. But you're about to hit the point where the Spectre's hot will do tons more damage in the fight. So you start to get a bit worried about the timing for RR. Of course, the Radiance makes it harder for Alacrity to play on low HP because of her burn chance.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that unfortunately farming underneath the Radiant Vision, it does cost them another kill. Now Armel mid lane going to be there to defend. KP, Melbourne caught it. Now KP with the macro fire can take a look at it, but no, there's no what? Oh, come on now. You're going to have some detection if you're going to do that.
Oh no, that's the third time that they've slipped the kill like this, and
you can't do that.
No. It's costing them. Like, these are very big opportunities to find that lead. Alacrity has a shotgun. He doesn't even get the kill.
Oh, Echo being committed Hustler. He'll do his damn self. Drew does pick up both kills on the Ursa, but Hustler really setting up for his team with the surprise reveal on the Blink Dagger. And now it's immediately to the Roshan pit.
Yeah, this is so important for RR to take. They are, I mean, TNC's not quite ahead, but RR has sensitive timings. They do catch Tims.
Yeah, he's caught out here. The great throw from Armel into a bow. And Tims is still trying to go up against Nuts. Macro being killed, they both die. At least the Roshan is going away Blackly. Now they jump in onto Armel. And you ultimately still call that a better trade for a Reality Rift, in all honesty, right? You found Tims, you found that core cooker, you found the Aegis, and now you've got the T1 tower up top lane.
Yeah, so a lot of objectives being found by RR. They are hitting their stride here. You're at the point where the Ursa with a Basher has a lot more presence. I think the peak of that will be the Abyssal, of course, and Alacrity's burst damage is starting to build up. It's not quite insta-kill just yet, but he's saving up for the Yags, and at that point it gets a bit ridiculous. So TNC, it's their turn to maybe calm down a bit, wait for certain items and levels on Gabby. Just have him tank up and really start fighting after you've got everything ready on that spec.
Drew, Spectral Dagger does connect on the Ursa, he'll be fine. There's that Radiance, Gabby does now have it up and online. Going into that Manta build next, and you know, they haven't actually gone after that Spectre once yet, which is a real concern for RR. Like, you might feel confident with the ES more. Whether it's enough with the Ursa to go up against that Spectre in the super late game is really where I get a bit concerned. But I suppose once you have that Aghanim Scepter up on Alacrity, which he is farming for right now, perhaps then, as his dire side, you can really start just rushing towards going high ground and not giving Gabby any more of that time he desperately needs.
Yeah, they've got some key pickups as well to help them out. You've got Necronomicon, Tree, and KYXY, so the Moonlight Shadow Escape's not going to be as effective. Still, TNC, they smoke up.
They do, they want to try and go for a fight. Drew is under vision, they still haven't gotten that D-ward off. Feels like I've seen this before, but Armel Xing himself up. Armel will be okay. They did lose Tims on that Mirana. Was it a Lotus or something?
No, it was Alacrity. He morphed up.
Oh, it was Alacrity. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, that makes more sense. I forgot about that. Nice play from Alacrity.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright, and they'll get the T2 tower.
Is under attack.
Yeah, so again, RR is hitting their stride. A bit of a risky spot for Gabby to farm, and he's all alone.
The shot. First time Gabby's had more pressure. That's going to be a lot of damage out from Drew, but he'll haunt away. Back down the bottom where he goes into Alacrity.
Dire's top tower is under
And he got the shotgun straight to the face. That is unfortunate. But a great pick up there for RR now. And, well, I mean, I was literally talking about it a second ago, John, that they hadn't killed him off yet.
Yeah, it's a great bounce for RR. They've got a 3k lead. They're looking pretty scary with Alacrity. Their build-up on Drew is pretty darn nice. He's actually opting for the BKB before the Abyssal, so won't have as much mobility without it, but you've got Alacrity to start these fights for you in.
Smart, going to be there. They do connect with the arrow as well, but he was strength walking just fine. Of course, the Spirit Vessel going to be a little bit of a problem there for Alacrity. He won't mind it too much. He does have the Aegis just in case anyway. They're going to go back into that mid-tier 2. Shotgun, they're on Armel with the Ice Blast, and now the rule can get it. Armel, however, getting it all first off by KP. Alacrity still will go after that mid-tier 2. Nice dodge on that torrent with the waveform, but now Arrow will not connect. TNC unwilling to let this tier 2 tower go down. Will continue to hold down. In RR, they decide it's time to back up. I thought they may want to keep pressuring because they do have the Aegis, but I suppose after committing the Roar and even the Echo, it's enough of a push, to say the least.
Yeah, they just run out of tools to force these fights out. So they just step back, they keep farming up. This does give TNC the opportunity to do the same. And I believe Gabby does have the Yasha flying out. Just a little bit more presence from the spec. Still a long way away from being a true menace. Again, you look at that level 20 timing to really kick that in. But at level 17, you're not too far off the mark to hit that. So TNC still has some spikes to reach. Same thing for RR. You've got the Ags now in Alacrity. So that Morph Shaker combination should kick into play here.
Yeah, here we go. Let the fun and games begin. See how much damage Alacrity can pump out with that enchant totem.
is under attack.
Yeah, he did just lose the Aegis. That timing's over. TNC try and pressure that tier 2 top tower, and we'll take it fairly easily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
RR seem unbothered by that as they are pushing in that mid-tier 2 tower once again. There's really just nuts there. Armel just try and get a torrent off, but won't quite get there. However, RR is now smoked up. Alacrity has now morphed into the ES as well, just waiting on top of the cliff for his first victim. Not hitting too hard yet. It's 500 per enchant totem right now for Alacrity. It's not too bad. He'll jump it off to Gabby, but there was a lot of tricks waiting there. Both to fly in, he'll not really thinking of anyone. Now the ice comes through. So many fishes on the deck right now, he can't get past. There will be a duel out from KP onto KYXY. He's not going to win it. Echo being committed. Now the hand of God. Nuts and KP both end up going down. RR looking to back off now, but Drew has been trapped up by Gabby and Armel. Arrow flying through, does connect with the X. RR just couldn't really commit after all those ultimates were expended. Had to just get out of there, and unfortunately for them, Drew was left behind.
Yeah, it's not the best reveal of the Morph Ags. Not really finding the biggest kills and losing your Ursa in the process. So Gabby's going to be happy with that pickup. Does have the Manta style up and running and is inching closer towards that level 20. So the durability of the spec is going to start to kick in. RR, they need a bit more damage coming out in Alacrity. And once he has that potential to just stand and fight, you know, it starts to get a little bit better. You do see Alacrity queue up the BKB. So he just wants that free space to do damage in front. I think that's going to help massively, as it's been a bit of a problem taking complete control in these fights when they don't get that perfect setup coming out from Hustler.
Yes. The Hustler's been very liberal with the usage of that Echo Slam as well. Like, we saw the one-man Echo that last team fight, but you might need to look for a multi-person Echo in futures. They need all the damage they can get right now for this Dire side. But think they're behind in the game, but they just need more damage.
Top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 will be denied off. Gabby just denying that gold away. Top lane is being forced in by Tims with the siege creep, so they may have to react to that. Looks like Tims isn't really intending on sticking around anyway. Just wants to keep forcing waves into that tier 3 tower, and are not responding at all. They don't care. They are waiting in that radiant jungle, just holding it hostage. However, TNC now. March. Why is March always revealing the Roshan timers?
He wants to help everyone.
He really does reveal it every single time, doesn't he?
Yeah, that he does, and it's just a bit of a mistype, you know. Sometimes you hold shift when you hit enter, and you unfortunately give everyone the info. Still, RR are relentless. They're just going into the bot tier trees. They do a lot of damage with her Morphling, and the Liquipedia does a good amount just by himself.
We'll drop the macro there, and that'll be it. They'll just
Tower is under attack.
not really willing to risk a big team fight right now. RR just will back off. It seems as though Reality Rift are confident to go into that late game stage with their own draft, with the Ursa and the Morphling. I think the one thing you're really worried about here is that Morphling in particular. Alacrity, of course, has so much scaling potential with that Earthshaker. PNC seem to be very, very confident in their own draft to go late game though. Still putting their faith in Gabby, who is at the top of the net worth board on that Spectre, and looks like he'll be going into a Basher straight after that Mantis File was picked up. Although we could see both teams running into each other now as the Roshan is back up. March does keep his army around that Roshan pit and just keeps vision of what's going on. Of course, RR with the Ursa and more really want to take that very quickly. It's just not going to be that easy. I'm kind of wondering why these creeps are set up in this particular fashion around the Roshan pit, but he was sitting there meticulously setting them up for some reason. I'm just not sure what it is. I suppose the Centaur, though, does make it hard to enter the Roshan pit, but smoking up, trying to loop around to that high ground. Arrow does actually connect. They know it did connect on somebody. So Armel goes into the turret. It will not land. Nice pass now. They're trying to block Armel. He will be KB up before the shotgun blast came in, and now the bow flies in, but that also misses everyone. Still KB jumps in, gets the duel on. They need to kill one. Now onto the Ursa. Drew is going to just try and run away. And with that enraged, looks like he may be alright. Fisher was there just in case they needed the extra help. The TNC, having that one Beastmaster down, will start the Roshan.
Yeah, they've got the control for it. They don't quite have all their team fight spells ready, but they have to be aware Hustler does have the blink and slam, so there's some potential here for RR.
Drew is going to come in, trying to reveal things up. They are going to ice pump Gabby. Gabby is stuck right now, but he does get forced off. That Drew keeps jumping in. Echo is there from Hustler. It does do a fair bit of damage to Gabby, but not enough to kill him off. Now Drew has to run. Ice Punch is there once again on Armel, but KB gets another duel on. Still a great fish round from Hustler connecting on 4. They continue the fight. Now the macro fire being got by Nuts. Hustler still trying to run. They get a boat off, and likely getting hit by the torrent boat, and will end up going down. Thanks to that Spirit Vessel that was placed on top as well. Now Nuts still trying to just get out of there, but it looks like he is just meant to die here. Get ruled up, and he's gone. And KYXY, this is not the time, sir. Came back in to try and help out, but it is too late, and that roar is going to do nothing. As KP was there with the press the attack, the first to start off. Now Nuts being X'd up. That's going to be a dieback on the Jakiro. A great fish around, but the arrow was there just in case, and KP will happily take the kill. It's a messy, messy team fight. But TNC gets so much out of that.
Oh, they definitely do. This now opens up the rush. You've thrown every spell you've had on RR's side. There's no way to counter-fight. A lot of that was on Drew just jumping in early. His team was not ready to back him up, which meant that Hustler's slam wasn't going to be big, and that took a lot of presence away there. Gonna be tricky fighting up here now. You've got the cheese to contend with, and the Aegis up and running on Gabby. You're seeing the effect of this draft, Mike. It's the heals coming out from March. It's the mech and the Hand of God. It's too much for the initial burst of RR to deal with.
It's a funny part as well, right? Like, March hasn't exactly farmed very well on this Chen this game. But just the mech alone with that Hand of God seems to be so much to deal with. And well, they're not even done. The bot lane through again getting caught by Edgar. There'll be a duel straight away, not allowing the enrage. Now the boat to fly in. They don't win the duel, but who cares about that? You got a kill onto that Ursa once again. Now Gabby's on the chase for Tim's trying to chase down Hustler, who does have the blink up soon, but it won't matter. Gets caught out, and that'll be a double kill now for the Spectre.
Yeah, and again, Gabby's progression is just building up. He's saving up for his Abyssal next, which will allow him to jump and control any target he wants. RR, they're still finding farm on Alacrity. He's still building up, but for him, it's a BKB coming out. So it's not quite going to be enough to just stand there and fight. His damage is limited now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alacrity does actually end up getting March. March just got dropped in the Radiant jungle. TNC probably don't really mind too much, but they will respectfully back off just in case they did need those heals in a team fight to come. RR back to the farming game for now, just finishing off that BKB on this Morphling. TNC looking to just hold that Dire triangle in their own jungle and just keep this. KP tried to take the creep wave for himself. Does take the creep wave with the Tidebringer, of course. Does also have the Impulse, so he just with that Tidebringer hit, you know, you get that guaranteed crit going on a Kunkka. It's just so much damage. Down
really
up
is.
to that tier 2 bot tower.
Yeah, one hurting point for TNC has to be KP. He's at 16. Even Tim's is at like 18 on the pause for Mirana. So KP's fallen a bit behind, but he's still doing his job still.
Bishop, jump in, Alacrity, just finds himself, lifts the shotgun, Hustler there as well. Lure being committed, the heals did come in. KP will die, but they will continue with this team fight. Oh no, he popped the BKB going after Hustler. They burst down the Earthshaker. Now the boats are coming. Buyback from Gabby, he'll haunt in as well, going after Nuts, but he won't find the kill. Now Alacrity turns back around on Gabby with the Abyssal Blade. Echo being committed by Hustler, but it was only on one target. Nuts will now die. Alacrity still trying to jump around here back onto no, because they take the Kunkka down. Not quite. Arrow does connect on Drew. He'll be fine through the enrage now, going back onto Gabby. He may have died back in all this, but no. That'll be the Aegis. Now going back in. Spectral Dagger does connect on the Ursa. Drew is going to be in trouble and will ultimately die. KYXY. All's getting caught out by that jewel. Does go down to KP. There's only really one left here, and I believe that is of course Hustler. Can he make it out? Torrent gonna scout him out just barely, I believe. Yeah, Hustler takes the arrow there from Tim's.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that makes it a 7k net worth lead here for TNC. They'll keep going.
Yeah, they've got the Abyssal up in Gabby. They don't have the Aegis, but they know they just blew a lot of big spells on RR's side, so they can get some pressure in and try to at least do some significant chip damage on that tier 3.
They're trying to apply as much as they can now.
Dire's bottom
That
tower
macro
is
does
under
make it very, very hard. It looks like they're just gonna back out.
Yeah, it's a repair kit as well from RR you have to deal with, so it's a bit more annoying than you'd want it to be. Fighting into that high ground, they do rotate down mid, so just find that safer tier 2 pickup before the respawns are in.
Get easy T2 to take.
Dire's middle
They'll take it with 0 contention. I doubt TNC will bother trying to go high ground again until they have another Aegis up on Gabby. try and control the rest of the map up. In fact, Gabby's gonna find a nice creep there for himself just on the way out. So KP does now have the Heaven's Harbor up as well. So things are getting harder and harder as time goes on for RR. In terms of item progression, they really haven't had that much.
No. It's really slowing down outside of Alacrity with the BKB. They need a lot more, especially from Drew. He's saving up for the MKB. Still, they smoke up. I'm not sure about this one.
They're all gonna break the smoke there with the X-Blade. Alacrity just can't really do much about it. But that smoke just really meant nothing. They'll still try to get onto that high ground, and they do. They're still very far forward, but he's ready to fight. He's even got a nice rune in the bottle right now. An arcane rune. Nuts. A high ground goes himself. Porto's going. Gabby straight onto Hustler. Not allowing the Blink Echo to come in. Now they're all being converted onto Gabby, but he'll be fine it seems as Hustler is still just trying to run away. They'll turn their attention away onto Drew. Still Hustler looking for that perfect opportunity. Waiting with the Blink Echo. They're just going to try and make a run for a KP. He'll go with the duel now. They do need something. They do blink in with the Fisher now completely on fire. They do get KP on the LC. Hustler will die, however. Now the Torrent does connect on KYXY. Alacrity's just trying to run away. Well, they do just give up nuts on the Jakiro. Not be able to get out of this. That'll be another 3-for-1 trade for TNC.
Yeah, now they can go straight to the high ground. That was fairly messy from RR. I think Hustler didn't actually get the slam off. He got the slam and then bling. So it wasn't quite the best result for RR. Still, they've got the repair kit to stall out this push, but it is still going to be coming out here.
Yeah, it won't matter. They just get through it. They'll repair kit up the racks, but they're hitting away. Causing them no issues at all. Arrow perfect from Tim. Both to fly in. With the Spirit Vessel, Alacrity barely gets the BKB off in time. That'll save his life. But the Rax is still gone. They just can't defend it. Well, now, sitting up for that bot push, maybe just wait for the next Roshan. Or maybe you just keep farming up on TNC and wait for RR to maybe get impatient and just try and come and take a fight.
Yeah, I think at this point TNC's pretty confident with their lineup. With the objectives they've taken, there are still ways for RR to kind of jump back in. They just are running out of space on the map to farm. And there's still a lot of farm needed. You need a lot more from Alacrity, you need a lot more from Drew. The MKB up on the Ursa. So the damage output of our Ursa is pretty darn good. The issue is he's constantly being controlled and disarmed up. So it's not coming out fast enough, and that is hurting the timing of RR.
Ball lane, they're trying to make a plan onto Gabby. He does just Spectral Dagger out of there. RR can take the outpost from the Radiant side. Gabby, he just picks up a casual Eye of Skadi for himself now, so that Morphling was already struggling quite a lot with the Spirit Vessels flying up, but now with the Eye of Skadi, there's really no escaping all this. It's that strength gain is really not going to do much in the middle of the team fight anymore.
No, it's just so vulnerable now, that Morphling, and RR, they need to be able to isolate one. I think that's all they can hope for. They can't take these big fights. Even if you get a big slam from Hustler, for example, I don't think it's enough. I think there's too much sustain from TNC to mitigate that. So they have to look to maybe smoke for an isolated hero. They just haven't had that opportunity to really get that done.
Well, they must know TNC is just waiting for the Roshan to come up. Like, that's maybe their play, is to just try and counter that Roshan, go for a big team fight there and see if they can make it happen. Feels like if they lose the next Roshan, TNC may just outright win the game. So it's going to be very, very hard to fight into double lines of Gabby. Already hard enough killing him once now. What? Bishop was at the right time. He does blink out, so KP doesn't get the jewel off. Haunted from Gabby anyway, but he doesn't connect the dagger either. That means Hustler will be okay to TP away.
Dire's top
Yeah, that's pretty poorly timed. They were just looking for a pick off for themselves there, so without that haunt, RR has a bit of a timing window here, and they do smoke up.
Jumps in, trying to go after the March, but he will force March out. Now the Raw being committed on Armel, but he'll also be fine. Ice Pass flying out. Who are they aiming for though? Gabby, he's already killed off Nut from that Jakiro. He does fire back immediately. Now KYXY also going to be in trouble. He will go down that Beastmaster. Big hit go out from Hustler, but is it enough? It's a lot of damage with the heal start coming in from March, and it means nothing. Even Gabby tells them, they're just wrong. That'll be another. Alacrity now trying to make a run for it. He has wait for him in a couple seconds. TNT may just ignore him and go for the Roshan plane. Well, they tried to get an arrow off. It doesn't quite land in time before the TNT finish. But the Roshan is theirs. There's no contest here from RR.
Yeah, and it's a pretty nice Roche as well. It's got the Ags upgrade coming out, so you could just give that to Armel. And you'd have to deal with a Torrent Storm as well on top of this.
That they will. No, Gabby takes the axe. What does that do again? Shadow.
It's the single target haunt, which I guess is nice. Just allows them to find those pickoffs. There you go.
This is actually pretty good. Like, considering you're this strong now, you can just chase down the Jakiro every time and not play this ball back. That's a dieback on the Jakiro, so he's gone for a minute and a half now. And if the defense was already hard enough, it just got a hell of a lot harder. Got Echo back up in a few seconds, so Hustler could try and make a play with his team and try to blow some people up. But they are not really grouping up and giving him that opportunity. In fact, they know where he is. They had some vision on him. And now KYXY getting bashed up by Gabby. The visual, torrent, all connected. KYXY is dead. Now KP running in. Hustler, allowing it to do kill KP off. But Hustler will die. He'll fly back along with KYXY. They're going to go for this final team fight. Drew trying to just get back. KYXY has been caught by Armel. And both connecting, Alacrity jumping in again. Echo was committed on who?
No one.
No one, right. Well, there's the duel now as well. Hustler will die back, and well, it's a 2v5 situation. And I believe TNT would call this a win job.
Yeah,
they do now. The GG has been called.
Yeah, it's rough. RR Hustler. The opportunities for slams of twice we saw. Radiance Burn ruins Blink Daggers, Mike, and that's something Hustler learned the hard way. TNC, in fine form today, do take the first.
FY, he's found himself No Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off. And he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm as committed as here.
Got to be
Wants
careful who
Jerax.
shows up top. Indeed, Jerax is going out on his own. He doesn't expect Arme to have this invis route. As Arme will show himself, Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so
Yes.
just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Anna is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Anna, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Anna's got a TP available. He's into the trees, he's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Anna, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level at the end.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Crates. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Spirit picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save, he's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them knocks the back. But Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. chased by Thompson. Sneaks in with the cold snap. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already gone, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head for this team fight. I mean, LGD are for gold, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult. Seb jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. And Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
he has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We are here for our second and final game. Fortunately, TNC Predator and RR. And I mean, it's unfortunate it's the last game, not that these two teams are playing, by the way, John. Just in case anyone got a little bit confused by my really bad wordplay there. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. You know, it's been a fast day. I'm not used to that, but it's our last game of the day, and then I believe we're on a bit of a break as we switch back to our alternate casters, which is always nice. Still closing out TNC versus RR. TNC, of course, really coming online in the last draft. They allowed the Shaker Morph to slide through, but it wasn't an issue. So RR, they've got to be a bit more on point with their execution, maybe fix up those matchups we were seeing in lane. It wasn't the best, especially for Alacrity mid. You know, we're used to seeing Alacrity play faster heroes. The Morphling in that case was not quite his tempo. So we'll see whether or not RR does correct that. We will find out. I like the ban outs from RR. They take out the Beast and the Brewmaster, which we know KP plays a lot of. So they take those tools off, and they're going to force KP to maybe play something else here. TNC do start with the Enchantress, which we have seen to great effect. Great laning, great presence, and great healing down the line. So it does give you a lot to play with.
That it does. It's kind of intriguing though, right? Because usually if you when you do see the Enchantress first pick, it's usually into something like the Beastmaster. It's not so much that you pick it up just because it's a good hero, because it really isn't that great of a hero. But I suppose if you're TNC, they just want to destroy one of the lanes outright. I don't know if that's still going to be the case though, because now RR, they do have that Train Protector that they do tend to love running in that off lane on KYXY. They'll also take the Mirana, which should be the Hustler hero this time around.
Yeah, I like the starting from RR. I think we've seen enough of that off-lane treant to know how much it stalls out the game, and we know RR plays around that perfectly. KYXY prevents the tier 1s from falling. We'll see if they get to reach that tempo here. Going to be important if they want to slow the game of TNC down. And without anything coming out here with minions, you know, the value you get from that Enchantress is mitigated. We'll see whether or not TNC will maybe go for a Chen Enchantress duo. That sounds really off, and that's really not something you see. But for a team like TNC, which really seems to recently value that aggression, I think you look at a lot of sustain there still. LC comes out, KP here is picked up. It's just, he does perfectly fine in it. With or without farm, he still gets the job done.
It's the press the attack though, right? Like, it's almost like how Abaddon was really popular. Even just as a support, just having that constant purge with the press the attack was always, it's just so useful throughout a team fight. Last time in that last game we saw,
5 seconds
sure you get a Fisher off, start off with the Roar from the Beastmaster. If you didn't control KB though, he'd press the attack on that hero every single time, and that stun would last all of half a second. And it's kind of the same concept here. You've got this Mirana, she might land a really nice stun. Matter, he's going to purge it off every time.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue.
Team ban.
For RR, I think they've got to be a lot careful with knowing where KP is. I think that's key. They just weren't able to isolate him. KP was just freeing everyone up and getting key duels off to just pin some big heroes before they could use their spells. Should try to aim to mitigate that. It's really interesting as well that TNC did ban out the Kunkka themselves. I don't think that's something we've seen Reality Rift draft too often, even with Treant. So whether or not that was really going to be an option is a different question, but I guess TNC just wants to guarantee you don't see the Treant Kunkka come out, because that can be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, of course, into the LC as well, it can be a bit hard, because the LC, you want to try and get some jewels off, but the boat flies in, the torrent flies in, suddenly you can't actually kill the guy, and there might be turn potential. Though, their third pickup now, they do ban out the ES, so not wanting to give Tims that signature Earthshaker. They will go ahead and pick up a Pugna now, so they're getting very interesting with this draft now. It's taken a pretty big turn. I see a lot of push potential there with that Pugna. I do love the Pugna into the LC and the even the Enchantress. Having that Pugna can be quite devastating. You can still purge the Decrepify off with press the attack. So there is still that problem, but I don't mind seeing this Pugna pop out.
I think it's pretty nice. I just have worries about how much you're getting from that Pugna in this case. And it's also down to lanes, roles. With the Pugna, I don't think that's an alacrity here at all. So they might be looking at the off-lane Pugna for KYXY, which we've seen a couple of times, which means that it's a nuts Treant, so you're not going to hit that timing. It gets harder for the Treant to sustain those towers without the levels and without the Meteor Hammer for the D-push. So you might be seeing the towers be a bit more vulnerable in this case. You would try to compensate with your own aggression with the Pugna still. TNC, they pick up the Pango. So it's a bit of a shake-up for them. I believe that is going to be their support duo, but there's a bit of a twist. They can run it mid with Armel. He's done that a couple of times. So we'll see what exactly TNC wants to get done. The support duo of Enchantress Pangolier doesn't really incite too much confidence. There's a lot of holds there that RR can kind of abuse. So like, it's not the best lockdown in the world. So we'll see if that is what TNC locks themselves into. But I have a feeling that's an RML hero we're seeing.
The Pango?
Yeah, I just don't think you want to run Ench Pango as a support duo. It's lacks control, which can be an issue. I don't know. I just feel iffy about that as a support with the Ench. It's not very typical.
I can see Armel playing the mid Pango. I mean, we have seen it pop up here and there from multiple teams. It wouldn't surprise me. It's just that I don't think of Armel when I think of Pangolier. But
Yeah,
then
that's
again,
true.
you never know. TNC, they might be just testing stuff out right now. We just don't know what they're going to bring out. RR, their fourth pickup, they don't know what they're going to bring out either. They're just having a real long think about it for now. This fourth pick should kind of reveal what the Treant Marauder is doing. Like whether that is going to be the established support duo or not. Just have to wait and see what... Yeah?
Feels like they've kind of trapped themselves up against a Pango. Like, they would have liked the Grimstroke, which they banned. They don't have the Beastmaster. They go with the Luna pickup. So that is going to be our Drew hero. Absolutely is. And we've seen this Luna a couple of times. It hasn't been the most effective. The timing has been a bit iffy. I think there are several things to watch out for in this case from TNC. But it does give them great push. So you're building in with your Pugna on this lineup. You can melt those objectives fast. The issue is timing for RR. I'm not sure if Drew will have that space up against this lineup TNC has so far.
Find out soon. TNC yet to make their fourth pickup. They're going to have a bit of a think about it as well. Gotta say, RR's lineup just looks very while you can dish out so much damage early, it does look so squishy. It just kind of feels like it's a very paper sort of lineup, isn't it? It's like you've got the Treant there, sure, but he's not really one to frontline for the team. He'll overgrow, but that's pretty much it. Then he's going to run off back into the tree line and just spam abilities from there. Void Spirit will be the pop out here from TNC Predator, so great magic burst. I love that into the Luna and the Pugna, right? Because now you've got just easy ways to burst these heroes down.
10 seconds.
That probably should be the Armel hero, I would argue, right? Like maybe now you just go, okay, it must be a Tim's Pango, put the Void Spirit mid. It could be the other way around, but that seems sort of doubtful at this point. I think Armel would rather just take the Void Spirit for itself.
Yeah, for sure. And that does tighten up the draft, as you mentioned. Just gives you great ways of bursting down these heroes from RR. Maybe worry about the damage you get from the Nether Ward on the Pugna. I don't think that's going to be a massive issue in this case. So you do have that flexibility. The lockdown RR is really not the best as well to punish or to hold down that Void Spirit. Like, you've got the arrow and Overgrowth, and that's it. I guess Lucent Beam to set up for an arrow, although that's not the best setup for an arrow. So you know, it's going to be pretty all right for Armel to zip in and out here. And RR, I think they're going to have to find the last pick that ties it up. Like, there is still flexibility with where their Pugna and Treant goes, but their last pick will have to reveal what exactly they want. Fortunately, they do have last pick, so TNC will have to reveal their hand first.
What position do you think RR's looking for with this last pick, though? Like, is this a mid Pugna? Because for me it feels like off-lane Treant, because we've seen KYXY, and I know he can play the Pugna as well, but I get the feeling it's an off-lane Treant with a support Pugna Mirana. I guess you could kind of set up Arrow with Decrepify, sort of. Yeah, it's still a bit clunky, but you can do it. Obviously the POS 1 Luna, and it does feel like we're missing the Alacrity hero here.
For sure. Like, Alacrity Pugna doesn't sound like something you'd want to give him, just based on how he plays. There is room here for maybe the TA, maybe the SF. It doesn't look like it's going to be the easiest time either way, but you can get that done. I think the TA fits in a bit better with the Luna, just because of the aura and what it does for the TA. So you have room there, but TNC, they close out with a Morph. So it is going to be the Tim's Pango. More than likely, we're going to be seeing Gabby in the Morph, of course, Armel in the Void Spirit. This does tie them in pretty nicely. You don't have anything like the Shaker to combine off, so it's just a straightforward shotgun build into maybe just tanking up. So we'll see how much TNC can pull out. I think they do have the draft to play fast and protect the Morphling. They don't have global heal in this case for March. They only have the Enchantress heal and AoE. So that might pull back some of that aggression we saw in game 1. RR, they need something to handle the Morphling now as well. Something that builds into that Spirit Vessel would be really nice. Ember Spirit's in the pool if they wanted to. It's a decent matchup against a Void Spirit.
Yeah. Be it. They don't be Ember. Alright. Well, that seems pretty nice, a nice way to round it off. It does give you a bit more control as well with those chains. We'll see if they can make this one work, RR. We've seen this before. It is the offlane Treant, so they're gonna hold that up. We've seen that many times from Reality Rift with this Treant Protector. Whether that's going to be enough time for this Drew Luna and Alacrity Ember to kind of snowball out of control, and whether they can outscale the Gabby Morphling and the Armel Void Spirit is a different question entirely. But they should be able to hold out for quite a while with these Tier 1 towers.
Yeah, that's going to be key. If they hold out long enough, you're stalling the timings for TNC, you're stalling out the timing of the morph of that Void Spirit, and that can really change the pace. We've seen what happens when a Morphling falls behind. You know, just match up against certain heroes. So we'll see if RR can bring that heat. In this case, I still worry about their control. It does feel like they're relying a lot on this Treant to get them the 5v5 control in a big fight. And that's something TNC can exploit. But I do think RR's draft is a bit more solid. I think you've got Alacrity in here he's much more comfy with. You've got potential there to really get a lot of good farm on Drew and start to melt objectives fast, so they can take control of the map a bit easier with this lineup.
See how it all pans out. Final match of the night. TNC, we briefly talked about it earlier on before the first game started, but they do need 2-0 victories all across the board to try and have a chance at that upper bracket. And then even then, it's going to still be reliant on Boom Esports actually losing. But you definitely want to just try and do your part while you can. TNC will definitely try to do that. RR, of course, just looking to try and win their last matchup before they head out for the BTS Pro Series Season 2.
Yeah, it's kind of funny if you think about it. Like, TNC's condition for climbing up relies on beating RR and RR losing to Boom. So even if RR lose here, they could still kind of cancel out TNC's progression by going all in tomorrow up against Boom. We'll see if they will go that extra mile, but again, it's a lot more on TNC. This is much more important for them than it is for RR.
Oh no, on that Void Spirit. He's actually going to go down to the bot lane for now, it seems. Of course, Gabby is going to be there on the Morph as well. It looks like they just want to try and set up for something. In fact, no, it's just Armel. He's going to use his Quelling Blade to chop down this tree line to counter some of KYXY's plays on the tree, which I do love. Of course, Gabby's not going to get a Quelling Blade, so Armel's kind of forced to do this. Of course, you want to try and cut some trees here to open up the side pool. Or maybe not, Armel might just leave it. March, it is an Enchantress. He probably just wants to take those neutral creeps rather than pulling the creep wave. But I do like that little early play. See a very deep Observer Ward there in that by that Tier 1 tower from KYXY.
Begins.
Yeah, should give him more leeway in terms of getting his creep cuts and applying that aggression. Does look like a fairly even start for Bounty Rune so far. Nothing too crazy, just some harassment coming out here from March onto Hustler.
It's a lot of harassment. Hustler, oh, he doesn't have leap, right? Of course he went for level 1 arrow. I'm surprised March didn't actually just skill up Impetus or the enchant and just go for the first blood. He could have just done it by himself.
Yeah, I think this does hurt the presence of Hustler more. He did pop his salve. So March is just wasting resources here from the support Mirana.
That's a fair point. Looking over to that mid lane as well, Alacrity is going to be up against Armel. Void Spirit versus Ember matchup. Was Armel could be online a lot earlier on that Void Spirit, especially by that level 6 or 7 mark. You are ready to rotate if you feel it is necessary on the side of TNC. Alacrity can do the same thing, but you kind of tend to notice Embers do like to just prioritize farm more than the Void Spirit does. He doesn't have quite as much burst damage at those earlier levels.
Nah, you'd have to go all in on the Remnants to find the same kills, so it is easier for Armel just to lay it on, and it's going to be key, that timing, as you mentioned. Alacrity's not struggling too hard initially. I think this matchup's fairly even for both sides, as we tend to see, but there are ways to dish a bit more harassment out from either side.
Of course, Alacrity also has the bonus of having that living armor coming in from KYXY that we did just see as well. It's really always nice to have that, like, just that constant heal coming in that mid lane, so you never really have to go back or buy more regen if you are Alacrity, where Armel won't have that luxury. Luckily for Armel, he does still hold a salve, but so does Alacrity, and in fact, Alacrity more living armor being placed on him just in case he needs it, as he was diving that Tier 1 tower a little bit. Armel's still dealing with it just fine, but this is allowing Alacrity to play so much more aggressively on that Ember. There's that salve usage as well coming out from Armel.
Yeah, it's just a lot better for Alacrity here. I think, again, you give him a hero he can push to the edge, along with the leeway you get from that Treant. It's a lot better of a start compared to that Morph.
Bot lane Gabby, I kind of missed that one, but he does go down the bot lane. Hustler was able to pick that up on the Mirana. Of course, at the early levels, he's only got level 1 in attribute shift right now, so it's kind of hard to survive if you've already taken too much damage, and Hustler takes advantage.
Yeah, it's, that's one of the tricky things with a Morphling. Of course, juggling between your HP, and March with the skill build he went for doesn't really do enough damage with the impetus to force people back. Right, he did go for Enchant along with the Nature Attendants to try to keep Gabby alive. So once they commit, there's really not much to scare them off from this chase.
Top lane, the one we haven't really looked at yet, True is there with Nuts. KP will be around on the Legion Commander, of course, once again. Tims has been around on the Pangolier, just trying to be a menace. Has got a nice little Orb of Venom there to kind of combo with his Lucky Shot. But they really haven't found too much up at that top lane. The bot lane, KYXY, does get very low and does die. March is the one to pick that one up on the Enchantress.
Kind of balances out your earlier loss, although Gabby still has to make use of this space to find farm, but it does make it a bit more even. I think just killing off KYXY once is enough to offset that early Necronomicon build that he is going for.
Huge loss for Armel in that mid lane though, John. He went for the bot rune to try and get the Invis. Unfortunately for him, the Invis rune did end up spawning up top. So Alacrity does get that first power rune of the game, and considering Alacrity is still on par, if not ahead, he is going to really find the advantage now in this mid lane. I mean, he's just got everything. He's got leading armors, he's got the power rune, he's got a full bottle. Armel's been left with nothing.
Yeah, it's been a harder start for Armel. I think he's still holding out fine though, like in terms of last hits. He's keeping it even. So Alacrity's not pulling as far ahead, although it looks like he maybe wanted to hunt a courier, but nothing really coming out here just yet.
He may have assumed that Armel was trying to back off. Up at top lane, there's a bit of a chase there onto KP and Tims, but they're just pulling the creep wave. But well, Alacrity, I thought that was the point where he was going to try and make the play happen up at that top. He does end up TPing somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so he did miss a few creeps for that, but I guess he just didn't see the opening.
Yeah, he just secured the bounty rune. I guess that's all he really wanted. Again, it comes at a bit of cost, and March is here.
Run it away. Doesn't have any more mana though. He needs to spam that bottle while he has a chance, but he doesn't have a chance. Armel's not giving him space. Oh, that's a big one. Considering all the bonuses you did have for Alacrity, that is a big loss. Great play from Armel and March.
Yeah, I like that March understands they need to apply pressure on that Ember. They can't allow it to have this much free farm, so they're stalling out the timing. And if you actually look at the Alacrity's buildup, he's opting for power treads into Maelstrom, so no early earn here.
They're gonna jump in though. Armel should be in trouble. Arrow flying through as well with the chains, and they will secure that kill with Hustler. March couldn't really do much to help out on this Enchantress, but he will turn around and dish up some fairly decent damage here onto that Ember. Can't really do the job there with level 1 impetus. The cooldown is just way too long, but he's going to take the farm in that mid lane. They'll salve up Alacrity, he'll be just fine now. I guess March is just going to be able to level up a little bit on this Enchantress as well, and he'll be on his way out.
Yeah, that did open up the side lanes just for a moment. So you're leaving Gabby alone, and well, he's not slowing KYXY down. Of course, this is pretty much a free farm morph. So he's off to a pretty darn good start. Should be building into that Manta stall at a good time at maybe around 15 minutes if it's not up.
Dire's middle tower.
Kind of feels like Alacrity can't really go back to this mid lane now as well. Like, he's just being harassed out every time he comes close. Armel, of course, just gonna farm the jungle while that creep wave is by the tier 1 tower of the Dire, but Perhaps the burst damage of Armel now is just way too high on that Void Spirit. You don't have Flame Guard, and it definitely does feel that way. But now he does have that Flame Guard, and Liquipedia not wanting to take too many auto attacks will just Armel. But this is that point now where you might just start seeing Armel feeling very comfortable to start making those rotations. Speaking of, up top KP, Tim's, Arrow, will be dodged, nuts. You have 3 heroes up there from RR, but they just can't really contend with the LC. And KP seemingly has done a great job up at this top lane as well, John. He's out-farmed that Luna. Meanwhile, mid Liquipedia getting jumped again here by March and Armel. We'll be able to remnant it out this time. But it looks like it's time for the Void Spirit to rotate, and it's going to be up towards that top lane where they are trying to go for a dual attempt. They will get it on the partner. Arrow will be there, but Armel is there with the follow-up damage.
Placed on my path.
And all this while he still has his clarity running. Hustler now going to be slowed up by the chat. He does have 3 leap charges, but 8th Remnant will not latch on. Time for Armel to return back down to the mid lane, it seems.
Yeah, it's still a nice pickup here for TNC. Really early duel win for KP. They keep this momentum up. It'll be pretty hard for Drew to find space. They've already got really deep wards here from TNC's side to watch that jungle farm very early on.
KYXY again going to get caught out here. This is when the Void Spirit becomes a real pain in the butt. Just way too much damage that can be dished out by Armel at this point. Top lane even. Are they dying? They are. But the Decrepify did save Drew. Now they're bringing more up, but Liquipedia's going to be there. That's how those level 2 chains will commit on KP, but he can purge it off. TNC will get out of there scot-free.
Yeah, all these rotations are giving such free time for Gabby to keep farming up. He's got the Morbid Mask, he's saving up for the Yasha into the Manta. Again, his timings are going to be really good on this Morphling.
Actually, worn out by the 8th Remnant. He does have 1 Remnant, but that was it. He's got none left. If March can get in for the enchant, he may be able to slow him down long enough, though no, he enchants a creep instead. They'll take the outpost prior to that 10-minute mark. They are fighting over the bottom outpost, but Gabby does take it back, and that's going to mean RR will not get any XP for that 10-minute mark of the game. We saw this last game, and it was a real problem.
Yeah, you can
finds another kill.
Yeah, you can really start stalling behind if you give these objectives away. Slipping up with your supports like that as well is not nice. You're feeding into the snowball effect that TNC does have. The biggest issue here is that the supports are just going to be stuck at 4 to 5 for a bit longer. Like, you want that level 6 to be up and running on the Mirana and on the Pugna for sustain. You won't have that anytime soon here.
Wrong lane. Gabby gonna get jumped on. Armel's gonna be there. They can Decrepify. Nuts, that is not gonna help you. However, Overgrowth may. KOH was gonna try and turn this. Nuts is gonna be able to walk out of there, but here comes Alacrity to try to get a trade. Gabby does secure the kill onto the partner, and now KOXY getting caught by that 8th Remnant. Another 8th Remnant locking on there from Armel, forcing the Remnant out, and well, that means KOXY is just gonna die.
Whew. Yeah, it's not the way you want that done. They were looking to punish Gabby. Unfortunately, with a TP point around, Armel was there to back up, and they clean up. So Gabby continues to become a menace here, is just finding all the farm in the game. But the punishment from RR, they don't commit enough heroes to really find that kill.
Kind of shocked that you I thought Gabby may go for the Ethereal Blade Rush, but he's actually opting for the Manta, which makes enough sense up against the Luna and the Pugna Ember Spirit. I can see why he wants the Manta first. I just thought with this lead that they have, they may just go for the shotgun build and start blowing people up.
Yeah, I think he just wants the security, and there's always the option to turn into Luna as well. So you'd just become a much more efficient Luna in that case.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the best Luna. Yeah, it's a tricky Luna game for Drew. If Gabby maintains a good lead, you just shift into Luna, then you go high ground, you push. It's hard to deal with, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Blade's gonna morph. It seems very, very bad. Oh, top lane, they're jumping on the Pugna, not to die. Tim will take the arrow as well on with that Rolling Thunder, and now the duel's gonna come out. That means Alacrity is almost certainly just dead. And well, KOXY's on the run, John. He's got no brown boots, but he is running as fast as a tree possibly can. Looks like he will be okay. TNT don't really care about that tree though. They want to go mid lane. Go after Hustler for a bit. Gabby does kind of hit through again. He will leap away, however. Still has one more leap charge, and that'll be enough to get out. But I can't really say this Tier 1 tower is going to survive the onslaught here from TNC.
No, I mean, they're trying to heal it up with KYXY. It's just not enough to really keep that alive, and this is a lot of a slower game for KYXY's Creed. We tend to see him with the Meteor Hammer in about around 2 minutes, but that progression's not there. So the D push isn't there as well for RR. They're gonna have to contend with losing all their Tier 1s and potentially seeing pressure on those Tier 2s fairly soon.
Oh, they got a road shot. And they've got the Alpha Walk, which really helps. Like, everyone's damage is just bumped by so much. Of course, you do have so much sustain with the Enchantress and KB's press the attack. So I guess it does work. It's just we're 13 minutes in the game, and I just didn't expect this to happen.
Yeah, it's not the light crush, but they make it work. Gabby has a second life, and he's very close to his Mantis, so they've gotten a lot of options in how to use this. Aegis, you do see RR at least take the Tier 1 bot. So they find an objective in exchange. It's not the biggest objective though, but it gives Drew a safe space to farm in at least.
Are they farming enough though?
No. Definitely not. Like, Drew is as a Luna, which shouldn't be the case. It's just that they've lost a lot of early ground. He hasn't been jungling a lot earlier, so his progression's just kind of knocked down. We'll see if TNC keeps that pressure, because they haven't really killed off Drew. Like, he has had space, so there is still potential for RR to build up on that Luna.
Got bot lane KYXY just continuing to just push out. TNC, however, they've smoked up now as 3. They're going to find a Pugna Courier first, and they're going to realize he's just down south of them, so they'll go after that Pugna. No dual damage for KP, they just kill him off too quick, but they will get the Courier as well. I mean, there was +1. Hustler is there in the Moonlight Shadow, but of course they want the bounties first. That they will get.
That's a bit scary. They found Drew with a scan, but they didn't have detection for the Moonlight, so they couldn't find that kill. Would have been big if they actually did kill off that Luna.
Yeah, things are looking so bad though for RR. Like, you look at Alacrity's farm, John. He's 4.7k as that mid lane Ember. Still hasn't gotten anywhere near the Maelstrom. Tim's is just going to go and be aggressive. Drew going to get caught out. You do have Eclipse at level 1. Nuts is going to try and help him, and they do force the rotations. 5 heroes into the mid lane. TNC just backed off. And all it took was one Rolling Thunder. That's going to be up again in a minute.
Yeah, it's I get why they're doing that. They don't want to lose their Luna, but they don't have the setup to really punish just yet, although.
Maybe they do. No, going to catch up that Ember now. KP, you want to duel this? Not quite yet. The Pugna's getting him up, but Armel getting so much damage up. Now Gabby comes in with the Pugna 4. There's that duel coming in onto Alacrity. They do burst him down in time. Now KOXY trying to survive, but they chop the tree down. They'll follow up onto Drew now, and Drew looks like he is eventually going to die regardless of whether he likes it or not. Another great ace for Remnant. And Armel, he's a sniper right now with these Remnants, John. An absolute sniper.
Oh, he is. And they clean up TNC. They find a lot of big kills. The only one to survive is Hustler. It's actually Hustler who builds up that urn into the Spirit Vessel, so I can see why Alacrity is forced to go for that Maelstrom. I still feel like it's not the fastest timing, and it's hurting this Ember a lot. Although Hustler, gotta be careful there.
Rolling Thunder, Hustler has 3 lead charges, so he'll be fine, but again, look at the rotation. They see that ball rolling, and they're just like, nope, everyone TP though. KP dodges the arrow. That's the beauty of what Tim's is doing. He's just forcing out TPs constantly for nothing.
Yeah, They're not finding anything, and it gives Gabby space. It gives everyone else space to just kind of farm up and build up. And RR, I mean, they just can't get hold of him.
Oh no, he was chasing. He was thinking about jumping in. Can't jump in by himself, especially when there is that eclipse. He was jumping onto nuts. Is he killing now? Alacrity might need to get out of there and will. But is it safe? No, it is not. Tims was waiting there. Hustle gonna run out. They popped the Moonlight Shadow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And KOXY, he's still just trying to push out that bot lane and force TNC back, but they just don't seem to care about that.
Radiant structure.
That's one way to deal with the tree and protect it, doing that split pushing, just ignore him.
Yeah, it's a slow progress for KYXY because he couldn't rush the Meteor Hammer, so he's actually not doing as much damage on that tier 2. It's really all about the creeps, and the creeps progress a lot slower. So TNC does have that working. They take out the mid tier 2, they go back. They don't really just want to give this for free, so they just kind of farm it up.
It's only March though, like the rest of TNC is still in that mid lane. They're just locking RR into their base, and they're not really giving him a chance to secure much farm. You've got Drew farming across on that top lane, but even then, eventually, he does have to TP out, because TNC were missing. Nuts. Ugly here up at that top lane as well, but looks like he should be okay to get out before TNC catches him. They haven't got vision there, so he should be alright. But I can't say you're going to really be able to out-farm the side of TNC when this much map control's already been taken. Alacrity's not going to run into them. He doesn't have that Maelstrom. But be careful, I'd rather just... If he just farmed at this point, we're almost 20 minutes in.
Yeah, it's been super slow for Alacrity. There is a smoke though, TNC, not relenting.
Hustler does break it. No, gonna make the chase this time around. Has the Yule set up for that 8th of Remnant. And it's gonna be an easy kill for that Mirana. That Mirana is the one you're relying on for the Spirit Vessel as well, by the way, but she just can't farm that either. She's close.
Oh?
Rolling Thunder, I hear one. It's coming.
Just want to.
Tim's just rolling his way down, and there we go. K-Way Expo will eventually TP.
That's
as soon as you hear that sound, you just press the TP button.
Yeah, definitely. They really just want Drew alive. I mean, they have been keeping him alive. So that's a positive for RR, for the most part. It hasn't really amounted to much, and I think that's where you start losing out. It's TNC has a lot more.
And Nuts is just on the run right now. He's just turned around for a second, and it was a bit of a scary thing he saw when he looked behind himself. RR though, they have smoked up, making their way up towards that top lane. However, TNC are somewhat around the area. But no, Tims is going to be in trouble. Alacrity does go in, gets the chains on. Arrow as well was a bit too late. Tims now dusting up. Arnold's coming. He has a haste through. Nuts is life draining, but Alacrity has been caught here. Do they have enough lockdown? KP's running in now. Remnant, Alacrity going to try and do KP out with that jewel. Meanwhile, Nuts going to be in trouble. They're still going to try to run. Overgrowth is really nice, but there's no pull-off to it. They just can't do anything with it. And Alacrity, he remembers back in. It was a miscommunication, I believe, because they saw the overgrowth thinking they could fight that. And the truth was they couldn't, but now they're getting wiped. As Hustler is going to be chased, Arrow misses him, but it doesn't matter. It's a 3-for-0 trade, once again for TNC.
Yeah, it's just getting better and better for TNC. That finishes up Gabby's shotgun. So he has the E-Blade flying in now. He's got all the damage in the world. There's no control for this morph because they just can't finish the items up. There's not enough space on the map to get that farm.
Okay, well, XY, he loses his mech recipe as well. That's gone for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
Mech would have been quite nice considering how the state of the game is right now, but he won't have it available. And so TNC on towards that tier 2 top tower. Gabby hits pretty darn hard and take care of himself. The arrow's going to fly in, but kind of easily dodged. TNC seemed to have found... First it was ES Morphling, right? And now it just seems like Morphling plus
Dire's
heals.
top tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Just get an LC, get an Enchantress or a Chen, just keep this man healing up constantly.
Yeah, it really pays off when the timings are this slow from the opposing side. Like, as long as there's no Spirit Vessel, there's no punishment for this. And RR, again, just haven't been able to punish anyway. Oh my god.
Yep. Leap away from the shoddy. Fortunately for Drew, he's also been caught with his pants down.
Oh.
Gets jeweled up. Oh no. Won't have enough damage to burst him within the jewel, but it's enough to kill him before he can do anything. The Alacrity now just has to go back home.
Oof. It's gonna be tricky to defend that high ground. They do have the over. Oh my god, Armel's just in.
Yeah, no, they don't have the over anymore. Or maybe they will KOH, but he does commit it. There's gonna be no follow-up with This is an extremely hard game for RR if it wasn't already obvious. And that mid-rank is gone. In fact, Gabby's not done. He wants to go after that Mirana. She will be able to leap out of range. But they don't mind that. That means that mid-rank is even easier to take out now.
Yeah, they could transition right to top. Not a care in the world here. They don't even have anything like the Aegis. They just have a lot of damage. Does look like they will splinter off though. Gonna play it safe.
Oh no, he's got nuts. There's an Aether Remnant, and Nuts is dead. Oh, maybe not. Life Drain is there. KP meanwhile kills off Hustler. Nuts is gonna try and make a run for it. Noel's definitely gonna make the chase. He doesn't mind how long it's gonna take. And that sniper again, Josh.
Distortions. Your call.
And you've got Gabby with the shotgun. You've got Armel just sniping away from a distance. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's all there for TNC, and they go into the pit. It's gonna be a free rush. There's some double damage outside as well. So I don't know how RR will stop that. I don't think they can stop that. There's too much to handle right now from TNC.
Aegis Cheese, both goes to Gabby. They'll just give him everything. Give him a bottle. Get double damage for himself. Anything else, Gabby? Can I help you with anything else?
Yeah, he's had everything served up to him. And, well, the Morphling has been paying off, right? Like, all this investment in the hero has given them a solid lead. They've got a BKB flying in as well for Gabby, so... I don't think you have the burst anymore, if you had it at all, to deal with a Morphling. They've just let that slide through here. You know, I'm curious. I haven't seen Drew use Eclipse. I don't think he's actually popped it, no.
Not once.
Oh boy, nah.
I can confirm.
Yeah, that's a big yikes for me. That's not how you make the Luna stronger. Still, look at that. Gabby, double damage. Onto the tier 3s by himself.
Strong water. Arrow. Does connect. He wants strength morphing and press the attack. Do you have a pause coming out? TNC gonna maybe have some... Yeah, they DC'd on Tims. But it's just so disgusting because the little lockdown you have from RR is all negated from KP. Like, press the attack is purging off literally everything they're throwing at Gabby.
Yeah, it makes it so hard to commit from RR, and ideally you would just go back and try to pick off KP, but you don't have enough damage on Alacrity to get that done by himself. So you just can't. Like, it's not lining up, and, well, I mean, Gabby still has that DD. He's just gonna rip right through these racks.
Yeah, let it rip. Yeah, go ahead. As the Eclipse might just want to commit it immediately before he gets blown up like this. No, he gets the match wrong, dodges out the adaptive, but he's outside. Overgrowth's going to be there from KOX, right? But how do you follow up? Well, Drew will buy it back, but the Overgrowth's over now. There's the Eclipse. KP, he will at least die here, so Drew does get one. Gabby's fallen low. It's still not going to be enough, though. It's going to be a dieback on Drew. Gabby, he is falling. And no, apparently he just can't die this man. He still has the Aegis. Just walks out of there. Lackery, he's gonna keep going. Tiz, hide behind a tree. He is gonna die here to the arrow. Gabby now just gonna walk away. And ultimately, that still works out for RR. It does cost a bit. There was 2 buybacks, but after a while, they do manage to take down 4 off the side of TNC. But the problem is Gabby is still here. I thought trees needed water, John. What happened there?
Too much water will choke out the plant, so it kind of drowns it, I guess. I don't know biology, Mike. I didn't study it. Still, RR, they defend at huge cost, and TNC will just take this as a chance to reset, maybe farm a little bit more. He's saving up for the Scotty next. Once you have that up, it just gets really hard to handle him. Armel's saving up for a Shiva's card as well. So he's just going to be a lot tankier, and this doesn't put RR back on the map. They need to really maximize this to farm, but you don't have Drew just respawn, so you can't even build up in your biggest core here.
TNC just going to group up again for the top lane. Eclipse up in 35. So, got time for TNC to just try and take the rats before that's up. Arrow, not juked out that time, but it doesn't matter. They'll purge it off. No, I'm going to jump in with the Yules. Does connect with the Remnant, of course. And now Lackery going to get pulled up. He is dead immediately. They just can't get the overgrowth off because of that silence from Armel. KYXY, he's just trying to get in range to do it. There's just so many things blocking him, and now Lackery will jump in on the Ember. He hasn't got chains available. RR will probably just be okay with the fact that they're holding that melee barracks. And TNC may have just spotted another double damage room down at the top rune spot. In fact, they haven't spotted it. But if they did, I'm sure they'd be making their way back up top. And never mind, it looks like they're going to go top anyway.
Yeah, why not? They've still got the Aegis. They've got a lot of time in that Aegis, about a minute. So they can just use to opt to maximize it. No point being scared here.
Smoke on smoke. Lackery, Remnant away. Now, Lucent being Gabby. Arrow does connect as well. They can't punch it off. It's the duel right now with KB. KB does get a Lackery though. Gabby still survives. Now, it looks like the massacre begins. Drew does pop the Eclipse, but it is daytime right now for TNC, and they don't care. The GG has been called. A nice 2-0 victory there for the side of TNC. And that second game, John, I'm going to tell you, was quite a dominant victory.
Oh, it definitely was. 33 to 60, 20k advantage.
FY, he's found himself No Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with